Chapter 1, Husband, It's Not What You Think. Mr. Chen and I are just learning a foreign language. Mr. Lin, your diagnosis is out. I suggest you be mentally prepared. Tell me, I can bear it. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, we tried our best. If possible, I suggest you go abroad to have a look. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, as if it was squeezed hard by an invisible big hand. In the past month, Lin Yi always felt dizzy for no apparent reason, but he never took it seriously. Unexpectedly, the doctor now told him that they had done their best. It's really like when it rains it pours. Doctor, how long do I have left? Less than a year. Perhaps feeling that what he said was a little inappropriate, the doctor pushed his glasses and continued. I still suggest you go abroad and see if you're lucky. However, before the doctor could finish speaking, Lin Yi's cell phone rang. Where are you? Why didn't you reply to my WeChat messages? We agreed to meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 o'clock. Where are you? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. The owner of this voice is Li Ro. Before last night, she was still the woman Lin Yi loved most. Vow to protect the love of your life. But what happened last night completely shattered Lin Yi's soft heart. Lin Yi, who was supposed to work overtime yesterday, left work early because the company's internet connection was unexpectedly disconnected. On the way home, he passed by a fruit shop and bought his wife's favorite durian. However, when he was full of joy and ready to give his wife a surprise, his whole world collapsed. Just when Lin Yi opened the door, he saw his wife Li Ro, wearing a burgundy satin and sand lace pajamas. She lay with her breasts half exposed in the arms of a strange man. Honey, why did you come back so suddenly? Didn't you say you were going to work overtime tonight? Li Ro's expression stiffened instantly, and a hint of unnaturalness flashed in her eyes. Get out of the way. Lin Yi's voice was as cold as ice. Husband, please listen to my explanation. Explain? You've already brought someone home, what's there to explain? Do you think I'm an idiot? Lin Yi's eyes instantly turned red, veins popped out on his forehead, and his voice was filled with anger and disbelief. Hubby, it's not what you think. Mr. Chen and I are just learning a foreign language. Li Ro's voice trembled and her eyes were evasive. The Mr. Chen that Li Ro mentioned is a project manager in her unit. His name is Chen Bin, which sounds like a decent name, but he is full of bad intentions. He has the same hobby as Prime Minister Chow. He is short in stature but has big ambitions. Because Li Ro was very beautiful, she was targeted by Chen Bin on the second day after she started working. Through the combination of big sticks and sweet dates, and the fact that Li Ro discovered that her colleagues were living much better than herself, she finally fell completely under the influence of jealousy and the desire to compare. Li Ro, who originally followed Chen Bin, wanted to divorce, but Chen Bin had a special hobby, which was to like married women. So I have been advising Li Ro not to divorce, thinking that it is more exciting now. The two of them maintained this kind of relationship for almost half a year. But Li Ro didn't expect that Lin Yi, who was supposed to work overtime at the company today, actually came back early. This also led to her and Chen Bin being caught in bed together. Learn a foreign language? Great, Li Ro, you're really good. You're still lying to me with your eyes open. Come on, tell me, who the hell would learn a foreign language and end up in bed with it? Lin Yi's face turned purple with anger, and the blood vessels on his neck bulged. He waved his hand vigorously, knocking over the chair next to him, and a bang sound echoed in the room. Get out of here! Lin Yi suddenly pushed Li Ro away and rushed towards Chen Bin, who was hurriedly putting on his pants, like a mad beast. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. Chen Bin's voice trembled, he frantically buttoned his shirt, and subconsciously shrank back. What am I going to do? I'm going to fucking kill you. Lin Yi roared, raised his fist and was about to pounce. At this moment, Li Ro suddenly hugged Lin Yi from behind. She wrapped her arms around Lin Yi's waist tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Lin Yi, could you please stop making trouble? When Lin Yi heard this, he froze in place as if he had been cast under a spell. He slowly turned his head, his eyes full of shock, and then he laughed out loud in anger. But this laughter contained 3 parts of anger, 3 parts of surprise, and 3 parts of sadness. Oh, I'm making a fuss? You've already cheated on me, and you still accuse me of making a fuss? Enough, Lin Yi, let's get a divorce. Li Ro raised her voice, with a hint of determination in her eyes. Li Ro, you are a ruthless person. Linny took a deep breath, his eyes reddened, and his voice trembled slightly. For 2 years of marriage, I have been completely obedient to you. I have given you everything you wanted and have done my best to satisfy you. I feel sorry for you, so I will take care of all the housework. That's how you fucking treat me, okay? Linny, don't act like you're so great. Lee Ro crossed her arms, a trace of disgust on her face. Look at yourself, you only get 5,000 yuan a month, you can't even afford an iPhone. Also, look at the house we live in, it's just an old and shabby 80 square meter house, and the car we drive is still that broken Volkswagen. Look at my colleagues. The smallest houses they live in are high-rise apartments with an area of 120 square meters. They all drive Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. Do you know that my colleagues and best friends all laughed at me for finding a poor guy? I really regret that I was so blind to follow you. Is this the reason you cheated? I don't keep a single cent of my monthly salary, I give it all to you. In order to buy you a phone, a bag, and cosmetics, I also worked part-time on the tomato platform at night, writing novels, staying up late into the night, and now you tell me all this? There was anger and a hint of unwillingness in Lin Yi's voice. He didn't expect the other party to say that to him. You still dare to talk about writing a novel? Lee Ro sneered, her face full of contempt. Don't you even look at what you wrote? Besides borderline content, what else is there? There is no plot and no excitement. Tell me yourself, how many readers are willing to read what you write? Or do you think that with these things, you can realize your dreams and give me a good life? You. Linny was choked and speechless. He pointed at Lee Ro and his body trembled with anger. At this moment, he only felt his eyes go dark and a cold wind on the back of his head. What do you mean? Am I wrong? Lee Ro rolled her eyes, her face full of disdain. Okay, I don't want to talk to you anymore, let's get a divorce. Lee Ro turned around and stopped looking at Linny. Linny felt a chill running up from the back of his head. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking and his teeth were chattering. Let's divorce. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Later, Linny didn't know how he left home. When he woke up this morning, he was already lying on a hospital bed. Linny, are you listening to what I say? I don't care what you think now, I am getting a divorce today. You agreed to divorce yesterday, and I hope that as a man, you can keep your word. Listening to the harsh sound coming from the phone, Linny couldn't help but clench his right hand tightly. Don't worry, even if you don't want to divorce me now, I won't ask you to leave me. I, Linny, don't want to be in the same boat with others. However, before Lee Ro could react, Linny hung up the phone. At this moment, he suddenly felt like a failure. Licking the dog, licking until there is nothing left. Self-righteous affection is ultimately just an excuse for self-admiration. Linny held the report confirming the diagnosis of malignant tumor in his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and prepared to get up and leave the ward. But at this moment, his phone rang again. Looking at manager Wang Kuan on the caller ID. After hesitating for a moment, Linny finally pressed the answer button. However, the moment the call was connected, a sharp roar came from the phone, almost piercing Linny's eardrum. Is Linny fucking dead? I called you 10 times, did you know that? Do you know what day it is today? Did you know that today is the company's quarterly meeting and all the reporting materials of our department are with you? You actually didn't even say hello and just didn't come? How do you want me to explain this to Mr. Zhao above me? Do you still respect me as the department leader? Are there any company disciplines? If you don't want to do this, then get the hell out of here and make room for the good guys. Fuck you, fuck you. Wang Kuan, I tell you, don't talk to us father and father. Who are you? You're a fucking chicken. If you keep talking to me like that, I'm going to spank you. As for whether you can explain to Mr. Zhao, what does it have to do with me? Don't think I don't know that the materials for this quarter's report were specifically assigned to you department heads by President Zhao. You have so much fucking time to go to HR to pick up girls, but you don't have time to write materials? You. What are you talking about? Am I wrong? You disappear in the afternoon, either picking up girls or playing mahjong. You take all the credit, and I do all the work. What the hell are you thinking? Linny. I'm telling you, don't spit bloody words at me. Believe it or not, I'm going to fire you right now. If you have the guts, just drive it, you idiot. After saying that, Linny hung up the phone. This scene stunned the doctor standing by. I saw Linny walking out the door. At this time, the doctor finally reacted and said quickly, "Sir, I still suggest you bite. A suitable host has been detected, and the system is binding." Chapter 2. The system appears, and its lifespan is 312 days. System binding successful, system loading. 70%. 99.99%. 100%. Loading successfully, starting now. As soon as Linny walked out of the ward, he heard a burst of electronic mechanical sounds in his mind. System? As a failed writer in the online literary world, Linny naturally knew what the system was. It can even be said to be extremely familiar. But he never expected that such a ridiculous thing would happen to him. For a moment, Linny couldn't believe it was true, and even thought that he was hallucinating because he had been staying up late to write novels. However, the next second, the electronic mechanical sound rang out again. The Destiny Beauty cashback system has been loaded. Rules: when you spend money with a high-quality person of the opposite sex whose overall appearance rating is greater than 80 points, cashback will be triggered. Note: cashback funds are supplied unlimitedly by the Interdimensional Consortium and have passed the financial security certification of this universe. Every penny has legal and compliant security guarantees, with a clear source, absolutely reliable, and can be used with confidence. What the hell? Linny subconsciously glanced around. Except for some patients and nurses who were walking hurriedly. There was no one around him. "Daddy! Is that you?" However, the system did not respond to him. Instead, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of Linny. Name: Linny. Age: 27. Appearance: 79 points. Constitution: weak. Lifespan: 312 days remaining rechargeable. Personal wealth: 15,941.98 yuan Huaxia currency. Cashback level: 1. Cashback ratio: 1:1. Effective consumption: 0 yuan. Cashback amount: 0 yuan. After seeing this blue light screen, Linny even subconsciously reached forward. However, he almost fell down. This sudden move frightened the old man who was leaning on a cane nearby so much that he shuddered all over. "What are you doing, young man?" However, Linny turned a deaf ear to him and simply raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. The old man's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. He wanted to say something to Linny, but swallowed it back. "I'm afraid that the other person will suffer from mental illness at such a young age." At this time, Linny was staring at the lifespan column on the panel. 312 days left to live? Rechargeable? Linny, who was originally in an extremely excited state, was now completely calm. He subconsciously looked back at the ward he had just walked out of. I thought to myself, this doctor is really accurate. Immediately afterwards, Linny couldn't wait to call the system. He wanted to ask the system about the recharge. System: Brother Tongzi. What do you need, host? System: I have 312 days left on my lifespan, and what's the situation with the recharge? Because the host is suffering from a terminal illness, he only has 312 days left to live. If you want to increase your lifespan, you can top up. If you top up 10 million, you can get an extra year of life. However, the host's personal wealth is insufficient, so recharging is not possible now. After hearing this, Linny completely understood. This is like spending money to buy life. 1 year, 10 million. Is it a lot? 10 million is a lot for ordinary people. But for a dying person, not much. Look at the gambling king Lao He. In order to prolong his life, he has to take injections worth 860,000 yuan a day, and this lasts for 11 years. Compared with Lauha, the system is much more conscientious. The most important thing is, with the system, are you still worried about not having money in the future? If he still has such thoughts, then he doesn't deserve to own the system. Thinking of this, Linny breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Linny relaxed and subconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette and take a puff. However, just as he put his hand into his trouser pocket, a clear and pleasant sound came from behind. Linny? Hearing someone calling him, Linny subconsciously turned his head to look. He saw a girl about 165 centimeters tall, wearing a white nurse uniform and a mask on her face, walking towards him. Although her face cannot be seen clearly, her slender and graceful figure makes people unable to help but take a few more glances. Especially the inflated chest pocket of the shirt and the pen placed inside are the focus of men's attention. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Only when he heard the girl speak did Linny come back to his senses. However, before Linny could remember who the other person was, the next moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. A suitable consumer object has been detected. Whether to view the panel. Check. Name, Lu Yao. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 84. AK2. Status, healthy. Favorability, 30 thinks the host is poor, but recognizes his character and thinks he is a good person. If the favorability exceeds 70, the cashback rate will increase by 10%. Seeing this, Lin Yi knew who the girl with the amazing figure was. Lu Yao, Li Ro's best friend, is a nurse who works in this city hospital. I didn't expect to meet her today. Lin Yi, why are you here? Is Li Ro sick? When she met Lin Yi in the hospital, Lu Yao's first thought was that her best friend Li Ro was sick and Lin Yi accompanied her. After all, in her eyes, Lin Yi is a good man who loves his wife. There's nothing wrong with it except being a little poor. Originally, because Lu Yao was Li Ro's best friend, Lin Yi and Lu Yao knew each other. It's just that the two of them didn't get close. Limited to nodding acquaintances. Of course, the main reason was that I was afraid that Li Ro would misunderstand. But now Li Ro is about to divorce him, so it doesn't matter. And it seems that the other party obviously doesn't know about himself and Li Ro, otherwise he probably wouldn't have come up and said hello. No, I came here on my own. Lin Yi said generously. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lu Yao first looked at the other person in surprise. Then he swept across Lin Yi's thigh without leaving any trace. Nothing more was said. After all, the other party is her best friend's husband, so it would not be good for her to ask too many questions. It would be even more embarrassing if he had some hidden secrets. Oh, I see. If you need any help, just let me know. Lin Yi knew that the other party was just being polite. After all, he didn't even have her contact information. If he really had something to do, he would probably not ask her for help. I had originally thought of just saying hello and leaving. However, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly swept over the pen on Lu Yao's chest. The next moment, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Lin Yi smiled slightly, revealing a bright smile. That's great. I have a personal question for you. What's your WeChat? I'll add you. As he spoke, Lin Yi took out his cell phone. Seeing that Lin Yi had already opened the WeChat friend QR code, Lu Yao's eyelids twitched. She didn't expect that she was just being polite, but the other party actually wanted her help with something. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao 5. Listen to the system prompts. Lin Yi was completely bewildered. Chapter 3, inviting the ex-wife's best friend. No, I just want your contact information. Do you need to lower your favorability? Besides, didn't you say you could ask for my help if I had any problems? Even if you are telling a lie, there is no need to lower your favorability. It turns out that women always say one thing and do another. Lin Yi complained in his heart. Although Lu Yao's favorability has decreased. But Lu Yao did not refuse. She still smiled and took out her phone to add Lin Yi on WeChat. Okay, I'm busy here. If you need anything, just send me a WeChat message. Or you can ask Li Ro to call me. After saying that, Lu Yao left. Lin Yi looked at the other person's graceful back, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. After leaving the hospital, Lin Yi took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. He suddenly fainted on the road last night, so he didn't drive. However, Li Ro was getting impatient waiting. He sent Lin Yi more than a dozen messages and made 7 or 8 phone calls. They all urged him to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. In Li Ro's eyes, although her cheating was accidentally discovered by Lin Yi, it was also a good opportunity to file for divorce from Lin Yi. As long as she divorced Lin Yi, she could completely break free from the shackles and be with Chen Bin openly. When Lin Yi arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Ro was already waiting there. And they also signed the divorce agreement. The main feature is impatience. Lin Yi took a look at the divorce agreement. The content is nothing more than the support of children and the division of property. The two of them don't have children, which is a good thing, so that's not involved. As for marital property, The two have an 80 square meter house worth 680,000 yuan. There is also a Volkswagen Bora. As for deposits, I don't have any. According to Li Ro, all the money they earned was used for their daily lives. Maybe she knew she was in the wrong, or maybe she wanted Lin Yi to divorce her quickly. Li Ro directly said that the house and car belonged to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi needed to give her an additional 300,000 yuan. This old house is said to be worth 680,000 or 690,000 yuan, but that is the estimated price. The actual transaction price is not that high at all. It's around 630,000 or 640,000. As for the Bora, it can only be sold for 60,000 yuan now. So it seems that Lin Yi got the advantage, but Li Ro also did not lose out. Moreover, Li Ro's current idea is that if she follows Chen Bin in the future, she will be able to live in a big house. What's the point of living in that old and dilapidated house? She never wants to go back to that 80 square meter house in her life. So she asked for money. Lin Yi took a quick look at the agreement and signed it without hesitation. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Li Ro twisted her waist very proudly. Lin Yi, let's not talk about the past relationship. I don't care about the past relationship. I know you don't have any money right now, so I'll give you a month, but after a month, I want to see the 300,000 yuan. Otherwise, just wait for the court summons. After saying that, Li Ro snorted coldly, shook her hair, twisted her waist, and walked towards a black Mercedes-Benz E300 in the parking lot. Lin Yi could see that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Chen Bin. At this time, Chen Bin was also looking at Lin Yi. That look was full of pride and provocation. It seems to be saying, look, little guy, the woman you have been caring for has now become my partner. However, facing Chen Bin's provocative look, Lin Yi smiled disdainfully. Just kidding, although Li Ro betrayed him and made him feel very sad and angry. But now Lin Yi felt more relieved. I'm glad that I discovered Li Ro and Chen Bin, this pair of thieves and prostitutes, yesterday. Fortunately, they are divorced now. Otherwise, with the system, I would have loved Li Ro even more and given her all kinds of money without knowing about the affair between Li Ro and Chen Bin. By then, I'm afraid Li Ro will no longer think about divorcing me. Even rely on yourself. While spending her own money, she was having affairs with other men behind her back. Keep yourself in the dark for your entire life. If that were the case, it would be scary to think about. Watching the car go away. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up into a check mark. Now he can be said to be completely liberated. He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Yao. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together at Sea World. It's my treat. Sea World is one of the more upscale restaurants in Jinghai City, specializing in various seafood. The average per capita consumption is between 1,500 and 3,000 yuan. The reason why Lin Yi chose this place was that the restaurant was of upper middle grade in Jinghai, and also because he wanted to eat seafood. According to the system requirements, you can get cash back by spending money on the opposite sex. If you pay for Lu Yao yourself, the system will naturally determine that you are spending money on the opposite sex. Then you can join them for a meal and a drink. He not only arranged for Lu Yao but also satisfied himself, killing two birds with one stone. After sending the message, Lin Yi took a taxi home. And they immediately called a locksmith to replace the lock on the security door. A good lock must be one that only its owner can open. Never let anyone else open it. On the other side, the city hospital. Lu Yao was taking a lunch break and browsing her moments on her phone. She saw the latest updates of her best friend Li Ro at a glance. I once thought marriage was a safe haven, but later discovered that I am my own safe haven. I bid farewell to a wrong path, and the road ahead is clear. From today on, I am the master of my own life, and the future is bright. Below the text, there is a red divorce certificate. Looking at the circle of friends posted by her best friend, Lu Yao was a little confused. They were fine 2 days ago, how come they suddenly got divorced today? Especially this morning, I saw Lin Yi in the hospital. Could it be that Lin Yi's health is really not good? What a big melon! However, just when Lu Yao was about to call Li Rufa to ask about the situation. But she saw the message Lin Yi sent her. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together at Sea World. It's my treat. Seeing this message, Lu Yao's mind was full of question marks. What's going on? He just divorced his best friend and now he wants to treat himself to a meal? And it's a seafood restaurant where the average consumption per person is around 2,000? Is he here to plead with me, or is he trying to seduce me? However, Lu Yao felt that the former was more reliable than the latter. According to her understanding of Li Ro, the divorce must have been proposed by Li Ro, because she had heard Li Ro talk about divorcing Linny before. Although Linny is not rich, he is very kind to Li Ro. That means definitely bringing water when thirsty, feeding when hungry, and being a little romantic when nothing else matters. To put it nicely, it's called affection. To put it bluntly, it's called bootlicking. Combined with the fact that Linny took the initiative to leave his contact information this morning. So Lu Yao judged that Linny wanted to reconcile with Li Ro and then came to her to act as a peacemaker. Thinking of this, Lu Yao did not call Li Ro. Instead, he replied to Linny. Okay, I'll send you a WeChat message after get off work. Chapter 4 Dance Anchor Li Wenwen. Looking at the message, Lu Yao replied. Linny smiled and gave the other party an okay gesture. He went into the bathroom and took a shower. After washing, he lay on the bed in a daze and watched TikTok. In the past, Linny was very cautious when watching Douyin. Whenever he sees a picture of long legs and black stockings, he will immediately turn to the next one. I was afraid that Li Ro would be unhappy if she saw it. Now, he can watch whatever he wants. On Lin Yi's mobile phone screen at this moment, there was a classical beauty wearing a black cheongsam and holding a folding fan, dancing seductively. The girl was fair-skinned, beautiful, and graceful, with a charming and graceful figure. Coupled with the traditional Chinese-style background music, the girl is filled with a classical sexy beauty. Suck. Linny took a deep puff of his cigarette and felt his throat was a little dry. That's really exciting. Looking at this waist, it's probably not even as big as an A4. And looking at these legs, they are really white, long, tender and smooth. The most important thing is the flesh-colored stockings, which are worn just right. Ding, a suitable consumer has been detected. Name, Li Wenwen. Age, 21. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Overall appearance, 85. AK1. Status, healthy. Favorability, 0. Does not know the host. See that the appearance meets the system requirements. Linny decisively clicked the follow button. I'm going to try the cashback feature later. However, what Linny did not expect was that as soon as he clicked to follow, the anchor named Wenwen shouted directly in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Brother Yifan Fengshan, for your attention. Thank you, Brother E. If you like Wenwen, you can join her fan group. Although this anchor is a new anchor, there are no more than 200 people in the live broadcast room. But Linny didn't expect that his casual attention would actually attract the other party's attention. Even got named. This anchor is good. The emotional value has been given, so you must brush some of it yourself. What's more, Lin Yi's goal is to find a member of the opposite sex who meets the system requirements and see if he will get cash back if he gives gifts to the other party. Linny decisively recharged the money and then clicked on the gift bar below. To be honest, Linny has never given gifts to the anchor. It wasn't that I didn't want to do it before, but my ability simply didn't allow it. But it's different now. If you don't dare to do it even though you have the system, you're a coward. Linny took a look at the balance on his bank card. There are 15,941.98 yuan left. This money is the salary paid by the company yesterday, of which 5,500 is this month's salary, and the remaining 10,000 is last year's year-end bonus. If Linny had discovered the affair between Li Ro and Chen Bin a day later, the money would probably have been transferred to Li Ro. Linny recharged 200. Be prepared to test the waters first. Wenwen, who had just finished dancing, was about to drink a sip of water, but when her eyes swept across the live broadcast screen, she was stunned. There was an unconcealable surprise in his eyes. Then she came to her senses and shouted quickly. Thank you, Brother Yifan Fengshan, for sending me the sports car. Brother E is so generous. Wenwen can dance any dance that my brother wants to see. As a dance anchor, she would try her best to please anyone who gave her a gift. Let the other person click the dance button, and then she dances. However, at this time, Lin Yi's attention was not on the live broadcast room at all. A message appeared in the notification bar at the top of his phone. Click to take a look. Transaction reminder, China Construction Bank, your account 520 deposited 120 yuan of Huaxia currency at 12:30 on May 20th, and the available balance is 15,851.98 yuan. Fuck. Awesome. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was completely boiling. Seeing the successful cashback, I immediately recharged another 3,000. He threw a carnival backhand. Ah! Thank you, Brother E, for the carnival. At this time, Wenwen's pretty face was flushed with excitement, and her little hands were clenched together. Ding! Li Wenwen's favorability plus 10. What the hell? Is there a boss out there? What the hell? Any boss out there? Plus 1. What the hell? Any boss out there? Plus 2. The boss is here, Wenwen, hurry up and seduce him. Use your ultimate move on Wenwen. Yeah. A big brother finally shows up, why don't you take him down right away? At this time, Linny also noticed the barrage. I was a little stunned for a moment. The fans here are so naughty. At this time, Wenwen was a little embarrassed by what these netizens said. But her eyes were filled with excitement. This is the first time someone has given her a carnival since she started live streaming. And she was very sure that this person with the ID Yifenfengshun was visiting her live broadcast room for the first time. So she really wanted to keep this elder brother. Brother E, is there any dance you want to see? As long as Wenwen can dance it, I can dance it for you. Wenwen, you're confused. What else are you going to choose? Just close the door and use your ultimate move. That's right, you don't even need a boss to tell you this, why don't you just use your unique skills? Boss. Let Wenwen dance to Spring is not late for you. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hee hee. Yes, that's it. Big brother, Wenwen's dancing to this is absolutely amazing. It can be described as classical yet gentle, gentle yet charming, charming yet passionate, passionate yet pure. Spring is not late. Spring is not late plus 1. Spring is not late plus 17. Linny looked at the comments posted by netizens and was instantly intrigued. Okay, let us have a spring not late. Okay, Brother E. As the BGM sounded in the live broadcast room, Wenwen also got into the mood. She was wearing a slim cheongsam and slowly turning around to the music. This turn completely changed Wenwen's temperament. The shyness that had appeared just now completely disappeared, replaced by a pair of affectionate eyes, which were full of the gentleness of Jiangnan. I will write an old ballad for you. Girl, spring is never too late. Foolish boy, stay in the real Jiangnan. The Jiangnan region ends in a lonely city. Turn into mist and rain, and play against me. As the song music reaches its climax, Wenwen's dance also reached its climax. At this moment, the live broadcast room became surprisingly quiet. Everyone was watching silently. Until the music stops and the dance ends. The barrage was restored. Okay, let us do it again. Love it. Wenwen, I love you, just like a man loves a girl. Wenwen was just about to ask Linny if he liked it. Then I saw 2 carnivals floating on the screen. Apparently, there was no need to ask anymore. The gift from the other person is the best answer. Thank you, Brother E, for the carnival. Ding. Li Wenwen's favorability plus 20. Yo ho. Linny didn't expect that the other party's favorability would increase again after he had just finished 2 carnivals. According to the system requirements, only when the favorability of the opposite sex reaches more than 70% can you get additional cash back. If he wants to make money through cashback, he has to increase his favorability with the opposite sex to 70%. Otherwise, you will get back as much as you spend. One more paragraph. When the fans saw the big brother, they started to give him gifts. So they started to cheer and asked Wenwen to dance again. I have to say, Wenwen has a really good figure. And judging from her movements, she must have studied dance professionally. So Linny also likes it from the bottom of his heart. So he also said in the live broadcast room, let Wenwen perform another segment. As for what to dance, it's up to Wenwen herself. Seeing that her elder brother had spoken, Wenwen naturally would not refuse. I am a newcomer, and it is not easy for a big brother to come in. Naturally, you have to use all your strength to take it down. Brother E, I'll dance to the Pure Land. I hope you like it. Chapter 5, The Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, can we see this for free? As soon as the words fell, the live broadcast room exploded. What? The Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss. Is this something we can watch for free? 178 hours have passed since I started following Wenwen, but I haven't seen her skip the Pure Land yet. Quick, turn up the volume, I want to enjoy it in immersive mode. Brothers, clean the screen and get ready to lick it. Oh shit. Why am I stuck? For a moment, the screen was filled with crazy scrolling comments at a speed that was dizzying. Linny leaned against the head of the bed, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. He appears calm on the outside, but is extremely excited on the inside. Dang dang dang. The drum beats sounded, and the lively and slightly seductive melody of the Pure Land of Bliss instantly filled the live broadcast room. Wonwon, who was wearing a cheongsam, took a deep breath, tapped the ground with her toes, and began to dance with her left and right hands, one high and one low, like a puppet being pulled by silk strings. Each of her movements was precisely timed to the beat, and her arms swung like flowing water, soft yet powerful. Wow, it has to be Wonwon again, this is too amazing. Come on, Wonwon. Wonwon is awesome. Wonwon, go ahead and take down Big Brother. I saw black safety pants. What the hell? Where is it? Oh my god, you guys know too much. Is this something you can say in a live broadcast room? Don't stop me, I want to lick the screen. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 carnivals were brushed out by Linny. At this time, Wonwon naturally didn't know that Linny had given her another gift. Otherwise she would be too excited to bear it. As the music ended, Wonwon stopped moving. At this moment, her cheeks flushed. There was actually a trace of sweat on the slender white neck. His chest heaved up and down as he breathed heavily. It looks particularly tempting. Thanks to Brother E for sending me the carnival. Ding! Wonwon's favorability plus 10. Wow, the favorability has increased again. At this time, Wonwon's favorability towards Linny has reached 40. Although it is still a long way from 70. But as long as he keeps coming to the live broadcast room to show his support, it won't take long for the other party's favorability to reach 70. After watching for a while, Linny exited the live broadcast room. When I left, I gave the other party 2 more carnivals. Anyway, he can get cash back, so it doesn't matter how much he spends, it all depends on his mood. In the end, Wonwon's favorability reached 45 points. After exiting the live broadcast room, Linny continued to watch Douyin. I don't know if it's because I spent too much time watching Wonwon's live broadcast room. Douyin's push mechanism remembered Lin's hobbies. At this moment, the push notifications are all beauties with long legs in stockings, high heels, and slim waists of the yoga JK type. However, Linny discovered that although the beauties in the short videos all looked very beautiful, but only 3 are eligible for system consumption. There were even several women who looked incredibly beautiful but did not meet the system requirements. This surprised Linny, and he also marveled at the power of Douyin's special effects. Among these 3 anchors who meet the system consumption requirements, one is a big anchor. The other 2 are small anchors. Linny followed both of the 2 small anchors and waited for them to go online to broadcast live so that he could give them gifts. As for that big anchor, forget it, he has too many fans. Even if you brush a lot, the favorability will increase slowly. The most important thing for him now is to gain favor. Only when the favorability reaches 70 can he make money through cashback. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the 10 million to keep his life. On the other side, after Wonwon saw Linny quit, she also went off the air shortly afterwards, and then immediately sent a private message to Linny in the background to express her gratitude. She also sent her private WeChat to Linny and asked him to add her. Although Wonwon is a newcomer, but she understands a lot of things. The anchor industry seems very cool. But it is not easy to do in reality. If you want to make money through live streaming, either your video goes viral and you have a large fan base. Then bring the goods. Or there will be a big brother in the live broadcast room who will give it to you. Otherwise, you can only have enough food and drink every month. It's hard to get rich. She has been doing live broadcasts for more than a month. The gifts I received before were nothing more than small flowers, sodas, and the like. It's not like today, where I received 7 carnivals and a sports car at once. 1 carnival costs 3,000 yuan. 7 is 21,000. Plus the sports car. Today her net income can reach more than 10,000. This is more than what she has earned from her live streaming career till now. Therefore, in Wonwon's heart, she attaches great importance to this elder brother. Linny saw that Wonwon sent him a private message to express her gratitude and also sent him her contact information. I secretly said in my heart, be sensible. Just added WeChat. Wonwon immediately approved it and sent a message. Hello, Brother E, I'm Wonwon. Thank you so much for giving me so many gifts today. You're welcome. I really like your dance. Really? Brother E. If you like, I can dance for you anytime in the future. Perhaps the little girl was too excited and too nervous, so she didn't pay attention to her choice of words when she spoke. Linny smiled slightly after seeing it. Fingers tapped on the screen. You said you would watch it whenever I want, but you can't cheat me then. There were 2 smirking emoticons behind the text. At this time, Wenwen finally realized that what she had just said was ambiguous. Her pretty face flushed red, and she didn't know how to reply to Lin Yi for a moment. After holding it in for a long time, he finally sent a message to Lin Yi. Brother E, that's not allowed when I'm in class. After saying that, he also made a shy expression. This made Lin Yi very happy. I thought to myself, this girl who looks quite ladylike is quite interesting. But looking at the other person's appearance, it seems that he is still in school. So he asked, are you still in school? Yeah, I'm a junior now. Which university are you at? Lin Yi asked subconsciously. Brother, I'm at Jinghai University. What the hell? Jinghai? Is this the same city? At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Gu Yu's originally slumped sitting posture straightened up subconsciously. So you're from Jinghai too? Is my brother also in Jinghai? Wenwen obviously didn't expect that the big brother today was also from Jinghai. The tone sounded quite excited. Yes, a native of Jinghai. Wow, I didn't expect my brother to be from Jinghai. I'm not only from Jinghai, I used to be from Jinghai University. Brother turned out to be a senior. Bite. Li Wenwen's favorability plus 10. What the hell? Hearing the system prompt sound in his mind, Lin Yi was a little confused. He didn't expect that just by telling the other party that he was also a student of Jinghai University, the other party would become more favorable to him. Apparently, alumni can still build closer relationships. Yeah, but it's been 4 years since I graduated. Call me senior brother. Senior brother. Why? Chapter 6 I just want to treat you to a meal today, do you believe it? After teasing the other party for a while, Lin Yi was ready to end the conversation. Okay, I won't say any more. Tell me when you're live streaming and I'll go and support you. Thank you, Brother E. Okay. After finishing the chat, Lin Yi got out of bed, packed up, and prepared to meet Lu Yao. Before leaving, Lin Yi looked at himself in the mirror with a sharp look in his eyes. Li Ro, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unintentional. You cheated first, and now I'm seducing your best friend. The main focus is on being reasonable and logical. Just wait a while, when you see me win your best friend, I'm sure your expression will be very interesting. Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he couldn't wait to see the scene where Li Ro discovered that he was with her best friend. At 4:30, Lin Yi entered the hotel on time. He asked for a private room and waited quietly for Lu Yao to arrive. It should be said that being late is a woman's characteristic. It was not until 5 o'clock, when Lin Yi was getting a little impatient, that Lu Yao walked slowly into the box in her high heels and lotus steps. Sorry, I went home to change my clothes and kept you waiting. Lin Yi was originally very unhappy because of the other party's lateness. But when he saw Lu Yao's outfit today, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Yao was wearing a bean paste colored V-neck silk dress. The thin fabric fit her body curves tightly, showing off her proud figure. The V-neck design further showcases Lu Yao's fair neck and collarbone. The looming career line is like a mysterious abyss, captivating and destroying people's hearts. Coupled with exquisite makeup, she looks like a ripe cherry, exuding fatal temptation. It has to be said that Lu Yao's outfit today really touched Lin Yi's heart. The anger that had arisen because of the other party's lateness suddenly dissipated. Even Lin Yi consoled himself in his heart, It's good that it's late. Lin Yi smiled slightly and pointed to the chair next to him. It's okay, come and sit down. I just arrived a short time ago and I'm waiting for your order. As he spoke, Lin Yi handed the menu to Lu Yao. Seeing Lin Yi asking her to order food, Lu Yao raised her eyebrows. Although Lu Yao had never been to this restaurant, she knew that the dishes here were quite expensive. The average per capita consumption is between 1,500 and 3,000 yuan. Generally, dignitaries come here to spend money. So, even though Lu Yao thought Lin Yi wanted something from her, she still felt a little embarrassed. So I ordered some mid-priced seafood. For example, steamed conch eggs, garlic scallops, and blanched shrimps. As well as sashimi platters such as Arctic sweet shrimp, salmon, Arctic scallops, etc. Linny looked at the dishes and knew that the other party was being polite and was embarrassed to order something too expensive. So he smiled and said, "These aren't enough for the two of us. Let's order some of their specialty dishes. Our main focus today is consumption." After saying that, Linny handed over the menu again. Lu Yao saw that Lin Yi's expression did not seem to be joking. So I ordered 2 more of the restaurant's signature dishes. 1 steamed king crab and 1 baked Australian lobster with cheese. Although seafood is not as expensive as it was in the past. But with the addition of king crab and Australian lobster, today's meal, just seafood, will cost more than 6,000. But Linny was not panicked at all. As long as the meal doesn't cost more than 15,000 yuan, it's no big deal. "Let's have some more drinks, waiter. Please recommend some to her." When the waiter saw the customer wanted to order a drink, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly introduced to Lu Yao some red wines with high-end sounding names but relatively high profits. You know, once it is sold, she can earn a considerable commission. But Lu Yao waved her hand. "I'm driving, so I won't drink. Do you want a bottle? Since you don't want to drink, I won't come either." Finally, Lu Yao ordered a freshly squeezed juice. After ordering the dishes, Lu Yao got up and went to the bathroom. After washing her hands, Lu Yao muttered to herself as she stood in front of the mirror on the sink, touching up her makeup. In her impression, although Linny was not stingy before, he would definitely not spend several thousand to treat someone to a meal like he did today. Even Li Ro, Linny probably never brought her here, otherwise Li Ro would have shown off to him long ago. We are all ordinary people, how could we be so extravagant? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt that Lin Yi's feelings for Li Ro were really beyond words. In order to let me intercede and win back the other party, he actually spent so much money to bribe me. Oh. It would be nice if such a loving man were a little richer. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +5. What's going on? At this time, Lin Yi was a little confused. He didn't understand why Lu Yao suddenly went to the bathroom and became more fond of him. Could it be that he was moved by this sumptuous meal? Before he could figure it out, Lu Yao returned to the box. At this time, the waiter has already started serving the dishes. If it were according to past practice, Lu Yao would definitely take 2 photos before eating and post them on her moments. But today she resisted the urge to take pictures. The two chatted casually for a few minutes. When the hot dishes come up, Linny smiled and said, "You're welcome." Then he started eating first. He looked very casual, as if he was not on a date with a beautiful woman. Lu Yao looked at the delicious food on the table without any reservation. After all, high-end ingredients like orang and king crab are not something she can usually eat. However, in order to maintain her demeanor, Lu Yao ate in a more elegant manner. An hour later, there was little food left on the table. At this time, Linny took out a box of zuanheman and lit it for himself. Lu Yao looked at Linny with some suspicion in her heart. Why hasn't the other party asked for my help? Moreover, he and Li Ro are divorced, so why doesn't he show any sadness? Lu Yao, who couldn't figure it out, couldn't help but ask first. Tell me, Linny, why did you come to me today? Is there something you want me to help you with? Hearing Lu Yao's words, Linny was slightly stunned, then smiled. But he didn't speak. Seeing this scene, Lu Yao shook her head. I thought to myself, I've already offered to help him, so why is he still too embarrassed to do it? So he continued to speak. Come on, don't be shy. I don't think you asked me out just to treat me to a meal. In Lu Yao's mind, Linny was embarrassed to tell everyone about his divorce from Li Ro. He wanted to ask me for help to reconcile, but was too embarrassed to ask. Linny took a deep puff of his cigarette. Then he pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Then he looked up, stared into Lu Yao's eyes and said something. If I say that I just want to treat you to a meal today, would you believe me? Chapter 7 Remove the shackles and release nature. Hearing this, Lu Yao's expression was slightly stunned. Then he smiled. Stop joking, Linny. Just tell me straight. Since you're treating me to a big meal today, I will definitely help you. Why do you think I invited you to dinner today? Because I want to ask you for help. Isn't it? You don't have to be embarrassed. I already know about your divorce with Li Ro. I will try my best to talk to her about reconciliation, but I can't guarantee that she will change her mind. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly interrupted him. No. Are you overthinking it? It's true that Li Ro and I are divorced, but I never thought of asking you to help mediate. I'm so happy right now, how can I possibly think about getting back together? Please don't make things worse. I asked you out for dinner today simply because I wanted to find someone to celebrate my divorce with. Are you kidding? I have the system now, how could I possibly go back to that bitch? If so, then he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Lin Yi's words immediately caused Lu Yao's brain to crash. After a few seconds, he asked in a questioning tone, "Are you sure you're not just saying this in anger?" Why would I say that in anger? How can you tell that I was just saying that in anger? Lin Yi's question left Lu Yao speechless. The other person's expression today certainly doesn't look like someone who was sad because of a divorce. Could it be that he really just wanted to find someone to celebrate his divorce with? But why would he look for me? Could it be that Lin Yi wants to seduce me? I am his ex-wife's best friend. Lin Yi, you weren't before. Before Lu Yao could finish her next words, Lin Yi waved his hand. The past was the past, and the present is the present. As Li Ro's best friend, I think you should know very well who she is. I am now very glad that I have divorced her. Of course, if you really want to thank me for treating you to dinner, then go shopping with me. After saying that, Lin Yi was the first to stand up, walk out of the box, and go downstairs. Bill, please. Okay sir, please wait. At this time, Lu Yao also came down from the second floor carrying her bag. But the expression on her face was still a little unnatural. Obviously, she had not yet fully digested what Lin Yi had just said. Especially the last sentence, "Then come shopping with me." This made Lu Yao feel even more that Lin Yi wanted to seduce her. Just when Lu Yao was thinking about how to reject the other party, I had unknowingly walked to the bar. However, the bar staff had already calculated the bill and said to Lin Yi, "Hello sir, your total purchase is 6,380, which is 6,000 after the discount. Please keep the invoice. In addition, this is a VIP membership card given to you by our store. You can enjoy a 15% discount next time you come." The waiter said this with a smile, holding the invoice and VIP membership card in both hands and handed them to Lin Yi. Spending 6,000? At this time, Lu Yao also came back to her senses. She couldn't help but be surprised. She subconsciously glanced at Lin Yi, who was standing in front of her and paying calmly. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Lin Yi, who originally looked a little handsome, now looked even more handsome and imposing. Ding! Favorability from Lu Yao +2. Forehead? Lin Yi subconsciously turned his head to take a look. He found that Lu Yao's peach blossom eyes were staring at him blankly. Lin Yi smiled calmly in his heart. I thought to myself, they say men are most charming when they pay, and it's true. Just by paying some money, you can increase the other person's favorability by 2 points. Let's go shopping and spend money. Lin Yi did not ask the other party whether he was willing to go with him, but walked out first. Are you kidding? The favorability has increased, how can you not be willing? Just as Lin Yi was about to call a taxi, he heard Lu Yao say something behind him. Drive my car. After that, there were 2 beeps. A white Volkswagen Golf parked in the parking space flashed its headlights twice. As soon as he sat in the passenger seat, Lin Yi felt a refreshing scent of perfume coming into his nostrils. Lin Yi took a deep breath. It smells so good. Lu Yao glanced at him and said nothing. Ignition, gear shifting, and accelerator are all done in one go. Under the lavender ambient light, Lin Yi could see that the thin stockings on Lu Yao's legs were reflecting a faint fluorescent light. Perhaps sensing Lin Yi's gaze, Lu Yao asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" "Look at your thighs." Lu Yao? Lu Yao frowned immediately and glanced at the other person with suspicion. I found that the other person's eyes were really on my legs, just as he said. No, brother, are you so brave? Is it okay for you to stare at my legs naked like this? But I'm your ex-wife's best friend. Even if my legs are prettier than your ex-wife's, you could just take a look at them secretly, but why did you say it out loud? How do I answer this? Lu Yao rolled her eyes, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Seeing that the other party's favorability did not drop after he said this, Lin Yi felt relieved. The reason for saying this is to determine the other person's psychology so that I can judge how to chat with them next. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Lin Yi just kept watching unscrupulously. Feeling Lin Yi's eyes fixed on her legs, Lu Yao couldn't help but ask. Brother, is it really that good looking? Of course it looks good. Even if it doesn't, I can't keep looking at it. Lu Yao, you're sick. To be honest, even though Lu Yao said this, she really didn't reject Lin Yi's aggressive gaze. On the contrary, a sense of satisfaction will arise in your heart. Lin Yi, are you upset about your divorce? Why do you seem so abnormal today? There's nothing abnormal about it. It's just that the shackles have been removed and nature has been set free. When Lin Yi said this, his tone was very calm and free and easy. It gives people a sense of seeing through the world. So, you asked me out today, were you really just looking for someone to celebrate your divorce with? You weren't trying to pick me up and use it to piss off Li Ro, were you? Lu Yao expressed her guess. Although the two knew each other before because of Li Ro. But our relationship is not even close to the point where we can have dinner together alone. What's more, I still have to go shopping now. Hearing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the other party had guessed his intention. But he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to admit it. Doesn't that prove that you are very purposeful and petty? So even if I think so in my heart, I can't say it out loud. I'm getting divorced today, and I'm really happy. I asked you out to celebrate. Of course, the reason I chose you is because you are good looking and your appearance meets my requirements. You can't celebrate by finding something you don't want to watch. I enjoy looking at someone like you. After saying that, Lin Yi deliberately glanced at the other party's towering snow-capped mountains with a lustful look. Chapter 8. I just want to elevate our friendship. Ha ha. That's what you men are like. Lu Yao looked disdainful, but in her heart she was very pleased because of what Lin Yi said. You are good looking and your appearance meets my requirements. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +2. Lin Yi. Hearing that Lu Yao's favorability had increased, Lin Yi's mouth corners slightly raised. Hey hey. Yossi. As expected, no woman doesn't like men to praise her beauty, and Lu Yao is no exception. So, you didn't approach me on purpose to use me to annoy Li Ro. When she said this, Lu Yao's charming peach blossom eyes glanced at Lin Yi as if with a smile. What a vixen. Her eyes are so alluring. Unexpectedly, it makes people feel awe. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi said lightly. It doesn't matter to me whether I'm angry with Li Ro or not. Instead, I should be grateful that she left me and freed me. As for getting close to you, I can tell you clearly that I did not do it on purpose, but on purpose. No way, you really want to pick me up? Lu Yao asked in surprise. Are you kidding? How is that possible? I just want to elevate our friendship. Lu Yao, oh. After parking the car, the two walked into the store side by side. It must be said that Lin Yi and Lu Yao look very compatible when walking together. Lin Yi, who is 180 centimeters tall, is actually quite handsome. But after getting married, I have been busy with work and no longer pay attention to my image. But he has a very good foundation, otherwise Li Ro would not have taken a fancy to him in the first place. Li Ro married Lin Yi because he was handsome and energetic. But after getting married, Li Ro's thoughts gradually changed. She became more fond of money. As for Lu Yao, needless to say, she was wearing a bean paste-colored dress paired with a pair of plain high-heeled sandals with a single strap. His whole temperament is quite amazing. The two of them attracted a lot of attention along the way. When passing by the Apple Experience Center on the first floor, Lin Yi stopped. Go in and take a look. You want to buy a cell phone? However, Lin Yi did not reply and walked in first. Hello. Welcome to the Apple Store. A girl in a blue short-sleeved shirt came up to me with a smile. Hello, we want to see the latest iPhone. Yes, sir. This way please. These are our latest iPhone 16, 16 Pro, and 16 Pro Max. Lin Yi picked one up and played with it for a while. No wonder people like to buy iPhones nowadays. You can tell how expensive these things are the moment you use them. Come and see which one you like. As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled Lu Yao, who was standing beside him, to the front. The silky and warm touch on his palm made Lin Yi a little distracted. Lu Yao looked at the latest 16 Pro Max model on the booth and liked it very much. She is also using an iPhone now, but it is a model from 2 years ago. She also wants to use the latest model, but this thing is not cheap after all. More than 10,000 yuan, equivalent to her 2 months' salary. Now she has to pay rent, utilities, clothes, cosmetics, gas for the car, and yoga classes with her monthly salary of 7,000 yuan. There is no money left at the end of the month. If she were asked to buy it with her own money, she would be a little reluctant. What color do you think looks good? White. I think white looks better, goes with everything, and never goes out of style. But if you want to use it, black is actually pretty good too. Beauty, give me a white one. Okay, sir, are you talking about 16 Pro Max? Yes. How much memory do you want? We have 256, 512, and 1 terabyte. I want the biggest one, 1 terabyte. Yes, sir, please wait. Having said that, the service staff immediately walked quickly towards the warehouse at the back. There was still a bright smile on his face. Lu Yao didn't expect Lin Yi to buy it as soon as he said so. She was surprised and a little envious at the same time. Hello sir, this is a 16 Pro Max white 1 terabyte, please take a look. Okay, Lu Yao, come here. Hearing Lin Yi calling her, Lu Yao put down the prototype on the booth and walked over with lotus steps. Come and see if it works. If it does, just open it and have the staff transfer the data from your current phone to the new one. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yao's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Are you going to buy it for me? Yeah, why else would you come in? Lu Yao looked at the phone Lin Yi handed over, then looked at Lin Yi again. Forget it, it's too expensive. Although Lu Yao refused verbally, to be honest, she really liked this phone. It's not expensive at all, it's just a cell phone. Okay, this is it, open the bill. Okay sir, this phone is 13,999. We have a promotion right now and can give you an original charger worth 279. Lin Yi scanned the code and paid directly. However, Lu Yao was still a little confused at this time. It wasn't until the staff asked her to disassemble her phone and wanted to help her transfer the data that she came to her senses. Did you really buy it for me? First, a 6,000 yuan meal, and now a 13,999 yuan mobile phone. Could it be that he really wants to sleep with me? While Lu Yao was daydreaming, the staff had already transferred the data to the new phone. Hello beautiful lady, this is your phone, please keep it. Oh well. Let's go, next stop. Lu Yao followed Lin Yi with her new phone in hand. Just as she was about to walk out of the Apple store, she heard the 2 staff members behind her muttering. Oh, I really envy her for having such a generous boyfriend who bought me a phone worth over 10,000 yuan without any hesitation. Yeah, I just thought that man was super handsome when he paid. Looking at the tall figure walking in front of her, Lu Yao's eyes changed several times. Lu Yao is very beautiful, has a good figure, and knows how to dress up. Many people have pursued her since she was in school. Over the years, she has dated 2 people, each of whom came from a good family, but no one of them had ever spent money on her like this. For a moment, Lu Yao felt mixed emotions. Seeing the other person lowering his head with a serious expression, Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? You bought a new phone, but you look unhappy. Why would I be unhappy? I just felt a little. Lin Yi seemed to know what Lu Yao wanted to say. So he interrupted the other person directly. Hey! Why are you thinking so much? I already told you, today is a celebration. Let's go inside and take a look. After saying that, Lin Yi put his arm around the other person's shoulders and took her into a women's products store. Welcome to Saint Laurent. A girl wearing a dark blue business suit, black stockings on her legs, and black executive high heels on her feet said with a smile. As someone who often watches Douyin, Lin Yi naturally knows the brand Yves Saint Laurent. Especially shoes, which can be found frequently. Li Ro had bought a pair before. At that time, he thought this brand of shoes was amazing. He thought Li Ro bought it specially for him to wear, but now it seems that he was overthinking it. People on the internet say that to attract men, look at Valentino, and to attract women, look at Yves Saint Laurent. But Lin Yi doesn't think so. In his mind, Saint Laurent killed both men and women. Chapter 9. She likes. I happened to come across this store today, so of course I had to go in and take a look. If there is a suitable pair, he plans to buy a pair for Li Ro. Come try this. Lin Yi casually pointed to a pair of black high-heeled sandals on the display stand and asked, how much is this pair? Sir, you have excellent taste. This pair of shoes is the latest model from our Yves Saint Laurent OPYUM series. Your lover will look stunning in them. The price is 12,000 yuan. The shopping guide had a very nice attitude, a gentle tone, and a professional smile. There was no such thing as a salesperson looking down on customers as in novels. As for her misunderstanding that Lu Yao was Lin Yi's lover, Lin Yi felt that, well, it was a good misunderstanding. Find her a pair to try. Yes, sir. Beautiful lady, what size are you wearing? At this time, Lu Yao was still in a daze. I just bought myself the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max, and now I want to buy myself shoes again? As someone who often pays attention to luxury goods, she naturally knows how popular this pair of shoes is right now. Many businesses have begun to imitate it. Before, she was thinking about whether she should buy a pair of high-quality imitation shoes online. I didn't expect to come to the official store today. Lu Yao said subconsciously, I usually wear size 36. Okay, please wait. Soon, the shopping guide took out a pair of new shoes. This pair of high heels is a one-strap high-heeled sandal with an open toe. The black leather surface has a deep luster and looks very high-end, and the heel is the classic YSL letter heel of Saint Laurent. The golden heels look very eye-catching. When Lu Yao put on this pair of high heels, her temperament seemed to have changed. Wow, sister, you have beautiful feet. These shoes look perfect on you. At this time, the female shopping guide's tone was a little exaggerated. But I have to say, Lu Yao's feet are really beautiful. With light pink toes stepping on it, it looks like a work of art. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt that there was a reason why the ancients called women's feet jade. Does it look good? Lu Yao looked at Lin Yi with expectation. It looks good, very good. Pack it up and issue the invoice. Okay, sir, please wait. I heard Lin Yi say he wanted to buy it. Although Lu Yao was very happy in her heart, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, Lin Yi had just given her an Apple phone worth more than 10,000 yuan. You'd better not do that. You just gave me your phone. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but went straight to the counter to scan the code and pay. His current mentality is to pay the bill with a smile within 15,000 yuan. Seeing that Lin Yi had already paid, Lu Yao didn't say anything else. Hey, don't take it off, just wear it and go. Seeing Lu Yao wanted to take it off and put it in the box, Lin Yi quickly interrupted him. Then he walked in front of Lu Yao and squatted down. He simply held Lu Yao's ankle with one hand, supported her shoes with the other, and slowly put them back on. This action stunned Lu Yao. She didn't expect that Lin Yi would hold her feet and put shoes on her. Feeling the warmth coming from the toes, a feeling of shame instantly filled my heart. In an instant, Lu Yao's pretty face turned red. I unconsciously squeezed my legs together. Ding! Favorability from Lu Yao plus 10. What the hell? This little slut likes having her feet touched? Lin Yi looked up at Lu Yao in surprise, only to see that Lu Yao's eyes were slightly narrowed and she tilted her head, not daring to look at him. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, and then his fingers gently touched the soles of Lu Yao's feet. At this moment, Lu Yao's jade feet trembled unconsciously. Lin Yi became even more excited. However, Lin Yi had a good sense of proportion and did not tease the other party too much. Instead, he tied the straps and stood up. Do you like it? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Lu Yao's heart was beating a little faster at this time. Maybe it was because she was wearing such expensive high heels, or maybe it was the hot touch on her toes just now. In short, her mind is now blank. I like it. Hearing the other party say this, Lin Yi smiled. As long as you like it. As he spoke, Lin Yi directly pulled Lu Yao's hand, muttering, Let's go to the next one. Just like that, Lu Yao walked out of Yves Saint Laurent in a daze. Next, the two went to Guerlain and bought 2 bottles of perfume for 5,000 yuan. Passing by Hermes, Lin Yi chose a silk scarf that Lu Yao could wear and spent 14,000 on it. Ding! Favorability from Lu Yao plus 5. Finally, they went to Balenciaga and bought 5 pairs of stockings for Lu Yao, spending 13,800. Ding! Favorability from Lu Yao plus 5. In total, I spent nearly 60,000 yuan tonight, not counting meals. Name, Lu Yao. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Overall appearance, 84. AK2. Status, healthy. Favorability, 54. If the favorability exceeds 70, the cashback rate will increase by 10%. Looking at the favorability level on the system panel, Lin Yi felt a little excited. I thought to myself, this money was not wasted. With more effort, the cashback ratio can be increased. Out of the store. Arrived at the parking lot. Lu Yao and Linny got in the car. Linny opened the passenger window. He took out a cigarette and lit one for himself. At this moment, Lu Yao still felt that it was a little unreal. After all, she had always wanted to buy things but couldn't afford them, but tonight she realized several of them. She looked at Linny's profile and was a little dazed for a moment. At this moment, she felt that Linny was so handsome. As he watched, Linny suddenly turned his head. Lu Yao quickly looked away. In order to avoid Linny noticing that she was looking at him, Lu Yao began to pretend to be looking for something as if nothing had happened. However, all these little actions of hers were seen by Linny. Linny stared at Lu Yao's face and smiled. You were staring at me like this, are you admiring my handsome face? No. No way. Can you please stop being so narcissistic? Lu Yao tried her best to cover it up. He also deliberately rolled his eyes at Linny. However, at this moment, a system prompt sounded in Linny's mind. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +1. Really? After saying that, Linny suddenly moved his head closer to Lu Yao. Lu Yao was so scared that she leaned back. However, Linny's eyes were like a ferocious hungry wolf seeing its prey. Lu Yao felt a little nervous when she saw Linny's unscrupulous look. An idea arose unconsciously in my mind. What should I do if Linny kisses me? Should I push him away or respond to him? But he is Li Ro's husband. But he and Li Ro divorced. Just as Lu Yao was lost in thought, Linny withdrew his gaze and sat up straight. With a wicked smile on his face, he said, What were you afraid of just now? Were you afraid that I would eat you? Chapter 10. If you want to express your gratitude, you have to do something tangible, not just with words. At this time, Lu Yao also came back to her senses. He rolled his eyes at Linny in anger. Is she scared? She was indeed scared just now. She was afraid that if Linny really did something beyond friendship for her, she would not be able to refuse. Because just now, when she faced Linny's extremely aggressive gaze, her body inexplicably had a strange reaction. But Lu Yao naturally wouldn't admit it. But he said it stubbornly. TSK, I'm not afraid of you. I've seen all sorts of situations. Looking at the other party's stubborn and hard-nosed look, Linny found it very interesting. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? No, you are right. Although Linny said so. But the smile on his face undoubtedly betrayed his inner thoughts. Lu Yao's pretty face turned red and she ignored Linny. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot. On the way back, neither of them spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car was a little strange. In this way, Lu Yao drove to the downstairs of Linny's house. Just as Linny was about to get off the car, Lu Yao spoke. Linny. What's wrong? Thank you for today. Linny knew that Lu Yao's thank you was because he had given her a lot of things tonight. How do you want to vent? I'm telling you, just talking won't do it. After saying that, Linny's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and his eyes became playful. Then how do you want me to thank you? I'm telling you, don't go too far. Li Ro and I are best friends, and I can't betray her. Don't you know that best friends are meant to be betrayed? Lu Yao. That's all from novels. We have a great relationship. Please don't sow discord. I know. You and Li Ro are very close, like sisters. I'm glad you know. I'll pay more. Lu Yao, I did not mean that. Lu Yao quickly began to explain. Although she liked money very much, that was not what she meant just now. Yes. Linny was not teasing her. Instead, he opened the car door and turned to look at Lu Yao. If you really want to thank me, then give me something substantial next time. Just using your mouth won't do. Let's go, let's meet again when we have time. After saying that, Linny got out of the car. As I walked, I waved goodbye. Lu Yao looked at the tall figure walking into the unit door. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Humph! Stinky man! After returning home, Linny took out a bunch of Honbeilite products from the refrigerator. After taking a big gulp, I feel like I'd become a lot more transparent. It was already 9:30 in the evening. Linny did not watch the live broadcast on Douyin, but took an ashtray and went to the computer desk in the second bedroom. Turn on the computer and start typing. You can choose not to watch the live broadcast, but you cannot stop updating the novel. Otherwise, he would be criticized to death by many readers. Even though he doesn't write well and has few readers, he absolutely cannot stop updating. I smoked half a pack of cigarettes and drank 2 bottles of iced Hong Bailey until 1 o'clock in the morning. Linny finally finished typing 4,000 words. Then wash up and go to bed. The next morning, after Linny got up, he drove to the office. Of course, he was not going to work, but to ask for leave. And it's sick leave. He is now a cancer patient. If he doesn't take sick leave, does he mean he is resigning on his own initiative? Taking sick leave will earn you minimum wage, but if you voluntarily resign, you will lose everything. As soon as he arrived at the office, Linny noticed that his colleagues were looking at him strangely. You know, when Wang Kuan called Linny yesterday, he didn't do it behind his back. The conversation between the two of them was heard clearly by colleagues in these departments. Although they admired Linny's courage, he actually dared to confront Wang Kuan after being absent from work. But today none of them had the courage to come up and greet Linny. After all, if old Kuan saw this, he would probably be in trouble again. Arriving at his workstation, Linny directly wrote out the leave application. Waiting for Wang Kuan. If Wang Kuan's signature was not required, Linny would have gone directly to the Human Resources Department. When Wang Kuan came to the company and saw Linny sitting at his workstation with his legs crossed, he immediately became angry. You know, no one in this department dares to challenge his authority. However, yesterday, Linny took on the challenge. Some even directly confronted and scolded him. And the curses were so harsh. How could he swallow this? He had already thought it through. As long as Linny was absent from work for 2 days, he would follow the regulations, have the department come up with a solution, report it to the company's Human Resources Department, and then fire Linny. What he didn't expect was that Linny actually came today. And he just sat there as if nothing had happened. Linny, how dare you come here? Do you know that because of you yesterday, our entire department became the laughingstock of the company? As soon as he came up, Wang Kuan put a big hat on Linny. Linny sneered. Wang Kuan, do you still want to be scolded? If you don't do the task assigned by President Zhao, who can you blame? Now that you're being scolded, you know how hard it is. Linny, what are you talking about? I gave you this task at the time. As an employee of this department, you have the responsibility and obligation to complete the task I gave you. Why, you asked me to kill someone, and I still have to kill someone? Besides, if we have to do everything, what are you supposed to do? As the head of a department, you're just a messenger. When a notice is sent from above, you don't even look at it yourself and just pass it on to us. Then you can be in a position that no one can do. You. What are you talking about? Am I not telling the truth? Lin Yi's words left Wang Kuan speechless. Others may not know, but everyone in Wang Kuan's department knows it clearly. It's just that because of his position as the head of the department, no one dared to say it out loud. Now that Lin Yi had revealed it, even Wang Kuan couldn't refute it. Linny, I see you didn't come to work today. You came here on purpose to cause trouble. Don't flatter yourself. Who cares if I'm still picking on you? I came back today to ask for leave. Otherwise, do you think I'd care about you? As he said this, Linny handed a leave note that had already been written to Wang Kuan with a look of contempt. Could you please sign this, Minister Wang? I need to take sick leave. Wang Kuan was stunned. Looking at Lin Yi's arrogant look, it felt unreal for a moment, and I even wondered if I was dreaming. He asked me for leave, dared to talk back to me, and acted like that. It's fucking lawless. Wang Kuan sneered. Lin Yi, are you still asleep? With your current attitude, you still want me to approve your leave? You are really daydreaming. Minister Wang, I'm sick now and I want to take sick leave. Why did you ask for sick leave? I didn't notice you were sick. I saw you were in good condition today. You really won't approve it for me? No. Are you sure? Chapter 11, blatantly making things difficult for you. Of course I'm sure. I can tell you that not only will I not approve your leave, I will also give you a serious warning in the name of the department. The reason is that you've been absent from work without reason and have contradicted your superiors. When Wang Kuan said this, a smug smile appeared on his face. I thought to myself, I can't deal with you, little bastard, but as long as you don't quit, I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Linny looked at Wang Kuan's smug look and could guess what he was thinking with his toes. But it doesn't matter. It's better not to sign him. So Linny spoke with a smile. Okay, Wang Kuan, then I'll wait for you to punish me. If you don't punish me, I'll look down on you. After saying that, Linny ignored Wang Kuan and walked straight out the door. Seeing this, Wang Kuan frowned. What are you going to do? What's it to you? You. Wang Kuan watched Linny walking towards Mr. Zhao's office with the leave note, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. But then he put it down again. Humph. Even if you go to Mr. Zhao to complain, what's the use? You've been absent from work for no reason and even contradicted the department leader. Do you think Mr. Zhao will side with you? Humph, how naive. Wang Kuan's guess was actually correct. If a grassroots employee goes to the upper-level leader to complain, the upper-level leader will generally try to smooth things over or just lift the complaint up and then let it go. Even if it is really the fault of the middle-level leaders, the senior leaders will at most criticize the middle-level leaders in front of the grassroots employees, but will not give any substantial punishment. After all, senior leaders need middle-level leaders to maintain their authority. Otherwise, if the middle-level leaders go beyond the senior leaders and report themselves to the higher-ups one day, it will be difficult for them to deal with it. Based on this unspoken rule, Wang Kuan is not afraid. Linny knocked on the door of Mr. Zhao Honyu's office. Enter. Linny pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Honyu, sitting in the boss chair, pushed his glasses. He knew Linny, an employee from Wang Kuan's department. He worked very hard and was always the one to work overtime. Xiao Lin is here, sit down. Zhao Hongyu showed a kind face, pointed to the chair opposite his desk, and motioned Linny to sit down. Linny was not polite and sat directly opposite Zhao Hongyu. Mr. Zhao, I came here today to ask for leave. Oh? Zhao Hongyu was a little surprised. If an employee asks for leave, the normal leave process is that the employee applies to his or her department leader. After the application is approved, the department leader will then take it to his or her side for approval. Finally, it will be handed over to the Human Resources Department for archiving and used for monthly attendance accounting. You want to take a few days off? Why didn't Wang Kuan come? Zhao Hongyu asked with a smile. But when Zhao Hongyu smiled, Linny clearly saw that the other party raised his eyebrows. He was obviously dissatisfied with the fact that Linny came to him with a leave note to ask for leave. Because he had given instructions before. All matters involving his signature must be handled by the heads of various departments. Boss Xiao, this is what's going on. I want to ask for leave, but Director Wang won't approve it. As he spoke, Linny handed over the leave note he had written. There were also several medical diagnosis reports issued by the municipal hospital underneath. When Zhao Hongyu heard Linny say this, his face instantly became gloomy. Zhao Hongyu was very disgusted with this kind of thing that had to go beyond his level and ask him for approval. However, as the company's chief leader, he is naturally very good at cultivating his qi. And since the other party has already arrived, he also wants to know what is going on. So Zhao Hongyu asked patiently. What's going on? Why won't your department leader approve it? Mr. Zhao, I'd like to take sick leave. Here are my medical records and the hospital's diagnosis. As he spoke, Linny took out the materials that were pressed under the leave note. Zhao Hongyu picked up Linny's medical diagnosis casually. However, when he saw the two big words cancer written on it, his expression suddenly changed. The pen that he was holding in his hand was also suspended in mid-air. He suddenly looked up and looked at Linny, who was sitting opposite him, with disbelief. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked down at the bright red hospital seal at the lower right corner of the diagnosis. It was as if to confirm the authenticity of this diagnosis again. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Hongyu slowly said, Linny, is this true? Although Zhao Hongyu's voice was full of doubt, he knew in his heart that this must be true. The bright red official seal of the municipal hospital cannot be faked. Linny nodded and replied. Yes. When did it happen? Actually, I've been feeling dizzy and having headaches for half a year now. It wasn't until the night before last, when I finished working overtime and passed out on the road and was taken to the hospital, that I realized this was the case. Of course, Mr. Zhao, I couldn't go to work yesterday because I was in the hospital for a checkup. Linny did not say that he fainted after quarreling with his wife and leaving home. Instead, he said that he fainted on the road after working overtime and was sent to the hospital. This will also make leaders pay more attention to it. After all, if you suffer a work-related injury or death, it will have a huge impact on the company. Secondly, he briefly explained why he did not go to work yesterday. In this way, even if Wang Kuan says that he was absent from work, there must be a reason for it, and he is not absent from work for no reason. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Yi's words, Zhao Hongyu showed a hint of fear in his eyes. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Why? Then he picked up the pen and signed his name on the note. I've approved your leave application. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. You're welcome. After saying that, Zhao Hongyu picked up the landline phone and dialed a number. Ask Wang Kuan to come to my office. Listening to Zhao Hongyu's words, Lin Yi couldn't help but want to laugh. It seems that the pit I dug worked. Soon, someone knocked on the office door from outside. Enter. As Zhao Hongyu's voice fell, Wang Kuan, who was standing outside the door, pushed it open carefully. He walked in with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, you're looking for me. I'm asking you, did Lin Yi ask for leave from you today? Hearing this, Wang Kuan glanced at Lin Yi, who was standing beside him. I thought to myself, this kid must be reporting me to President Zhao. Thinking of this, the look he gave Lin Yi became vicious involuntarily. Mr. Zhao, the situation is like this. Lin Yi did ask me for leave today, but because he was absent from work yesterday without reason, he still has a lot of work to do, so I didn't approve his leave note for today. Hearing Wang Kuan say this, Zhao Hongyu slapped the table. The sound of bangs scared Wang Kuan. However, before Wang Kuan could react, Zhao Hongyu pointed at Wang Kuan's nose and cursed. Asshole, who gave you the right to let a sick employee come to work? After hearing these words, Wang Kuan was completely stunned. What's going on? Mr. Zhao, What do you mean by you? If you can't explain clearly, then just wait for the consequences. Chapter 12 Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Wang Kuan became anxious when he heard what Zhao Hongyu said. He didn't understand why Mr. Zhao had to deal with him just because an employee's leave application was not approved. What did this kid Lin Yi say to Mr. Zhao? This made Mr. Zhao have such a big opinion of me. So he quickly said, Boss Zhao, did Lin Yi tell you something? Don't just listen to one side of the story. I'm telling you, this guy is definitely fooling you. It seems that Wang Kuan still doesn't realize the seriousness of the matter. Zhao Hongyu was almost laughing because of Wang Kuan. Oh? Then tell me how he fooled me. Mr. Zhao, I don't know what Lin Yi said to you, but please don't believe him. Didn't you tell us before that each department should produce a quarterly report? Then after you issued this notice, I immediately assigned this job to Lin Yi, but Lin Yi actually gave up the job. And yesterday, he just disappeared and was absent from work without reason. When I came this morning, I criticized him a few times. Not only did he not recognize his mistake, he also directly contradicted me in front of all my colleagues. Then he quit his job and asked for leave. He also lied that he was sick and wanted to take sick leave. Now he's gone up the chain of command and is reporting to you. I think an employee like him really shouldn't be in our company anymore. The more Wang Kuan spoke, the more excited and powerful he became. It seems as if Lin Yi is really a cunning and dishonest person who disobeys the company's management. However, Wang Kuan did not notice that Zhao Hongyu's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. That's enough, Wang Kuan. Even at this point, you're still making up lies to deceive me. Zhao Hongyu was so angry that his fingers were shaking. Seeing Zhao Hongyu getting angry, Wang Kuan immediately shrank his neck and swallowed unconsciously. But he still said it with a brave face. Boss Zhao, every word I said is true. Really? Then let me ask you. When I issued the notice, did I tell you that the company attached great importance to this quarterly meeting? The reports of each department shall be made by the heads of your respective departments personally. Who told you to just throw this job to your subordinates? Answer me. Wang Kuan was immediately startled. Subconsciously, I want convenience. But what? I think you just ignored my words. Mr. Zhao, I don't have any. No? If not, why don't you go and complete the task I assigned you yourself? For a moment, Wang Kuan was speechless. At this time, Lin Yi, who was sitting next to him, interrupted with a look of surprise. Minister Wang, that's not right. I've already finished the quarterly report. I sent it to you the night before last. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of Zhao Hongwei and Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan looked surprised. However, Zhao Hongwei was so angry that he slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Wang Kuan's nose and cursed, "Wang Kuan! Wang Kuan! You really take my words as bullshit. Not only did you not do the work I assigned you to do, you are still fucking putting the blame on your employees. The most important thing is that Lin Yi has completed the work, and you actually falsely accuse him of not doing it? What the hell do you want to do?" Wang Kuan also felt aggrieved at this time. "Boss Xiao, I wouldn't dare lie to you about this. Lin Yi really didn't give me the report." Seeing Wang Kuan's confident look, Zhao Hongyu turned his gaze to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi took out his mobile phone calmly. "I opened my email." Then it was handed to Zhao Hongyu. "Mr. Zhao, please see. I sent this report to Minister Wang via WeChat work at 6:10 p.m. the day before yesterday." As he spoke, Lin Yi opened the report directly and let Zhao Hongyu take a look. "Looking at the beautifully crafted PPD and report written in Word on my phone." Zhao Hongyu nodded with appreciation on his face. Then he suddenly looked up and glared at Wang Kuan with a serious and angry look. Wang Kuan was so frightened by this look that his body shivered. At this moment, he was stunned. He only felt a cool breeze on the back of his head. "Now, what else can you quibble with?" "Mr. Zhao, I didn't know Lin Yi sent the report to my corporate WeChat." "You don't know? The fucking facts are right in front of you and you tell me you don't know? What the fuck are you doing? Don't you know?" At this moment, Wang Kuan was scolded so much that he couldn't say a word. Even if he wanted to defend himself, he couldn't. Could he still say that every time employees reported to him, he asked them to print out paper versions of the materials? You should know that for the sake of environmental protection and cost savings, the company promoted paperless office as early as a year ago. If he dares to say now that he doesn't even have the WeChat Enterprise app on his phone, then he must have committed suicide by hanging himself. Now, he just wants to give himself 2 big slaps. "Mr. Zhao, I was wrong." "You're wrong? Judging from your attitude just now, I don't see how you're wrong." Having said that, Zhao Hongyu threw Lin Yi's leave note on the table again. "Come on, tell me now why you didn't sign a leave note for Lin Yi. Did you know that Lin Yi is already sick?" "Mr. Zhao, I see that Lin Yi is in good condition today. He doesn't look sick at all." "Really? Then open your eyes wide and look carefully. What is this?" As he spoke, Zhao Hongyu took out Lin Yi's diagnosis. If Zhao Hongyu wasn't afraid of damaging the diagnosis, he really wanted to throw it in Wang Kuan's face and let this blind guy take a good look. The reason why Zhao Hongyu was so angry was not because Wang Kuan transferred the work he had given him to Lin Yi. It was because Wang Kuan did not sign a sick leave note for Lin Yi. You know, Lin Yi has cancer, and it is related to the heart, a type of malignant tumor. Accompanied by dizziness and vertigo, severe cases may even lead to sudden death. You know, if Lin Yi died suddenly at work, the nature of the situation would be different. At that time, the family members will definitely come to the company to ask for an explanation. If it is determined to be a work-related death, the company's losses will be immeasurable. Wang Kuan, this idiot, actually used his power to deny sick leave to such a sick employee for his own selfish desires. I found him, but he was still talking nonsense and making all kinds of excuses for himself. He was simply lawless. At this time, Wang Kuan was already dumbfounded. He looked at the word cancer written on the diagnosis and shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Yi has always been in good health. He must have fabricated a false medical record. Looking at Wang Kuan's unrepentant look, Zhao Hongyu was really furious. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the official seal of Dinghai City Hospital. Go and forge one for me. I think you are hopeless now." Chapter 13 Lianjia Agent, Zhang Xinyue. Zhao Hongyu was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, and he felt suffocated. At this time, Wang Kuan still looked incredulous. He looked at the hospital's diagnosis, then looked at Lin Yi, who was calm and composed beside him. At this moment, he suddenly felt that all this was a trap set by Lin Yi. "Boss Xiao, this must be fake. It was all fabricated by Lin Yi to frame me." Seeing Wang Kuan still being stubborn, Zhao Hongyu really wanted to kick him out. "Frame you? Do you deserve it? From now on, you are not allowed to enter my office again. Get out. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. I'm asking you to get out. I heard the office door being opened from the inside. In the corridor, the group of people who had stopped to eavesdrop suddenly scattered like birds and beasts. After Wang Kuan left, Zhao Hongyu took a cigarette out of the box and lit it for himself. He urgently needs a cigarette to slow down. After taking a deep breath, he took out another one and handed it to Lin Yi. Shaolin, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Boss, I don't feel wronged about doing my job. I've always taken the company seriously. I do whatever work is assigned to me, no matter how late it is. I just didn't expect Minister Wan to look at me this way. Sigh. After saying this, Lin Yi deliberately made a sad expression. Looking at Lin Yi's aggrieved look, Zhao Hongyu felt that Wang Kuan was even more hateful. I thought to myself that I must deal with Wang Kuan later. Then transfer Wang Kuan away, otherwise who knows how much trouble he will cause in the future. After finishing his cigarette, Zhao Hongyu called the head of the Human Resources Department to his office. The person in charge of human resources is a woman around 35 years old. Pretty face, amazing figure. Wearing a beige business suit, he looks very capable. Mr. Zhao, are you looking for me? Well, it's like this. Soon, Zhao Hongyu told Lin Yi about his situation and directly approved a 1-month sick leave for Lin Yi. And in front of Lin Yi, he directly told the head of human resources to suspend Wang Kuan's position, and then formulate a handling opinion for him based on the situation. After he has reviewed it and confirmed that it is correct, he will hand it over directly to the general office for approval by the party committee for processing. Then Zhao Hongyu asked Lin Yi to leave first. Before leaving, he asked her to get a thorough checkup and go to another hospital, as it might be a misdiagnosis. Although Lin Yi knew that these were Zhao Hongyu's words of comfort, he also showed an expression of being touched at the right time. After leaving Zhao Honyu's office, Lin Yi discovered that Wang Kuan was looking at him stealthily not far away. When Wang Kuan saw Lin Yi coming out, he immediately glared at him fiercely. Apparently, he still believed that Lin Yi was deliberately making fun of him. However, Lin Yi smiled contemptuously. I went downstairs and left the company directly. As for how Zhao Hongyu dealt with Wang Kuan, it actually didn't matter to Lin Yi. But he could imagine that Wang Kuan would either bleed heavily or be wiped out completely. After leaving the company, Lin Yi drove to Lianjia Real Estate. He had 2 goals today, one was to go back to work and take sick leave, and the other was to sell the house. Yesterday when Lin Yi and Lu Yao were shopping, he discovered a problem. Although he can get cash back when spending money on the opposite sex, it cannot exceed his existing funds. So even though Lin Yi saw the Hermes store yesterday, he didn't take Lu Yao in. After all, any one of the bags in there would cost more than 20,000 yuan. Another point is that the divorce agreement states that he needs to pay Li Ro 300,000 yuan within 1 month. Of course he could transfer tens of thousands of yuan to Li Ro, but that would be too much trouble. Besides, this house has already been lived in by that adulterous couple Li Ro and Chen Bin. He had nothing to be nostalgic about. The current goal is to accumulate initial capital and then capture Lu Yao. Then I can use the money earned from cashback to buy a big house. Just walked into Lianjia Real Estate. Then a girl wearing a white shirt, a business suit and a ponytail came up to him. Hello sir, this is Lianjia Real Estate. How can I help you? The girl's voice is very clear and makes people feel very comfortable when listening to it. Lin Yi couldn't help but raise his head, wanting to take a closer look at the other person. I saw that the other person had light makeup on her face and looked very delicate. Especially those almond-shaped eyes, when she smiles, they look like a crescent moon and are very cute. Ding! A suitable consumer has been detected. Do you want to view the information? Hear the prompting voice in your mind. Lin Yi immediately read it silently and checked it. Name, Zhang Xinyue. Age, 23. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 81. AK2. Status, healthy. Favorability, 0. Hello sir, my name is Zhang Xinyue. You can call me Xiaoye or Xiaozhang. Are you looking to buy or sell a house? Hearing Zhang Xinyue ask again, Lin Yi regained his composure. I need to sell my house and then rent another one. Hearing Lin Yi's answer, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but blink. It was the first time she met someone who wanted to sell a house and then rent it out. But she changed her mind and thought that the other party might be in urgent need of money, so he wanted to sell the house and then rent another one. Thinking of this, she did not have any contemptuous thoughts. Instead, because of her professional ethics, she still smiled sweetly. Please wait a moment, sir. After saying that, Zhang Xinyue took out a tablet. Sir, please tell me which neighborhood and building the house you want to sell is located in so I can register it for you. Rooming Community, Building 3, Unit 1, 402, the property's deeded area is 82 square meters. My phone number is 159,434 x times x times x. Excuse me, sir, how much do you plan to sell it for? How much do you think this is worth? Linny asked back. Sir, based on the neighborhood and area you mentioned, the price should be around 630,000 or 640,000. The specific price depends on the layout and decoration of your house. The price quoted by the other party was similar to what Linny had guessed, but his house was newly renovated in the past 2 years and should be able to get a little more. Then Linny sent the photos of his house to the other party, asked them to put it online, and quoted a price of 680,000. Of course, the price can be negotiated. As you can see, the decoration of my house is quite good, so my bottom line is 650,000. If within this month, the final transaction price of the client you found is higher than this, I will transfer the excess amount to you personally afterwards. Hearing Linny say this, Zhang Xinyue was immediately surprised. You know, things are different now than they were a few years ago. When I worked in real estate agency, I could only make money for 3 years after I opened the business. You can make tens of thousands of dollars by just making some adjustments to a house. Now that the internet is powerful, people have become smarter. Many people let the agent take them to see the house, and then he turns around and makes the deal with the landlord privately. Moreover, someone like Linny clearly stated his bottom price and promised that all the extra money would belong to the other party. This situation is simply a stroke of luck. Thank you for your trust, sir. I will definitely try my best to help you find a buyer as soon as possible. Ding! Zhang Xinyue's favorability plus 10. Chapter 14. Mr. Lin, you just gave me 60,000. Linny didn't expect that he just painted a pie in the sky and the other party's favorability increased by 10 points. This made him feel that he could try to conquer the other party. As the saying goes, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat, and a dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit. What's more, the other person looks very fragrant. But Linny was not in a hurry. A good hunter must attack at the right time, otherwise it would be easy to scare the prey away. Don't worry, the promise I made will definitely be effective. Also, after this house is sold, I will need to rent another one. The house should be between 8,100 square meters, clean, and preferably in a new residential complex with parking spaces. The house can be small, but the decoration cannot be shabby, otherwise he will not be comfortable living in it. Of course, this is just excessive. He will definitely buy a new house for himself in the future. After hearing Linny's request, Zhang Xinyue immediately thought of a house that would suit Linny. Mr. Lin, I actually know a house that meets your needs, but the price is a bit higher than the average house. Speaking of this, Zhang Xinyue paused and looked at Linny. If the house is right, the price doesn't matter. After hearing Linny say this, Zhang Xinyue had an idea in her mind. So she quickly swiped her fingers across the tablet a few times. Several photos of beautifully decorated interiors appeared on the screen. Mr. Lin, this house is in the Qingcheng neighborhood. It's 90 square meters. It was just renovated 6 months ago and no one has lived in it. All the furniture and appliances are new. It definitely meets your requirements. Linny took the tablet and was attracted by it at first sight. He likes this minimalist design style very much. Especially the black, white and gray stripes, which make the house look low-key and profound. How much? The minimum rent the landlord gave us was 50,000 yuan a year, with water, electricity, heating and property fees calculated separately. Wow, even though Linny was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the price. You should know that in Jinghai, the average rent for a 90 square meter 2-bedroom apartment is about 20,000 yuan a year. If it is a school district house in a good location and is well decorated, it can be rented for 26,000 to 27,000 yuan a year. However, the Qingcheng community is not located in a commercial street, nor is it a school district housing area. It's just that this community is newly developed and the environment is nice. I didn't expect the landlord to ask for 50,000 yuan directly. This means I don't want to rent it out at all. In fact, Zhang Xinyue felt a little nervous after she quoted the price. Although this house is very good in terms of decoration design and community environment, the price is enough to discourage everyone. After all, the money you spend renting this house for 1 year can be used to rent another house for 2 years. By the way, Mr. Lin, this house also comes with an underground parking space. If you rent the house, you can use the parking space for free. Of course, if you feel it's not suitable, I can help you find something else. No, this is it. What? Originally, Zhang Xinyue was still searching for other properties in her mind, preparing to introduce them to Lin. I didn't expect that the other party actually liked it. However, before Zhang Xinyue could be surprised, she heard Lin say, "Give me your WeChat." Zhang Xinyue subconsciously took out her mobile phone and clicked on the QR code interface. Immediately afterwards, a person named Yifan Fengshun sent a friend request. Zhang Xinyue knew that the person named Yifan Fengshun was Mr. Lin in front of her. So she clicked through without hesitation. What Zhang Xinyue didn't expect was that the two of them had just added each other as friends. Her cell phone began to vibrate. Only then did she discover that a transfer message suddenly appeared in the chat interface between her and Lin. It clearly said that the transfer was 10,000 yuan. Zhang Xinyue looked at Lin with a puzzled look. "Don't just stand there, take it." Looking at the other person's somewhat sluggish appearance, Lin couldn't help but grab the other person's hand. Hold the other person's finger and press receive. You know what, this little hand is quite slippery. Then Lin transferred it to the other party 5 more times. It's 10,000 yuan each time. Looking at the extra 60,000 yuan in WeChat, Zhang Xinyue's brain froze for a moment. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Just call me when you're done. Having said that, Lin stood up and was about to leave. Only then did Zhang Xinyue react and quickly spoke. "Mr. Lin, you just gave me 60,000. I know. I'll treat you to milk tea if you don't mind." After saying that, Lin turned around and gave Zhang Xinyue a bright smile. At this moment, for some reason, Zhang Xinyue suddenly had the illusion that she had just met her school idol for the first time on the playground. However, when Zhang Xinyue got up and chased after him, Lin had already driven away. For a moment, Zhang Xinyue felt unreal. She opened her phone again and looked at the coin purse in her WeChat wallet. 63,985.59 yuan. That's right, there are 60,000 more. But this is too unreal. Does the other party trust me so much? Ding. Zhang Xinyue's favorability plus 20. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from my mind, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. When Lin Yi drove back home, it was already noon. After ordering a bowl of spicy hot pot, he started watching Douyin. It must be said that TikTok has brought a lot of benefits to the general public. What you had to pay to watch before can now be watched for free. There are even many filial netizens who say that his grandfather's generation had a very hard life. He missed the good times now, so he wanted to print all of these out and send them to his grandfather during the Qingming festival. Let his grandfather appreciate it too. As I was scrolling, a WeChat message suddenly popped up. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was the dance anchor Li Wenwen who I had just added as a friend yesterday. "Brothery, I just finished class and will be doing a live broadcast soon. Come and play when you have time." The voice is clean and crisp, with a soft and sweet taste, which makes people know that she is a soft girl at first listen. I have to say that Wenwen is very capable. Just a short sentence piqued Lin Yi's interest. Not long after, Wenwen went online and started live streaming. At this time, Lin Yi had finished his meal and was lying on the bed smoking a cigarette while entering Wenwen's live broadcast room. Since the broadcast has just started, there are not many people in the live broadcast room. Wenwen was not dancing either, but chatting with her friends. But then, Wenwen's eyes widened, because she saw a string of carnivals suddenly floating on the screen. After a brief moment of daze, Wenwen excitedly shouted, "Welcome my brothery home, thank you for the carnival." As she spoke, Wenwen made a heart shape with her hands on her chest. Holy crap! A big boss is coming. Chapter 15 Wenwen PK Ziouu. What's going on? Where did this big guy come from? How did he get 10 carnivals right away? Is this really a live broadcast room with less than 200 people? This is a real boss, I can't criticize him, I can't criticize him. Boss Wenwen is here, why don't you dance quickly? Jump 1. Jump 1. Jump 1. Don't make trouble, just listen to the boss. At this time Wenwen also spoke. Brothery, whatever you want to see, Wenwen will dance for you. Wenwen didn't wear a cheongsam today, but a JK outfit. The clean white shirt is full of Western uniform style. There is also a blue bow tie tied at the collar. It makes her look more sweet and playful. The lower body is matched with a dark blue pleated skirt. The dark blue tone is deep and mysterious, forming a sharp contrast with the white top. The most important thing is that Wonwon was wearing a pair of black over-the-knee stockings today. That's pretty wow. Wonwon, why don't you perform a rice cake dance? As Linny made this suggestion, the less than 200 people in the live broadcast room instantly became excited. Cake dance! Cake dance! Cake dance! +1. Cake dance! +2. Dancing cake dance! +99. Such comments came like a tide, densely covering the entire screen. This live broadcast room with 200 people directly created the effect of 2,000 people. Wenwen's cheeks flushed, she blinked her sparkling eyes, a sweet smile appeared on the corners of her lips, and she bowed slightly to the camera. As long as Brother E likes it, Wenwen will dance for you. She reached out to tuck the loose hair around her ears behind her head, and her fingertips inadvertently brushed across the blue bow tie, the metal buckle reflecting tiny rays of light under the light. Then Wonwon stood up and walked back. The high ponytail tied at the back of her head swings back and forth, making her look very lively. Only then did Linny realize that Wonwon was wearing AJ today. JK, black stockings, and AJ, damn, this is a bit unfair. At this time, the music slowly started. Wonwon tapped the ground with her toes, and her dark blue pleated skirt instantly bloomed into an umbrella shape. Her movements have the unique lazy feeling of Korean dance. Those beautiful almond eyes also became charming with the rhythm of the music. A youthful and beautiful JK with a lazy and charming expression. It makes Wonwon look full of pure desire. In the live broadcast room at this time, the screen is being flooded with countless barrages of comments. Ozzel. I can play with these legs for a year. Black stockings with JK, too foul. Holy crap. Who can handle this? I like Wonwon so much, please don't compete with me for her. I declare that today is Wonwon and I's wedding anniversary. Wife stickers. The black silk is the real body, right? No. It's the black silk holy body. I want to see white silk. I like red. The crazy messages were interspersed with all kinds of exaggerated emojis and emoticons, with a few colorful jokes floating around from time to time. Men are immature before they meet the woman they love. Since meeting Wonwon, I have become independent. What you said above is too corny. Let me tell you, women only slow down my sword drawing speed. In my eyes, all women are like dead bones in a grave. This woman in particular is a rosy skeleton. One look at her makes me stand still. Please stop spamming the comments, it's disturbing my screen time. What the hell? There's another one here who wants to secretly lick the screen, brothers, get him out. I have to say that this little girl Wonwon is really attractive. At this moment, Linny, who was separated by the screen, felt as if he had smoked too much and his throat was dry. I took a sip of iced Hong Bailai to cool myself down. Linny directly brushed 10 more carnivals. However, Wonwon was still dancing hard at this time. She had no idea that Linny had brought her another series of carnivals. At this time, some netizens lost their composure. Many people raised questions. Oh shit, this Yifan Fengshen can't be the manager of that guild. That can't be right. I didn't see the anchor join the guild. If he's not from the guild, then he's a real big shot. Yeah, he's only been here a few minutes, and he's already finished 20 carnivals. Is it really that profitable to be a live streamer now? Brother, I don't know whether being a live streamer can make money, but those who can fuck live streamers are definitely rich. Fuck, that's brilliant. Dude, why do I feel like you've also fucked the anchor? No, I've worked in a few industries, only kindergarten teacher in sales. Oh my god, that's also a senior. You guys are really obsessed with money. If you have money, why not buy some nice things and show some filial piety to your parents? Why do you have to give money to the anchor? You don't understand the world of the rich. Besides, how do you know they don't honor their parents? Rich people buying carnival items is like you buying firecrackers at a small store, they're all about the popping sound. Therefore, we cannot imagine the happiness of rich people. At this time, Wonwon had also finished dancing. When she saw that she had 10 more carnivals as gifts, her eyes suddenly turned into crescents with laughter. Thank you, Brother E, for the carnival. Honestly, I'm jealous. The streamer made 30,000 yuan in just 10 minutes. I work my ass off for a whole month and only make 5,000 yuan. What are you talking about? I haven't had a break for 28 consecutive days, and I only make 4,000 yuan a month. Aren't all the people on Douyin making over 10,000 yuan a month? I always thought I was the only one lagging behind. However, just as the netizens were discussing the matter, a microphone suddenly came into the live broadcast room. She is a female anchor named Xiao Yuyu who can't swim. As soon as the two of them connected to the microphone, the other party greeted them with a smile. Hello, little sister. Hello, you look like a music anchor. At this time, Wenwen had already seen the piano and guitar next to the other person. Yes, miss, what's your type? I'm a dancer. Wow, how about we have a PK match? I'll play the piano and you dance. Hearing Tao Tao say this, the viewers in the two live broadcast rooms suddenly became excited. Rush! I want to see it. Xiao Yuyu's idea is great. I fully support it. Dude, when did you have your hand sawed off? Wenwen accepts the challenge. We are not afraid of him. We have our big brother. Brother E, can I play PK with the opponent? Although Wenwen really wanted to fight, she still asked Lin Yi for his opinion. After all, she is just a small anchor with less than 300 people in her live broadcast room. The only big brother inside was Lin Yi. However, she just looked at the other party's information and found that there were 600 or 700 people watching in the other party's live broadcast room. Obviously, the number of people was much stronger than hers. At this time, Lin Yi was staring at the system panel. Because just as the female anchor named Xiao Yuyu who couldn't swim had just connected with Wenwen online, Lin Yi received a system prompt. Ding! A suitable consumer has been detected. Do you want to check the information? Check. As Lin Yi silently muttered in his heart. The information of the female anchor named Xiao Yuyu who can't swim appeared in front of Lin Yi. Name, Yu Menjing. Age, 20. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall appearance, 89. AK 0. Status, healthy. Favorability, 0. Oh shit. Chapter 16, Pure and Desire Little Fish. Oh shit. When Lin Yi saw that 0, he was immediately excited. Nowadays, there are still original products among the anchors. It's just too rare. You know, after the age of 20, when they go to college or enter society, girls will more or less have had a relationship. So it is almost impossible to meet such a pure girl. The most important thing is that the other person's appearance is as high as 89, which is even more rare. Brother E, are you there? Can I play this PK? Seeing that Lin Yi did not answer, Wenwen thought that he did not hear her, so she asked again. Fight, you must fight, I guarantee you will win. Wenwen, Brother E said so, proving he has Italian guns. So, hurry up and charge. That's right, just do it. Wenwen didn't care what the netizen said below, she only cared about Lin Yi's thoughts. After hearing Lin Yi's agreement, she accepted the PK from the other party. Okay, then you play the piano and I'll dance. If you lose, we'll decide the punishment. If I lose, you'll decide the punishment. Okay. No problem. But first, let's talk about the punishment. If you lose, how about you wear a Lolita dress and take the third test? Wenwen was relieved when she heard that the other party asked her to wear a Lolita dress to take the third subject. Dancing is her strong point, and she also has Lolita clothes. But when it comes to the other party's punishment, Wenwen plans to let Lin Yi do it. Brother E, you decide on the punishment. If she loses, let her wear a sailor uniform and play Caribbean swordplay. Wow! No way, little sister, you have an older brother at home. When Xiao Yuyu saw Wenwen asking her own fans to punish someone, she immediately understood that the other party had a big brother. Otherwise, the host would not designate someone to announce the punishment results. Fortunately, the punishment given by the other party was not very harsh. She had no problem playing Caribbean Sword Immortal. After seeing the two anchors finish their discussion, the netizens below became completely excited. You know, most anchors play PK through chatting or something. This was the first time they had seen someone playing the piano and someone dancing. In particular, the punishment for two people was that one was to wear a Lolita dress and do the third subject, and the other was to wear a sailor suit and play the Caribbean Sword Fairy. Just thinking about it makes me fucking excited. The most important thing is that these two anchors are so beautiful, which is double the happiness. The moment the countdown began, Xiao Yuyu suddenly exerted force with her fingertips. A song called Pure Land of Bliss that became popular all over the internet poured out like a rainstorm. She swayed her body violently to the rhythm, her chestnut curly hair drawing messy arcs in the air, occasionally sweeping across the piano keys, stirring up a series of rapid vibratos. When Wenwen heard the other party's song, she immediately smiled. I thought to myself, this game is a sure win. The other party actually played this song on purpose, just for this kind of show effect. Otherwise, when she performs Flight of the Bumblebee, how will the other party dance? Then she will play her own music and it will be meaningless for the other party to dance. As the piano music became more passionate, Wenwen's dance moves are getting faster and faster. Two people who had never worked together before actually cooperated very well. At this time, I am a fan of both anchors. Netizens also began to vote. The screen is full of flowers and sports cars. The barrage is flying all over the screen. Family members, go for it. Wenwen will win. Right, with our brother E defending the ring, we will definitely win. This game is truly a battle of gods. I really like the opponent, what should I do? Brother, the Huang Jun on the other side asked me to tell you something. If you surrender, you will receive great benefits. Quickly capture these two traitors. When the song was about to end, the time for the PK between the two also entered the countdown. As the seconds, 5, 4, 3, progress. The tower guards in both sides' live broadcast rooms were quickly sending gifts. Linny directly played 10 carnivals in a row. Successfully won this PK. If it weren't for Linny, Wenwen would undoubtedly have been pinned to the ground and rubbed by the other party. After all, although the other party doesn't have a big brother, he has a lot of fans. Now the number of people in his live broadcast room has exceeded 1,500. However, Wenwen only has 700 people. Thank you Brother E for the carnival. After dancing, Wenwen's face was flushed and there was a little sweat on her forehead. At this time, the other anchor pouted. But I wasn't too disappointed. After all, Wenwen has an older brother on her side. Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Xiao Yuyu accepted the defeat, said something to the viewers in the live broadcast room, and went to another room to change clothes. Wow, Xiao Yuyu is going to wear a sailor suit, just thinking about it is exciting. By the way, has Xiao Yuyu ever worn a sailor uniform before? It seems not. Then we are essentially relying on the other person's help to see. Hey bro. You're right, but I also want to see her wearing Lolita. Fuck. You're still looking at the pot while you have your cake and eat it. Don't you want to see it? Think. Not long after, Xiao Yuyu walked into the camera wearing a white and blue sailor suit. However, this appearance was not a big deal. The LSPs in the live broadcast room who were waiting to see Xiao Yuyu wearing a sailor uniform were immediately shocked. The live broadcast room, which was originally as calm as water, was instantly covered by a barrage of comments. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I ate something crazy. No, it's Xiao Yuyu in a sailor uniform who's here. Help! This is too pure desire. This beauty paired with a sailor uniform is instantly a deity. Mom, I'm in love. Everyone stand up. 99. Who is responsible if my monitor gets soaked in water? Are these legs real? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to lick the screen. I was already envious of the streamer across from me wearing a JK top with black stockings, and now Xiao Yuyu is wearing a sailor suit and white stockings, which makes me even more excited. White silk YYDS. Family, who understands? I've been following Xiao Yuyu for half a year, and this is the first time I've seen her wearing this kind of clothing. What a great deal. Haven't you noticed that the material of this clothing is of excellent quality? It could actually hold 2 planets. I recommend permanent skin. The kind that can't be removed. Photographer, give me a chicken drumstick. No, this is a live broadcast. Xiao Yuyu, I, Uchiha Diao, recognize you. Fuck. Where did this idiot come from? Get out of here right away. I called 120 for him. At this time, Linny looked at the little fish on the screen, and his eyes gradually brightened. I have to say, this girl has a pure face, and now when she puts on this sailor suit, she actually gives people the illusion of white moonlight. At this time, Xiao Yuyu folded her hands in front of her chest, turned around to show off the hem of her sailor uniform, and winked at the camera playfully, "No screenshots allowed." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he did, these netizens started to get angry again. "I don't take screenshots, I record the screen. I don't take screenshots, I use screen recording." 30. Xiao Yuyu, go ahead and start playing. Don't pay attention to these LSPs. My tongue is numb from waiting. Holy crap. Could you be the legendary little silver bug Joe Badong, who was known for his debates with scholars? When you retired from the literary world, I was strongly opposed to it. Chapter 17 Caribbean Sword Immortal. At this time, Xiao Yuyu was not paying attention to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Instead, she walked gently to the piano and sat down. 10 slender jade fingers gently rested on the piano keys. As the sound of the piano rang out, a feeling like the ocean came over me. Captain Jack, the blue sky has died, the yellow sky is now established. The year is jazzy, the world is blessed, the ship is coming. Now I'm going to explain the third episode of Pirates of the Caribbean, where Li Xiaoyao plots to seize the Black Pearl, and the Shushan siege of the Cape of Good Hope. Drunken swordsman, today's rum is pretty good. Zhao Linger, let us have some. I was feeding the donkeys in the pen when they stopped grazing and looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. Curious, I locked eyes with them for a few seconds. I could tell from their eyes that they wanted to ride me to Mount Shu. This song is so touching. Every time I hear it, it reminds me of the time when Mao Mao traded his meat for rum. Oh, enough talk, I'm going to go get a drink. Some of the newcomers were a little confused for a while. Wait. Is this Pirates of the Caribbean? No. I think I see Captain Jack in a black Taoist robe, a flying sword under his feet, his hands behind his back, muttering, "If Sparrow hadn't been born, the world of naval warfare would have been dark forever." No, why do you all think of Li Xiaoyao and Captain Jack, while my mind is full of Long Kui wearing a sailor suit and stockings? Holy crap! There's actually an expert out there. I have to say that although this song Caribbean Swordsman is a bit of a spoof, Xiao Yuyu's performance is indeed very nice. Linny directly went through 10 carnivals. Xiao Yuyu's fingertips hovered above the piano keys, the corners of her eyes curved into crescents, and she gave a playful salute to the camera. Brother Yi is so generous. Thank you for my brother Yi's carnival. One on the other side was also a little envious. You know, she actually likes playing musical instruments, but her talent is in dancing, so she can only make some noise with musical instruments. After the song ended, Linny gave the other party another 10 carnivals. This made Xiao Yuyu very excited. I decisively added Lin E's private message in the background. Ding. Favorability from Menjing plus 10. Okay, I'm going to log off now. I'll come back to listen to you play the piano when I have time. Ah. Goodbye, Brother E. Brother E, remember to read the private messages. You are welcome to come to Xiao Yuyu's live broadcast room anytime. Family members, please help me say farewell to my brother E. As Xiao Yuyu finished speaking, a barrage of comments suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Uncle, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. Uncle, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. 10. Uncle, take care. Come visit us often when you have time. 66. After returning to One's live broadcast room, Linny asked the little girl to dance. Spring is not late again. Okay, Brother E. One is still as gentle as ever. Maybe it was because Linny had just given the other party 20 carnivals. Or maybe it was because Xiao Yuyu was also very beautiful, which put some pressure on her. So One danced extra seriously this time. That face with Jiangnan characteristics, coupled with the curvy figure, as well as today's JK in long legs and black stockings, instantly makes the dance of Spring is not late full of unique flavor. All Linny felt was rising anger. In the past, he almost never watched live broadcasts because of Li Ro. Even if I just watch it, I won't have any extraordinary thoughts. But now it's different, he is single again. And with the support of the system, he became more and more courageous. An evil idea slowly took shape in his mind. As long as you are brave enough, the fairy will take maternity leave. Give more money, and the saint will warm your bed. I just don't believe you can stand the test of money. When the dance ended, all the netizens were horrified. Linny even quickly smoked a cigarette to cool himself down. Then Linny said goodbye to One and told her to watch her live broadcast again tomorrow. Before leaving, I gave Wenwen 10 more carnivals. Seeing the carnival filling the entire screen, Wenwen's breath was sweet with joy. Thank you, Brother E. Goodbye, Brother E. After exiting the live broadcast room, Linny discovered that there were no less than 40 unread messages in his private message backend. Almost all of them are new accounts. He found Xiao Yuyu and clicked on it. It contained some words of thanks to himself and the other party's WeChat message. Linny added the friend without thinking. The other party agreed almost immediately and sent a message soon after. It seems that the other person has been looking at his phone. Otherwise it wouldn't be so fast. Brother E, I am Xiao Yuyu. I know. Are you off the air? Yes, I just finished the broadcast. I'm sorry for making you spend money today. Linny tapped the screen with his fingertips, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. You played well, you deserve it. Just after sending, a dialog box pops up. The other party is typing. Then a series of messages with cat emojis popped up. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao Yuyu is so happy. 2 cute emoticons were added at the end. Actually, you can make a living by relying on your looks. Really? Brother E? Certainly. Next time, Brother E comes, what do you want to see me wear while playing the piano? She added with a shy expression. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Is Bai Yueguan, who looks pure, actually so flirty in private? However, when he thought that the other person was a 22-year-old student with a score of 0, Linny gave up the idea. This girl is at most a talker who throws heavy punches on the internet. I guess they are quite cowardly in real life. Otherwise, if he had been so reckless, he would have been killed long ago. Next time, you can wear a stepmother group or a yellow battle shirt. The message was sent for a long time, but there was no response from the other party. Just when Linny was about to quit the chat and think about what to eat in the evening, the other party sent him a photo. Brother, is this what you are talking about? I saw that the person in the photo was Xiao Yuyu. She was wearing the yellow battle robe that was very popular on the internet. Her tall figure is like a clothes hanger, perfectly supporting this sexy dress. The V-neck design makes her white and delicate collarbone faintly visible. The skirt is cut with a high slit, which rises slightly as she sits, revealing a section of her smooth thigh, which has a pearly luster under the warm light. In the photo, Xiao Yuyu is leaning on the sofa. A nude side-hole high-heeled shoe was lifted up by her jade foot, revealing her pink heel. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth that was 3 parts lazy and 7 parts charming. The whole person looks full of temptation. At this moment, Linny was a little stunned. My throat rolled up and down unconsciously. I couldn't help but utter the word national quintessence in my heart. Fuck. Wasn't he at the pure white moonlight that was promised? How come she looks like a lecherous girl after changing into those clothes? The key point is that you are so seductive, do your parents know? Buzz. Buzz. Chapter 18. You have a good figure. Buy me some nice clothes. I love to see them. 2 consecutive shocks brought Linny back to his senses. I saw 2 voice messages coming from Xiao Yuyu. Then Xiao Yuyu's voice, filled with laughter and wrapped in electricity, came. Brother, why aren't you talking? Don't you think it looks good? The ending tone rises slightly, with a coquettish drawl. Linny felt numb all over after hearing this. The anger that had just subsided suddenly rose up again. Oh my god, is this really the original product? This is too good. Could it be that you made a mistake with the system? Host, please do not question the professionalism of this system. Xiao Yuyu, you're making it difficult for me. What's wrong, brother? Xiao Yuyu asked curiously. Originally I admired your talent, but now you've made me fall in love with someone else and start admiring your looks. Xiao Yuyu sent a series of emojis of people covering their mouths and laughing, followed by a trembling voice message, the ending of which made people feel itchy. Brother, don't. Actually, I want my brother to appreciate my looks and talent. To be honest, at this moment Linny hated himself a little. I hate that I'm home alone now. If Lu Yao was around, she could definitely turn the tables on the opponent. However, when he thought of Lu Yao, Linny calmed down. Lu Yao, that little slut, already has 55 points of favorability, and I haven't even had the chance to eat her yet. This little Yuyu only has 10 points of favorability, but he is so enthusiastic towards me, obviously he has other intentions. As for what the picture is about, it goes without saying. However, Linny doesn't care whether the other party has ulterior motives or not. It's better if the other party has ulterior motives, as that way it will be easier to control him. As for Xiao Yuyu's idea, it was actually very similar to Lin Yi's guess. As someone who grew up in a well-off family, when she was playing PK with Wenwen, she found that Lin Yi was definitely a real boss. And it's the kind that doesn't take money as money. She calculated that when she and Wenwen were piking, Lin Yi gave Wenwen 10 carnivals. When I accepted the loss and completed the punishment, the other party also gave me 10 carnivals, and gave me another 10 carnivals before leaving. Just from what she saw, there were 30 carnivals. Each carnival cost 3,000 yuan, so 30 of them would cost 90,000 yuan. Xiao Yuyu didn't believe that the other party hadn't brushed in Wenwen's live broadcast room before. So just now Lin Yi had to spend at least 100,000 yuan. Without some strength, who would spend 100,000 yuan to brush the anchor? Of course, if you are an ordinary big brother, it is normal to spend tens of thousands of yuan. But after those big brothers finish brushing, they will ask the anchor this and that. Some even send private messages to the anchor in the background, asking for a date or something. Once you refuse, the other party will never give you any gifts again. Xiao Yuyu has met many such people before. She could understand this, but she didn't like it. As for Lin Yi, it was a little different. He was very low-key throughout the whole process. Apart from giving gifts, he just said a few words when he left. It seems that he doesn't have much sexual interest in her. Of course, it is also possible that Lin Yi hit it deeper than others, so he did not reveal his need right away. But no matter which case it is, it shows that Lin Yi is a big brother with a very high level. Licking such a big brother is always better than licking those other fake big brothers. Since she was a child, Yu Menjiying's mother told her that a woman should live a good life. Or born to live in a castle. Or maybe the man is good. Although her family conditions are okay, they are still far from what she thinks is good. The reason why she has remained single for so many years is not because no one pursues her, nor is it because she has seen through the world and wants to be alone until old age. It's just because she hasn't met the top boss who can make her obey his orders. At this time, Lin Yi was smoking a cigarette and looking at the other person's photo. My heart is burning with passion. For this kind of benefit, Lin Yi hopes that the other party will give as much as possible. He clicked on the WeChat transfer button and sent the other party 10 payments of 10,000 yuan each. You have a good figure. Buy me some nice clothes. I love to see them. Xiao Yuyu looked at the neatly arranged bank transfers and was stunned for a moment. 1, 2, 3, 510. 100,000? Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuyu was ecstatic. My guess turned out to be correct. The other party was definitely a big brother with some strength. Ding! Menjiying's favorability plus 20. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Lin Yi smiled. It really is true that money makes the world go round. Whether it is a chaste and heroic woman or a lewd and charming slut. As long as the money is in place, legs in M position. 100,000 yuan in exchange for 20 points of favorability, worth it. At the same time, Jinghai City Hospital. Lu Yao was in the bathroom, secretly looking at her phone. When she got home last night, she couldn't fall asleep for a long time. All she could think about was Lin Yi buying her a cell phone, shoes, stockings, and treating her to seafood. It's not that she is short-sighted. She fell in love with Lin Yi just because he bought her something. But according to normal logic, Lin Yi bought so many things for her and spent tens of thousands of dollars. You should put forward some conditions to her, or ask her for help. But the other party didn't mention anything, which left her puzzled. She didn't believe that Lin Yi had no sexual interest in her. You know, she's not bad-looking. If you want good looks, you have them. If you want a good figure, you have it. Much stronger than Li Ro. But why has Lin Yi not sent her any message since he returned last night until now? This is very unscientific. This also aroused her extremely strong curiosity. I'm curious about what Lin Yi is going to do and why he is doing this. Li Ro always said that Lin Yi had no money, but where did the money come from when he treated her to a meal yesterday? It can't be the strong wind. Driven by curiosity. Lu Yao decided to call Li Ro first to find out the situation. After all, she and Li Ro are best friends. Since her best friend is getting divorced, she should at least call her to show her concern. Thinking of this, Lu Yao pressed the dial button. Soon, the call was connected. Hey! Yao Yao. Li Ro's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Ro, are you really divorced? Lu Yao pretended to have just learned about this and sounded surprised. Yes, I got divorced yesterday. I'm completely free now. Congratulations, sister. Li Ro's tone was full of excitement. How can you get divorced just like that? It feels so sudden. What's so sudden about this? I've wanted to divorce him for a long time. But isn't Lin Yi very good to you? What's good about him? He's such a poor bastard. He always refused to let me buy an iPhone when I wanted to. He said that I just replaced my phone last year and there was no need to replace it this year as the upgrade was not big. Let me tell you, if I had known he was so poor before we got married, I definitely wouldn't have married him. I was so blind at the time. Chapter 19, Emotional Value in Place. Listening to Li Ro's complaints, Lu Yao couldn't help but frown. Last year, Li Ro spent 9,000 yuan to buy a 15 Pro, and has been using it for less than a year. Now I actually want to change to 16 Pro Max. I have to say that this is indeed a bit of a luxury for an ordinary family. But she also wants to buy a new phone every year. If Lin Yi hadn't bought her the 16 Pro Max yesterday, she would still be using the previous 13 Pro. Thinking of this, Lu Yao was secretly delighted. After all, her best friend wanted to change her phone but Lin Yi didn't let her. Instead, he took the initiative to give himself a new mobile phone. Although there was nothing going on between her and Lin Yi, for some reason, Lu Yao felt the urge to have an affair. If Lin Yi wants to get back together with you, will you agree? Lu Yao asked tentatively. Stop it, Yao Yao. I finally divorced him, how could I possibly get back together with him? Actually, I think Lin Yi is a pretty good person. Who knows, he might become rich someday. Prosperous? If he could become prosperous, even pigs could climb trees. No, Yao Yao, that guy must have come to you to ask for mercy. I'm telling you, I will never reconcile with him, not in this lifetime, so just let him give up on that idea. Hearing Li Ro's firm tone, Lu Yao actually breathed a sigh of relief. But she continued to ask, what if Lin Yi suddenly becomes rich one day, won't you come back to him? No, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you today? Did you accept any benefits from him? You kept praising him in my ear all day long. When Lu Yao heard Li Ro ask this, she felt a little guilty for a moment. He quickly denied it. No way. I just think Lin Yi is a pretty good person. If you think it's good, then keep it for yourself. I won't go back to him anyway. Okay, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. I'm going shopping with my darling. After saying that, Li Ro didn't give Lu Yao any chance to speak again and hung up the phone. However, what Li Ro didn't know was that at the same time she hung up the phone, her best friend Lu Yao had a smug smile on her face at this moment. Ro, you said you didn't want this. If Lin Yi ends up in my hands in the future, don't regret it. On the other end, Lin Yi and Xiao Yuyu had just finished chatting. The phone started ringing. When I picked it up, I saw that it was the female salesperson from Lianjia Real Estate this morning, Zhang Xinyue. So he pressed the answer button. Hello? Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Xiaoye from Lianjia Real Estate. I know you. Ah. It's like this, Mr. Lin. After you left, I contacted the landlord and explained your intention to rent the house. The landlord said she was abroad and asked me to be the full agent. After hearing Zhang Xinyue say this, Lin Yi understood what was going on. I told you before I left this morning that I'll leave this matter entirely to you, so you don't need to ask me again. I just want to ask when I can move in. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Zhang Xinyue quickly replied. Any time, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi looked at the time and felt that it was a little late today. So he said, then let's do it tomorrow. I'll come to your store tomorrow morning to see you. Okay, Mr. Lin. By the way, you should also pay attention to my house. I told you, I only want 650,000. The extra money is all yours. Don't worry, I will find a buyer as soon as possible. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. After thinking about it, I found Zhang Xinyue's WeChat again. I directly transferred 10,000 yuan to the other party. I'm very satisfied with what I did today. It's hot, so I'll leave this for you to buy some milk tea. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue was stunned when she saw the 10,000 yuan sent by Lin Yi. This morning, Lin Yi transferred 60,000 yuan to her. After paying the rent of 50,000, the remaining 10,000 is given to her. Of course, the company will charge the client an agency fee equal to 1 month's rent. That is 4,000 yuan. She kept the remaining 6,000 for herself as an extra tip. At that time, Zhang Xinyue felt that Lin Yi was a generous person. However, what she didn't expect was that she told the other party that the house had been rented and they could move in tomorrow, but the other party transferred another 10,000 yuan to her. And he clearly said that the weather was hot and he saved it for himself to buy milk tea. Zhang Xinyue looked at the 10,000 yuan on her phone. Take a deep breath. I thought to myself, is this guy trying to seduce me? Although I admit that I am quite pretty, this is not the way you should seduce me. He just throws money around like a frog, which is really brutal, but I like it. Ding. Zhang Xinyue's favorability +5. Listening to the prompt sound coming from his mind, Lin Yi smiled. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xinyue sent a message. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely live up to your expectations and find a buyer as soon as possible. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. At night, Lin Yi finished updating his novel and went to sleep. The next day. When Lin Yi opened his eyes, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He picked up his phone and looked at it. I found several unread messages. Among them, one posted the most. Good morning, Brother E. The weather is nice today, and the wind is filled with the fragrance of flowers. A photo was posted later. It's 1-1. In the photo, she is wearing outdoor yoga clothes. The mauve yoga clothes make her eyes and eyebrows look gentle. Behind her was a tall albizia tree, its crown like an open green umbrella, casting a large area of shade under the scorching sun in early June. It was the flowering season of the albizia julibrisson trees. The branches were dotted with pink and white pom-pom-shaped flowers, swaying gently in the wind. From time to time, a few fuzzy petals fell on her soft hair, as if sprinkling bits of poetry on this world. Brother E, isn't this place beautiful? Brother E, I have to go back to class. We'll talk when we have time. Xiao Yuyu also sent a message. A video is also attached. In the photo, Xiao Yuyu was wearing cartoon pajamas, sitting in front of the piano facing the rising sun and playing. However, the song in it is the Dragon Ball theme song that Lin Yi is very familiar with. The color card touches, I touch the donkey, tear open the clothes, take out a bag of stockings, a pair of pants. Good morning, brother. This is the new song I learned. Do you like it? Don't laugh at me if I don't play it well, because you are the first person to hear me play this song. Kawaii smiley face JPG. Lin Yi once again experienced the happiness that money brought him. I just transferred money to the other party yesterday, and today I paid back this little emotional value. All I can say is that poverty really limited his imagination in the past. And this is just a transfer of 100,000 to the other party. This is if one transfers 1 million or 10 million at a time. Then the other party would have to lick him to the sky. Chapter 20. Come, sit next to me. Lin Yi first replied to 1-1. Study hard. Then he typed to Xiao Yuyu. You play well. It's quite innovative to use this song to wake me up. Maybe both of them were busy, so they didn't reply immediately. Lin Yi got up, washed, and drove to Lianjia Real Estate. Today he is going to find Zhang Xinyue to get the key to the new house. When Lin Yi came to Lianjia, I saw Zhang Xinyue busy greeting a customer. At this time, Zhang Xinyue also saw Lin Yi. She gave Lin Yi an apologetic look, and then handed her customer to her colleague. Ask a colleague to help introduce the house. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, a customer just came to inquire about the house. Fine. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Xinyue took out the lease contract and keys. Let's go, Mr. Lin. Zhang Xinyue did not ride her yachty, but sat on the passenger seat of Lin Yi's car. What surprised Zhang Xinyue was why Lin Yi, who was so generous, only drove a Volkswagen Bora. This is obviously not in line with the other party's worth. Or is it that the other party's strength is all fake? Just want to seduce yourself? Otherwise, why would you rent a house? In an instant, several questions emerged in Zhang Xinyue's mind. Lin Yi knew about the Qingqing Yijing community. So I didn't ask Zhang Xinyue to show me the way. Soon Lin Yi drove to the Qingqing Yijing community. The security guard at the door saw that it was an unfamiliar license plate number, so he did not let the car pass, but came over to ask questions. Only after knowing that the other party had rented a house here did they let him in. Building 9, Unit 1, 1602. The moment Lin Yi stepped into the room, His attention was attracted by the interior decoration. The entire house is covered with milky white soft light marble tiles, giving off a warm matte finish. The walls are mainly matte white, interspersed with a few dark gray geometric lines. The ceiling does not have a complicated suspended ceiling, but is outlined only by a circle of black metal strips, which is simple and neat without losing texture. The dark brown leather sofa in the living room looks very low-key. But the delicate texture on the surface makes people feel that this thing is quite expensive at first glance. Linny sat on it. It was soft, yet supportive. The coffee table and TV cabinet also come as a set. And they are all made of marble, with great texture. Linny looked at the TV facing him and found that it was a Sony. Linny would not be surprised if this house was used as a wedding house. Then Linny looked at the bedroom again. I found that the bed and mattress were both Simmons. The bathroom is also designed to separate wet and dry areas, with the walls and floors covered with jazz white marble tiles. Ceramic faucets look very delicate and are not easy to get dirty. Smart toilets, constant temperature showers and other bathroom facilities are all available, and they are all the most popular styles. It must be said that the landlord must have put a lot of thought into this house. Linny stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, looking at the lush greenery of the community downstairs, and the corners of his lips unconsciously rose. This house is really nice, completely exceeded my expectations. $50,000 a year, it's worth it. Normally, houses with this level of decoration are usually used for personal use and are not rented out. Although the rent was more than twice the market price, Linny felt that he had gotten a great bargain. Seeing Linny's satisfied expression, Zhang Xinyue also smiled. As long as you are satisfied. Mr. Lin, this is the access card to the community and the key to the house. Now, as long as you sign the contract, all the procedures will be completed. Linny took a quick look at the contract and then signed his name. After glancing at the time, Linny said with a smile. It's noon, let's go and have a meal together. Zhang Xinyue thought to herself when she heard Linny invite her to dinner together. Here he comes. It seems like he really wants to seduce me. However, Zhang Xinyue did not dare to refuse. After all, this big brother had just given her a tip of 10,000 yuan yesterday. If I refuse, I might end up annoying the other person. Besides, it's just a meal together. If I refuse, it would be too petty. Left the Qingcheng Yijing community. The two drove to a high-end hot pot restaurant in Jinghai. Dingshan Beef Seafood Hot Pot. Previously, Linny had seen a promotional video of this hot pot restaurant on Douyin. I have to say, it was pretty wow. Whether it is the decoration or the dishes, they all reveal one word: expensive. The taste is of course quite good too. However, when Linny saw in the comments section that people who had eaten there said that the average consumption per person in this restaurant was around 1,000 yuan, Linny backed down. A man with money is a real man, a man without money is a difficult man. At that time, Linny's monthly salary was only a little over 5,000 yuan, and he couldn't bear to eat a 1,000 yuan hot pot by himself. So I never came here. But now it's different. Now that he has the system, he naturally wants to experience it. When Linny drove the car into the parking lot, a security guard came jogging over and gave one-on-one instructions. And the quality of security is also very high. He didn't show any disdain just because Linny was driving a broken Volkswagen. Instead, he respectfully led Linny to find a suitable parking space. At this moment, Linny suddenly understood why rich people were willing to dine in high-end restaurants. Because before you even enter the door, the other party has already made you feel what dignity is. Welcome to Dingshan Beef Seafood Hot Pot. May I ask how many people are you, sir? A tall young woman in black business attire and silk stockings greeted Linny with a professional smile. You too, find us a bigger table, preferably a private room. Sir, the thing is, our private rooms here have a minimum consumption, and the smallest private room is for 5 people, please see. Okay, let's get a private room. Yes sir, please follow me. As she spoke, the beautiful lady led Linny and Zhang Xinyue upstairs. At this time, Zhang Xinyue followed Linny like a curious baby. A pair of big watery eyes looked around secretly. She has never eaten here before. Faced with such a luxuriously decorated restaurant, I instinctively felt a sense of timidity. However, although Linny had never been here before, he had infinite confidence now that he had the system. Arriving at the box, Linny found a place to sit down casually. Seeing Zhang Xinyue standing there somewhat awkwardly, he smiled and spoke. Come, sit next to me. As he spoke, Linny pointed to the seat next to him. Zhang Xinyue pursed her lips and sat down as Linny said. But there was still a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Just order whatever you want. After saying that, he asked the waiter to hand the menu to Zhang Xinyue. It must be said that high-end restaurants are great because they use tablets to order food. Zhang Xinyue glanced at the tablet and quickly declined. Mr. Lin, you should order. Just order what I ask you to order, you're welcome. Then Linny turned around and said to the service staff. Introduce her to the characteristics of your store. Chapter 21. Zhang Xinyue, who didn't dare to order food. The waiter held the tablet in both hands, bowed slightly, turned the screen towards Zhang Xinyue, and smiled a sweet professional smile. Ma'am, our Dingshang beef specialty is mainly premium Wagyu beef and freshly caught seafood. Look at this Australian M9 Wagyu beef. Only 3% of each cow is carefully selected, and the marbled texture is as even as snowflakes. A hot pot of hot pot golden soup takes only 8 seconds, and it melts in your mouth with a milky aroma. She tapped her fingertips, and the screen switched to a picture of a plate of bright red meat rolls. Below the picture, there is a striking number 299 yuan per copy. Zhang Xinyue's breathing suddenly stopped and her eyelashes trembled violently. Before she could come to her senses, the waiter pointed to another picture. This is Japanese A5 Wagyu beef, with fat distribution like falling cherry blossoms. I recommend using Dingwei beef spicy hot pot, as the spiciness will bring out the deeper sweetness of the beef. Price, 499 yuan copy. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue only felt her heartbeat suddenly speed up. You should know that a portion of meat roll is about 250 grams, which is half a pound. So, after conversion, 1 pound of meat costs 1,000 yuan. This is too luxurious. She had seen it on Douyin before, where a certain big anchor went out for a meal and spent 6,000 or 7,000 yuan per person. At that time, she was just watching the fun and didn't feel anything. But now that she was sitting here herself and saw that a plate of meat cost 499 yuan, she realized that the high-end life had always been there, but she had not been exposed to it. Seeing that Zhang Xinyue didn't say anything, the waiter turned to the seafood page again. These are freshly caught 4 whole abalone today, each one is over 15 centimeters long. Paired with our healthy mushroom king soup base, the flavor is doubled. There are also 3 ways to eat king crab: crab legs sashimi, crab body hot pot, and crab shell porridge. The whole set costs only 2,888 yuan. If you like shrimp, our Botan shrimp are also very delicious. The shrimp brain is sweet and the shrimp meat is chewy. It is sashimi level quality and many customers are full of praise. Listening to the waiter's introduction, Zhang Xinyue nervously swallowed secretly. Mr. Lin, why don't you order it? To be honest, Zhang Xinyue really didn't dare to order. The cheapest dish here was baby cabbage, which cost 58 yuan per plate. Anything that looks a bit high-end will cost either a few hundred or a few thousand. This really made Zhang Xinyue a little scared. I told you to order, so just order boldly. What? Are you afraid I'll leave you here washing dishes? Linny smiled and made a joke. That's not Mr. Lin. If not, then hurry up and order more. I'm hungry. After saying that, Linny took out a cigarette and started smoking. Seeing Linny's attitude, Zhang Xinyue gritted her teeth and ordered a plate of vegetables, a plate of Wagyu beef, and a plate of tripe. Looking at the dishes ordered by Zhang Xinyue, Linny's brows were furrowed. Do you think this is enough for the 2 of us? Go ahead and order within 10,000. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Xinyue took a breath of cold air. What a joke, how could the 2 of us possibly eat something worth $10,000? However, since Linny had already said this, Zhang Xinyue did not hesitate and directly ordered all the dishes recommended by the waiter. She silently calculated in her mind that this meal would cost at least 6,000 yuan. 6,000 yuan. She works from dawn to dusk, and only earns a little over 6,000 yuan a month. This meal cost her a month's salary. Hot pot does not require cooking. It can be served directly on the table after the kitchen cuts it. So it wasn't long before the waiter came in pushing a food cart. Then he said something to Linny and started serving the dishes, while introducing the dishes to Linny and Zhang Xinyue. Looks very professional. Linny leaned back in his chair, watching the waiter's back as he served the dishes. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It must be said that there is a reason why this hot pot restaurant has become so big and strong. Regardless of whether the food tastes good or not, just the waiter who serves the food is obviously carefully selected by the boss. He is young, has a good figure, and looks energetic and capable in his service uniform. And the posture of serving food, with the body leaning forward, the buttocks slightly raised, and the S-shaped curve, is very graceful. In this pleasant environment, the taste of the hot pot seems less important. Just as Linny was admiring the waiter serving the dishes, the phone on the table vibrated twice. I picked it up and opened it, and it turned out to be a message from Won. "Brother E, I'm done with get out of class." It was followed by a selfie of her at school. In the photo, Won is wearing a floral dress with a sunny smile on her face. Looks very sweet. The background behind her is the teaching building. This is the teaching building of Jinghai University. A few years have passed and it's still the same. Looking at the familiar teaching building, Linny suddenly remembered his college days, so he replied casually, "I haven't been back to visit my alma mater in years. Are you going to the cafeteria?" "Yes, Brother E. How about you? Have you had lunch?" A soft and sticky voice full of Jiangnan woman's voice came from Linny's mobile phone. This made Zhang Xinyue, who was sitting next to her, prick up her ears immediately. "I just finished my work and am ready to eat." As he spoke, Linny casually took a video and sent it to Won. However, not long after that, Won sent an emoticon of a shocked cat head. "Brother E, which restaurant are you in? This hot pot looks delicious." "I'm at Dingshan Beef Seafood Hot Pot City. If you want to eat, I'll bring you there later." "Really?" "Brother E, I haven't been there yet." Although Won has never been to Dingshan Beef, it doesn't mean that she doesn't know about this restaurant. Many top-rich second generations have been to their school. There was a girl in their dance department who had previously gone to Dingshan Beef restaurant with a rich second-generation man. When he came back, his tail was up in the air, and he showed off to them, saying how great the place was. She didn't expect that Linny also went there to eat. Of course it's true. "Since you're also in Jinghai, if you want to go eat there, just come find me and I'll take you there." When I heard Linny say this, Won was very conflicted about whether to agree directly. But she knew that once she met Linny now, it would mean that she would suddenly become the top anchor on the list. This is not a date for young lovers. It was a solo match between the anchor and the top guy on the list. A one-stop service of eating, drinking, and having fun is definitely essential. And the playing is the highlight. As long as you play well, you will get plenty of gifts from Big Brother. But Won had not made up her mind yet. "Thank you, Brother E, but I have a lot of classes recently, so I can't go for the time being." After saying that, he also made a little expression of grievance. Chapter 22 Suddenly being despised. Hearing Won say this, Linny understood. What he said just now was also a test. But judging from the results, the time is not right yet. "Okay, then tell me when you want to eat." Linny once again left the other party with an opening. "Thank you, Brother E. Okay, I'll eat first and talk to you later." After saying that, Linny ended the chat with Won. Zhang Xinyue, who was standing aside, couldn't help but look at Linny. She had been paying attention to the conversation between Linny and the girl. Even though the girl called Linny brother, but from listening to their conversation, they are not siblings, but more like lovers. However, just as Zhang Xinyue was thinking, another girl's voice sounded on Linny's phone. This voice was obviously more tempting than the previous one. "Brother, what are you busy with?" "I'm live streaming, do you want to come and play?" The person who spoke was Xiaoyu Menjiang. This girl's personality doesn't match her appearance at all. Beneath her pure white moonlight appearance, she possesses a voice that sounds like she's taken drugs. When men hear this, their hormones will unconsciously burn. Linny replied with an okay, then directly opened Douyin and entered Xiao Yuyu's live broadcast room. As soon as he entered, Xiao Yuyu shouted excitedly, "Welcome my brother E to the live broadcast room." However, within 2 seconds, Xiao Yuyu continued to shout, "Thank you Brother E for the carnival." However, what Xiao Yuyu didn't know was that she expressed her gratitude in the live broadcast room. It directly attracted Zhang Xinyue, who was sitting next to Linny. When she has nothing to do, Zhang Xinyue also watches live broadcasts on Douyin. And those who are selling houses now also use Douyin to post short videos to attract traffic. So she is quite familiar with Douyin live streaming. Especially the 3 words carnival are very familiar to her. This is the most expensive gift on Douyin, costing 3,000 yuan each. However, Zhang Xinyue's shock was not over yet, because at this time Xiao Yuyu in the live broadcast room shouted, Brother E, you don't need to brush it anymore. You've already brushed 10 carnivals. Brother E, whatever song do you want to hear, Xiao Yu will play it for you. Linny typed directly in the live broadcast room. Just sing a song, I'm about to eat. Seeing Linny say this, Xiao Yu quickly responded. Okay, Brother E. However, just when Xiao Yu was still thinking about what song to play, the comments section below exploded. Holy crap! A big shot is a big shot. He just came here and cleared 10 carnivals, just to listen to the host play a song while eating? Luxury. Host, play the Great Wall. That's a glowing dish. To the Great Wall. The Great Wall. 10. The Great Wall. 66. Brother E, can I go to the Great Wall? Okay. Immediately afterwards, a piece of music that made people feel that the food would glow was played in the live broadcast room. Ding dang dang ding dang ding dang ding dang. Linny listened to the music, smiled, picked up a piece of Wagyu beef roll and began to taste it. Zhang Xinyue, who was standing by, was in a daze. My mind is full of the sentence, Brother E, you don't need to grind anymore, you have already grinded 10 carnivals. What's going on? Watching a live broadcast, I saw 10 carnivals as soon as I entered? A meal cost more than 6,000 yuan, it can only be said that Linny went there to experience the delicious food. But I spent 30,000 yuan just to watch a live broadcast. What is this? This is a complete waste of money. No matter how rich your family is, you wouldn't build it like this. On the other hand, if Linny has money, why would he sell his house and then rent one? Suddenly Zhang Xinyue thought of a possibility. That was the house that Linny sold in order to give a reward to the anchor. Then I had no place to live, so I had to rent a house again. This thought has already appeared and occupied Zhang Xinyue's entire brain. And the more I think about it, the more reasonable the situation becomes. For a moment, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but despise Linny in her heart. Because in her opinion, this is just a skinny donkey pulling hard shit, and it's just showing off even though you have no money. Moreover, selling houses to reward anchors is even more ridiculous than those who take out loans to buy luxury cars. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue suddenly felt that Linny was a bit disgusting, and her favorability towards him dropped sharply. Ding! Zhang Xinyue's favorability 20. Linny was originally listening to music and tasting delicious Wagyu beef. Suddenly I heard a prompt in my mind. Then he looked at Zhang Xinyue with some surprise. He didn't understand why the other party's favorability suddenly dropped so much. You know, I didn't do anything unspeakable to her. Could it be because I watch beautiful anchors? But it's none of her business if I watch a beautiful girl's live broadcast. Could it be that this guy has lost his place? He found that Linny was looking at him with surprise. Zhang Xinyue quickly lowered her head. Linny frowned and asked, "You're not eating, what are you thinking about?" "No, I didn't think anything." "Then eat quickly." "Oh. Good." Linny shook his head and ignored her. While listening to the music played by Xiao Yu, I ate hot pot. Zhang Xinyue was a little embarrassed at first. Firstly, this meal was not cheap after all, and secondly, she now felt that Linny was deliberately showing off in front of her. Hence the resistance. But looking at the high-end ingredients in front of her, she couldn't help swallowing. Finally, I picked up my chopsticks and joined the group eating. It must be said that high-end ingredients really only require simple cooking. The top-quality prawn sashimi doesn't even need to be dipped in sauce, it still tastes fresh and delicious. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue finally understood why many rich people like to eat sashimi. It's not that sashimi is not delicious, but that ordinary people can't afford sashimi made with high-end ingredients. Soon after the song was over, Linny gave Xiao Yu 10 carnivals and then told the other party that he was leaving first. The main reason was that Zhang Xinyue's favorability suddenly dropped, which made Linny lose interest in listening to the song. Just like that, the box became quiet for a while, with only the sound of chewing remaining. At this moment, Zhang Xinyue's mind was full of thoughts. Now she has determined that Linny is not a rich kid, but a loser who is selling houses to please the female anchor. Zhang Xinyue doesn't hate poor people because her family is not well off either, and she is just a sleazy real estate agent. But she looked down on this kind of prodigal son who pretended to be rich even though he had no money. In Zhang Xinyue's mind, Linny had transferred money to her to ask her to help rent a house, and later gave her an extra 10,000 yuan, saying that she had done a great job and that it was money to buy her milk tea. Even today's big meal and the reward for the anchor. All these behaviors were Lin Yi's deliberate pretense in front of her. I guess he wants to use this behavior to make me mistakenly think that he is a rich second generation, so as to attract my attention, and the ultimate goal is to make me fall into his arms. Chapter 23, A Woman's Heart is as Deep as the Sea. Zhang Xinyue felt that she saw through Lin Yi. So she didn't say a word during the meal. She even made up her mind that if the other party flirted with her during dinner or asked her if she had a boyfriend, she would say that she was married and had a 2-year-old child. Just let the other party give up the idea. Of course, if the other party directly offers a price of more than 50,000, that is another matter. However, what surprised Zhang Xinyue was that Lin Yi had been eating seriously from beginning to end. Didn't say a word to her. Not to mention teasing her. He didn't even look at her. This made Zhang Xinyue doubt for a moment whether she had guessed wrong before and Lin Yi had never thought of seducing her at all. Aren't I beautiful? I'm not a kid anymore, I can't even see my toes. Or is it that the other party is still playing hard to get and trying to lure me into taking the bait? It's not surprising that Zhang Xinyue has such an idea. Because Zhang Xinyue is very beautiful. From school to entering society, there have always been people pursuing her. Especially after coming to Lianjia Real Estate. All the young men in the store were courteous to her. Even 2 months ago, a man who came to buy a house actually asked her to keep him for a month for 50,000 yuan while he was looking at the house. To be honest, she was a little tempted at that time. If she hadn't felt that what the big brother gave was a little too little, and that he looked like a gas tank that had turned into a spirit, which was really disgusting to look at, she would have agreed. Although Zhang Xinyue does not have a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who goes to school, and a broken self. But her family's conditions are really bad. Her parents are both from the countryside. There is no culture. Apart from farming, the family relied on my father to work as a laborer to earn money. In the early years, her grandmother was bedridden and took medicine all year round. There is not much savings at home. So she dropped out of school before finishing high school, even though she was a good student. She worked as a waitress in a restaurant and sold shoes in a shopping mall. Now I'm working as a real estate agent. The reason why she works so hard to make money is just to make her family live a better life. Although the family is no longer as financially strapped as before, she still doesn't dare to spend money recklessly. There is no way, I am afraid of being poor. That's why she was moved when someone offered to support her. If Lin Yi is the same as that person, he is really capable. She would not despise Lin Yi. She even said that if the big brother who wanted to support her looked as young and handsome as Lin Yi, she might have agreed. At this time, Lin Yi had no idea that Zhang Xinyue was secretly comparing him with the older brother who wanted to protect her. If Lin Yi knew, he would probably laugh out loud. If someone spends 50,000 yuan to keep you company for a month, you call him big brother. I gave the anchor 60,000 carnival money in one go, and you say I'm a skinny loser who's shitting hard? After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Yi lit a cigarette. While enjoying the pleasure of passing through the lungs. While thinking about what I should do next. The person who has the highest favorability towards me is still Lu Yao, followed by Li Wenwen. Therefore, the first target of the attack should still be Lu Yao. Thinking of this, Lin Yi couldn't help but think of Lu Yao's seductive figure like a peach. Especially the other person's pair of soft and delicate jade feet, which really makes people feel chilled. It seems that I should find an opportunity to make an appointment with the other party in the next 2 days. Improve the favorability and then take it down. I just got divorced and I slept with my ex-wife's best friend. It's exciting just thinking about it. Before he knew it, he had finished his cigarette and glanced at Zhang Xinyue beside him. I found that the other party had also put down his chopsticks. So he put out the cigarette in his hand and asked, "Are you full?" Hearing Lin Yi's question, Zhang Xinyue came back to her senses and nodded quickly. Then let's go. After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and walked out of the box, then went downstairs to pay the bill. Hello sir, the total amount of this purchase is 6,787 yuan, which is 6,400 yuan after the discount. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi scanned the code and paid. Looking at Lin Yi paying the bill so casually, Zhang Xinyue suddenly felt a little sorry. If Lin Yi didn't sell the house to please the female anchor, not because he had no money to show off, but because he worked hard, perhaps with the other party's handsome looks, he could really find a good-looking girl to marry. Of course, although Zhang Xinyue looks down on Lin Yi's lifestyle, she will not say it out loud. After all, her relationship with the other party is just a client-client relationship. She still understands the principle of talking about deep things with people you just met. Before leaving, Zhang Xinyue looked back at the hot pot restaurant with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Perhaps, this will be the most expensive meal she has ever eaten in her life. Thinking of this, she felt a little grateful to Lin Yi. Without Lin Yi, she didn't know if she would have the chance to come here and eat in this life. Ding! Zhang Xinyue's favorability +5. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yi looked at Zhang Xinyue in surprise. What the hell is this girl doing? I was having a good meal just now, but suddenly my favorability dropped by 20 points. Now another 5 points have been added for no apparent reason. Women's hearts are like the sea needle. However, Lin Yi did not think much about it. After all, Zhang Xinyue was just a casual move he made. His main target was not the opponent at all. Then, Lin Yi sent Zhang Xinyue back to Lianjie Real Estate. The two of them didn't talk much on the way back. When Zhang Xinyue got out of the car after returning to the store, Lin Yi said, "Help me sell the house as soon as possible." Seeing Lin Yi's anxious look, Zhang Xinyue felt a little envious of the anchor. After all, a man is so eager to sell his house in order to give gifts to the female anchor. Although this man looks stupid to outsiders, this also proves from the side that this man is sincere to the female anchor. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I will definitely sell it as soon as possible." Zhang Xinyue did not persuade Lin Yi to stay calm about selling the house. Because she knew that when a person is in love, he is very stubborn and will not listen to anything others say. She herself was the same at first. Only when you hit the wall will you know the pain, and only when you see the wall in the future will you know to avoid it. Looking at Lin Yi's leaving back, Zhang Xinyue finally just sighed slightly. City Hospital, in the restroom. Lu Yao looked at the WeChat message on her phone. 2 days. 2 days had passed since Lin Yi invited her to dinner. However, Lin Yi never sent her any more messages. The more Lin Yi acted like this, the more Lu Yao would think of him. The more this happened, the more Lu Yao became curious about Lin Yi. Deep affection is always betrayed, only routines can win people's hearts. Of course, this does not mean that Lu Yao has fallen in love with Lin Yi now. But her emotions had been influenced by Lin Yi. Humph. Stinky man. After humming something, Lu Yaojue decided to take the initiative. So she took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Yi. Li Ro and I spoke on the phone yesterday. Chapter 24 Lu Yao's Initiative. Lu Yao didn't directly ask what the other party was doing, because that was the opening remark only a stupid woman would make. On the other side, Lin Yi just returned home. Then he saw the message sent by Lu Yao. Just now he was still thinking about what reason he should use to ask the other party out again. Unexpectedly, the other party sent me a message first. If it were in the past, Lu Yao would not have contacted me on her own initiative. Now it seems that the seafood dinner I took her to that day that cost more than 6,000 yuan, and the Apple phone and Saint Laurent high heels that cost more than 10,000 yuan I gave her, it worked. This is undoubtedly a good sign. However, Lin Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he sat on the sofa and smoked a cigarette before slowly picking up his phone and replying to the other party with a message from himself. Oh. Lu Yao, who was giving an injection to a patient at this time, felt the vibration of the mobile phone in her trouser pocket. After quickly giving the injection, he hurried out of the ward. I took out my phone and saw that it was indeed a reply from Lin Yi. This made Lu Yao very happy, but when she opened the chat interface, her brows furrowed involuntarily. Even her tender red lips couldn't help but pout under the mask. Why did you just send an O? This is too perfunctory. Then Lu Yao replied angrily. Oh what? Don't you want to know what Li Ro said to me? You know, I said a lot of good things about you. A cute pouting, angry expression is added at the end. It not only expresses her dissatisfaction, but also highlights her cuteness. Lin Yi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I know with my heels that Li Ro will never say anything good about me. And for a fickle woman like Li Ro, I will definitely not look back. So, it's superfluous for you to say good things about me." Seeing the message sent by Lin Yi, Lu Yao first pursed her lips, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her eyes slightly curved to reveal a hint of a smile. Okay, Lin Yi, I'm saying something good for you, but you're still criticizing me. It's really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing the kindness of a good person. Oh, and why do you say that about Li Ro? After all, she is your ex-wife. Looking at the message sent by Lu Yao, Lin Yi knew that Li Ro seemed to have not told Lu Yao about her new love. The night before I went to the hospital, Li Ro had an affair with a manager from her company at home, and I caught them in the act. What do you think of a woman like this if not a fickle one? Should I still praise her as a role model who broke through the shackles of law and morality for love? After Linny finished speaking, he thought about it and then said another sentence. Aren't you and Li Ro good friends? Didn't she tell you about her romantic love story with that 40-year-old man? Linny said this purely to sow discord. This also made Lu Yao subconsciously believe that Li Ro and her were not the kind of close friends with whom she could talk about anything. Sure enough, Lu Yao was stunned after seeing this news. She never expected that Li Ro would be the first to cheat. You know, she saw it clearly how good Linny was to Li Ro in the past. If Linny hadn't said it today, Li Ro probably would never tell her this big news in her life. Real or fake? Then followed by a oh my god. Q version of Xiao Yeye's expression. Will I get milk from lying to you? What do you mean by lying to me that I have milk to drink? Although Lu Yao was not clear about the specific meaning, it did not prevent her from understanding the implications. Obviously, the other party is trying to prove that he is not lying. I feel sorry for you for 3 seconds. An emoji of stroking a dog's head was thrown over. You're just pretending. If you really care about me, don't just talk. Humph. You hypocritical woman. When a man chats with a woman, he must never just flatter or lick the woman's boots. You must maintain a balance between relaxation and tension, and release your emotions when it is time to do so. This will better arouse the other person's emotions. Otherwise, if you keep licking others' boots, they will think you are a real dog. What is a dog? When the owner is happy, the dog will kiss, hug, lift and tease the owner. Once the master is unhappy, even if you are sleeping on the floor, she will slap you and kick you for no reason. If you dare to show your teeth to her, she will sell you out. Humph. You stinky man, then tell me, if you don't want to use your mouth, what do you want to use? Seeing these words, Linny felt a surge of heat in his heart. He really wanted to tell the other party directly to use an official. But then I thought the time was not right yet, and it would be bad if I said that and scared the other person away. So he suppressed his anger and replied. That depends on your sincerity. If I ask you to do that, wouldn't that be coercion? What? Do you like others using force on you? Linny said the last sentence deliberately. The purpose is to further explore. If the other party's favorability does not decrease as a result, then he can try to be a little more presumptuous. It was just as Linny expected. Lu Yao understood the last sentence. At this moment, a faint blush appeared on Lu Yao's face. The originally casual standing posture began to involuntarily come together. She even snorted, "You stinky man." However, Lu Yao was not angry at this moment. Instead, there was a hint of charm in the corners of her eyes and a hint of shyness between her brows. Humph. You stinky man, you're so mean after just one word. I won't talk to you anymore. Just as Linny was looking at the message sent by Lu Yao and guessing what was happening in the other person's heart. Then another message came. Wait for my call tonight. Now think about what to eat. I'll treat you tonight. Seeing this, the corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up into Nike. It's done. In the afternoon, Linny took a nap, then got up and practiced the 8-part Vajra exercise following a Douyin video. As the saying goes, sharpening your sword before battle will make it shine even if it is not sharp. It is still beneficial to exercise. While there was still time, Linny took another shower, then uploaded the novel in advance and set a scheduled update. After finishing all this, Linny leaned on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, watching a movie, and waiting for Lu Yao's call. Sure enough, when Lu Yao was about to get off work, the other party sent a message. Have you thought about what to eat? I'm going to get off work soon and need to go home to change clothes. You can wait for me at the store and then send me the location. Looking at the message, Linny replied. Okay, I'll go first and send you the location later. Then Linny went downstairs and took a taxi to the restaurant he wanted to go to tonight. Shanli Japanese Barbecue. A newly opened Japanese barbecue restaurant. This is also a very popular barbecue restaurant in Jinghai. It is said that when it first opened, it was packed with people and people could be seen queuing outside for a month straight. Especially their Wagyu beef and M12 premium ribeye steak, which are said to be quite amazing. They also have foie gras, sea urchin, and king crab, all of which are of good quality. I took a taxi and arrived at the door of this barbecue restaurant. Linny looked at the restaurant signboard, Shangshanli Japanese Barbecue, and the bright red character. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Muttered to himself. This word sun is really relevant to the theme tonight. Chapter 25 Charming Lu Yao. Linny just walked into the restaurant. A woman in a cherry blossom kimono bent down and greeted him. Hello sir, how many are you? This woman's appearance is not very beautiful, but she gives people a feeling of being pleasing to the eye. Just like the young wife in the movie, she smiles very gently. I'm two, please help me find a quiet single room. Yes sir, please follow me. Perhaps because it is not yet time for lunch, there are relatively few customers in the store. There are also several options for single rooms. Linny chose a single room on the second floor which was closer to the inside. This single room is not big and can accommodate 4 people. As soon as you enter the house, you will see not the usual tables and chairs, but Japanese-style tatami. Sir, would you like to order now? No, my friend hasn't come yet. If she comes, please bring her up. Yes, sir. After the waiter left, Linny sent Lu Yao his location. About 40 minutes later, Lu Yao finally arrived. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Yao complained. The traffic conditions are really bad today. We've been stuck in traffic several times during this 20-minute journey. Linny smiled but said nothing. At this moment, his eyes were completely focused on Lu Yao. Lu Yao had obviously dressed up specially today. A champagne-colored satin halter dress perfectly outlines her graceful figure. The skirt swayed gently with her steps, emitting a soft luster, as if the moonlight was draped over her body. The delicate pleated design at the neckline reveals the graceful collarbone faintly, with a sense of laziness and sexiness. She casually wore a beige silk shawl embroidered with gray monogram patterns over her shoulders. The fabric, as thin as a cicada's wing, draped down, and the fine silver lines embroidered on the edges flickered faintly in the flow of light and shadow. The shawl half covered her shoulders, adding a touch of hazy elegance to her sexiness. She was wearing the pair of classic Saint Laurent high heels that Linny gave her. The single strap shoe encircled her slender white ankle. 10 delicate toes are exposed, carved from jade, and look very eye-catching. When Lu Yao found that Linny was looking at her with burning eyes, she felt 3 parts nervous, 3 parts shy, and 3 parts happy for no reason. But she spoke ruthlessly. What are you looking at? This is the first time I've seen it. I heard Lu Yao ask this. Linny came back to his senses, looked serious, and nodded. Well, this is indeed the first time I've seen you like this. Lu Yao rolled her eyes after hearing this. Nothing serious. After saying that, Lu Yao bent down slightly, hooked the shoelaces with her fingers, and took off the high heels from her feet. It has to be said that once a woman becomes elegant, she is full of temptation no matter how you look at her. Just this slipper's posture made Lin Yi's blood boil. It was not until Lu Yao stepped onto the tatami that Lin Yi withdrew his gaze from her jade feet. Waiter, take your order. Soon the waiter brought a tablet. Lin Yi gestured to Lu Yao to order the food. Lu Yao thought it was her treat, so she didn't hesitate. He took the tablet directly. When she saw the prices of the dishes displayed on the tablet, she couldn't help but gasp. Wow, a serving of Wagyu barbecue costs 388 yuan. She looked up at Lin Yi and said with a resentful tone. You chose such an expensive restaurant, it seems you want to rip me off. But I said I'll treat you, so don't worry. As she spoke, Lu Yao handed the tablet to Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi did not answer, but smiled at Lu Yao. You should have some, I'm fine with anything. Then the two of them declined each other again. In the end, it was Lu Yao who ordered the dishes. Because last time Lin Yi treated her to a seafood dinner, he spent more than 6,000 yuan. This time, Lu Yao was not petty. I ordered all of the restaurant's specialties, such as Wagyu beef, premium ribeye steak, sea urchin, and Arctic scallop. I ordered one of each. It also includes a king crab. Lin Yi estimated that this meal would cost no less than 5,000. It seems that the other party really wants to treat him to a meal. Moreover, during this meeting, Lin Yi could clearly feel that the relationship between him and Lu Yao was much closer than before. For a moment, charming laughter could be heard from the box from time to time. Soon, during the two people's casual chat, the waiter has brought all the dishes. Come on, let's get started. Having said that, Lin Yi started eating without any hesitation. This made Lu Yao laugh and cry. Although Lin Yi's eating manners did not look very elegant, they gave Lu Yao a very natural and casual feeling. This also infected her. For a moment, he started to eat with relish. Linny, try this salmon sushi is good. As she spoke, Lu Yao picked up a piece of sushi and handed it over. She originally thought that Linny would take the food with a plate, but Linny just opened his big mouth and took a bite. Lu Yao was stunned for a moment. However, Linny had a matter-of-fact expression on his face, enjoying the sushi that Lu Yao fed him. While chewing, he nodded and said, "Well, not bad, not bad." Lu Yao looked at the chopsticks in her hand, then looked at Linny who was eating with relish. For a moment I didn't know what to do. Eat, why did you stop? As he spoke, Linny picked up a foie gras handheld snack and handed it to Lu Yao. Here, try this, it's pretty good too. Lu Yao watched as Linny picked up a piece of sushi for herself. For a moment, my heart was beating fast. She didn't feel comfortable opening her mouth and asking someone to feed her like Linny did. So she quickly picked up the plate and took it. Linny naturally noticed this detail. Just now, when Lu Yao picked up some food for him, he just opened his mouth and ate it. He did it on purpose. Now, he picked up a piece of foie gras handheld snack for Lu Yao, which was also intentional. The purpose was to test Lu Yao's reaction again. But now it seems that the other party's reaction is normal. It can be said that everything was within his expectations. After finishing the foie gras handheld meal that Linny gave her, Lu Yao went to the bathroom. Lu Yao stood by the sink, looking at herself in the mirror. She couldn't help blushing. I thought to myself, Lu Yao, are you still the same person now? Isn't it just eating the food that the other person handed over? Why are you still? At this moment, Lu Yao couldn't help but recall the scene of herself wiping it with a tissue just now. For a moment, I felt a little ashamed and angry. What the hell is wrong with me? Is it because I have been single for too long? Lu Yao couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. After the little incident just now, Lu Yao slowed down her eating speed. From time to time, she would steal a glance at Linny with her big eyes. However, Linny was still in the state of eating, just like before, very casual and natural. From time to time, he would pick up 1 or 2 pieces of food that he thought was delicious and give them to Lu Yao. Yeah. I'm full. Chapter 26. Who said this is the dish I want to eat today? Linny put down his chopsticks and stretched. I have to say that beef is delicious. It makes you feel warm all over after eating it. If you are weak, it will replenish your energy. If you are strong, it will increase your strength. In the past, when technology was not yet developed, people who went to the fields to work liked to eat a meal of beef beforehand. That way you won't get tired easily and will have more stamina when working. After watching Linny finish eating, Lu Yao also put down her chopsticks. In fact, Lu Yao had already eaten her fill, but Linny was still eating, so she was too embarrassed to put down her chopsticks early. Let's go shopping in the mall later. Linny lit a cigarette for himself and put forward his own opinions. Lu Yao picked up her phone and checked the time. She thought it was still early, so she nodded. Okay. Then let's go. The two got up and went downstairs. The waiter pays the bill. Linny walked to the bar first and said to the waiter, "How much is it? Scan this for me." At this time, Lu Yao also came over and handed over the phone. However, at this moment, Linny grabbed the other person's wrist and stopped him. Then he turned to look at Lu Yao and said with a smile, "How can you use girls' money to eat a meal? Hey! We agreed today that you order the food and I pay the bill." However, Linny gave Lu Yao a meaningful smile. "Who said this is the dish I want to eat today? Lu Yao, ah?" However, just when Lu Yao was full of questions and thinking about the meaning of Linny's words, Linny has already scanned the code and paid directly. WeChat payment, 5,700 yuan. Hello sir, since your purchase this time exceeds 5,000 yuan, we will issue you a membership card free of charge. Please leave your name and contact information. Let's keep hers. Her name is Lu Yao, and her phone number is 139,444 x times x times x. Yes sir, please wait. Only then did Lu Yao react and quickly spoke. Why don't you keep yours? However, Linny smiled. It's the same if I leave it for you. If I want to eat it later, I can just call you. Soon, the waiter handed over a black membership card with the word Shanli printed on it in large letters with a respectful attitude. Hello, ma'am, this is our membership card. Please keep it safe so you can get a discount next time you come. Okay, thanks. Take care. However, just as Lin Yi and Lu Yao were leaving side by side, two figures had just parked their car in the distance, and one of them looked over here. Honey, that person seems to be Lu Yao. The person who spoke was Li Ro. However, the person standing next to Li Ro was Chen Bin. To celebrate her divorce, Li Ro pestered Chen Bin to take her here for a barbecue. What she didn't expect was that as soon as she got off the car, she saw her best friend walking out. And next to her best friend, there was a tall-looking man standing. It's just that the man's head was tilted, so his face couldn't be seen clearly, but for some reason Li Ro felt that she had seen that man before. Chen Bin also looked in that direction at this time. But at this time Lu Yao and Lin Yi had already walked far away, and he couldn't see them clearly at all. Don't look, everyone has gone far away. However, Li Ro's eyes were filled with even more suspicion. She even wanted to call Lu Yao right now to ask about it. However, Chen Bin had already taken the lead and walked into the restaurant, so Li Ro could only quickly hold his arm and follow him in. At this moment, Lu Yao naturally didn't know that Li Ro had seen her just now. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be as calm as she is now. After all, my best friend just got divorced the day before yesterday, and I had dinner with her ex-husband. This really looks like being caught. Of course, if it were Lin Yi, he would probably deliberately walk a few steps slower so that Li Ro could see him and Lu Yao together. When she arrived at the front of the car, Lu Yao did not sit in the driver's seat, but instead got on the passenger seat. Shall I drive? Of course, can you bear to see me driving in high heels? After saying this, Lu Yao blinked with an aggrieved expression. Okay, you asked me to open this. After saying that, Lin Yi got into the driver's seat. What? Don't tell me your driving skills are not as good as a girl like me. How is that possible? I can't say anything else, but my driving skills are pretty amazing. Having said this, Lin Yi paused for a moment, then smiled and said, It's just that I have a bad habit. I used to see manual transmission cars and I was used to driving them. Now, if I suddenly drive your automatic, my hands will be tempted to touch something. After saying that, Lin Yi deliberately extended his hand towards the other party. This sudden and outrageous move completely stunned Lu Yao. No, brother, you mean, if you drive, I have to give you something so that your right hand doesn't have to be empty. Yes. Congratulations, you got it right. Looking at Lin Yi's shameless look, Lu Yao smiled. Then, she deliberately put on a charming look and spoke slowly. So do you want hands or legs? Originally, Lu Yao thought that after she said this, Lin Yi would blush and feel embarrassed. However, what she never expected was that after hearing what she said, Lin Yi's eyes actually brightened. And he said it with a serious expression. Well, adults don't make choices. I want both. At this moment, Lu Yao's CPU almost burned out. No, brother, you are not playing by the rules. However, just when Lu Yao was confused, Lin Yi had already stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the nearest shopping mall. Although Lin Yi just made a small joke. But Lu Yao got carried away. Sitting in the passenger seat, she couldn't help but look at Lin Yi's right hand placed on the armrest. There was even a moment when she wondered whether she should move her legs towards the center console. However, just when Lu Yao was still in a daze, Lin Yi has already driven the car into the underground garage of the shopping mall. Come on, I'll take you shopping. Just when Lin Yi and Lu Yao walked into the mall, Lu Yao's phone rang. Lu Yao picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Ro calling. This made Lu Yao subconsciously look at Lin Yi beside her. I found that the other person was looking at me. Lu Yao quickly pressed the mute button. Why don't you answer the phone? Lin Yi cast a questioning look. Ah. It's nothing, just a harassing call. Seeing Lu Yao say this, Lin Yi didn't care. After all, there are so many online loans and telecommunications frauds nowadays. Huh? There are so many people there. As Lu Yao walked, she noticed that the entrance of a store in front of her was crowded with people. When I got closer, I saw that Arc'teryx had new products today and there were promotions inside the store. So it attracted a lot of customers. A lot of people are wearing Arc'teryx now. Lin Yi couldn't help but say. Yes, many of my colleagues in the hospital wear this to work. Is this dress so popular now? Of course, haven't you heard? The middle class has 3 treasures, 3 roads, 2 trees, and a bird. This bird is Archaeopteryx. Chapter 27. I can't pass the postgraduate entrance examination, but I can test cadres. Lin Yi knew that Arc'teryx was a high-end outdoor brand, but he really didn't know when it became a treasure of the middle class. I'm telling you, you should get yourself an Arc'teryx suit. Why? Haven't you heard that saying? It's not that love is hard to find, it's that you're not wearing Arc'teryx. Listening to Lu Yao's rhyme, Linny couldn't help but smile. You've been single for so long, why don't you wear Arc'teryx? Isn't there anyone who cares about me? No one cares about your looks? Linny curled his lips, with a scrutinizing smile in his eyes, and a look of disbelief. Of course. Haven't you heard the saying? If a woman doesn't wear Salomon, she won't feel as much pain as a man. It's not that you're full of jingles, you need to take the postgraduate entrance exam. I can't pass the postgraduate entrance examination, but I can test cadres. After saying that, Lu Yao reached out and lifted her hair, glanced at Linny with charming eyes, then turned around and began to choose clothes carefully. That extremely feminine posture made Linny behind her pout. Holy shit! That's fucking hot. Linny only felt a surge of heat rising against the current. Come, try this one. As she spoke, Lu Yao picked up a black stand-up collar polo shirt and placed it in front of Linny, comparing it to him. I want to try? You want to buy it for me? Why not? Lu Yao's bright eyes blinked playfully. This isn't cheap. As he spoke, Linny pointed to the unit price marked on the shelf, which was 2,800 yuan. Oh, so what if it's not cheap? It's my fault for being so humble. Linny knew that Lu Yao was talking about the 2 times he treated her to meals and the many things he gave her. Try it now. Seeing Lu Yao's serious look, Linny did not refuse and directly put on the black stand-up collar polo shirt. It must be said that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Wearing this 2,800 yuan black stand collar polo shirt, Linny's whole temperament has changed. The temperament that was originally not prominent, against the backdrop of deep black, actually has a bit more cold and mature charm. Lu Yao's gaze remained fixed on him for 2 seconds before she suddenly reached out to smooth down his slightly raised collar. When her fingertips brushed across the side of his neck, Linny felt a slight tingling sensation on the back of his neck. Turn around. Lu Yao walked around behind him and reached out to gently straighten the hem of his jacket. Yeah. The lines on the back look nice too. She took 2 steps back, crossed her arms, tilted her head and looked around, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Come, try these pants and shoes together. As she spoke, Lu Yao handed Linny a pair of the latest black windproof casual pants and a pair of the latest summer shoes that she had just picked out. Linny didn't answer, but glanced at Lu Yao. What are you standing there for? Go to the fitting room. Do you still want to change here? As she spoke, Lu Yao threw her pants directly into Linny's arms. Then he pushed Linny into the fitting room. The moment Linny came out of the fitting room, the light in the entire store seemed to be focused on him. A soft and calm halo was cast around him. The slim-fitting black casual pants perfectly outlined his long and powerful legs. The trouser legs are naturally stacked on the shoes, revealing the ankle lines that are neat and full of power. As he walked, the hem of his clothes swayed gently with his steps, but it did not look messy at all. Instead, it seemed like a carefully designed rhythm, and each step he took was steady and confident. The stand-up collar polo shirt on his upper body makes his figure look more upright. The shoulder line is straight and strong, and the outline of the back is smooth and powerful, giving Linny a low-key but not to be ignored edge. At this moment, Lu Yao's eyes looked different when she looked at Linny. She didn't expect that Linny would be so handsome after dressing up a little, he was simply a clothes hanger. At this time, several female customers who were choosing clothes nearby all stopped at the same time, their eyes drifting towards Linny vaguely. There were even 2 women who looked to be in their 30s, and there was a hint of greed in their eyes when they looked at Linny. If they hadn't seen that next to Linny was Lu Yao, who had an amazing appearance and figure. I'm afraid they will all take the initiative to ask for Linny's contact information. How about it? Linny spoke in a low voice and looked at her with a hint of a smile. Lu Yao blinked, and suddenly felt her throat was a little dry. She pretended to be calm and walked around him, stroking her chin lightly with her fingertips, but she couldn't hide the light in her eyes. Well, clothes really make the man. Linny raised his eyebrows. Is it just the clothes? She chuckled, suddenly leaned closer, and reached out to straighten out the non-existent wrinkles on his collar, her voice very low. Of course not, the main thing is that the person wearing the clothes is handsome enough. After saying that, she quickly stepped away, turned around and said to the clerk loudly, "We want this set, put it on and go." Linny looked at the tips of her slightly red ears, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. The waiter standing by at this time had a smile on his face. She likes customers like this, as they have already chosen their clothes without her having to introduce herself. Okay, beautiful lady. The waiter responded and turned to look at Lin Yi. Handsome boy, you are so lucky to have a girlfriend who treats you so well. After saying that, he took the clothes to the bar to get the ticket. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Lu Yao beside him. At this moment, Lu Yao looked away. However, Lin Yi still caught the blush on her ears. This time Lin Yi did not rush to pay. Although Lu Yao had arranged to buy it, it was ultimately given to him. It would be troublesome if he paid for it himself and the system did not support cash back. So this time it was Lu Yao who paid. This set costs a total of 9,100 yuan, and it still costs 8,000 yuan after the discount. Let's go. The two of them left the Arc'teryx store. Lin Yi asked, is there a Salomon store in this mall? Yes. It's not far ahead. Do you want to buy it? Of course, didn't you say that women who don't wear Salomon will definitely not feel as much pain as men? I will love you well tonight. As he spoke, Lin Yi directly pulled up Lu Yao's white and delicate wrist and walked towards Salomon. Hey! Slow down. Then, Lin Yi went directly to Salomon to buy Lu Yao a whole set of clothes from head to toe. The total consumption was 13,000 yuan. I have to say, Lin Yi's payment posture is very handsome. Lu Yao also discovered that when Lin Yi spent money on her, he almost never looked at the price. She originally wanted to buy a set of clothes for Lin Yi as a way of repaying a favor. But unexpectedly, Lin Yi gave her another set of attacks. This outdoor clothing looks pretty good, but I think your outfit looks better today. Do you like seeing me in a skirt? Lu Yao raised her head and looked at Lin Yi with her big, watery eyes. Well, skirts are better, mainly because they show your thighs. Die. You filthy scoundrel. Chapter 28 I'm hungry. Die. You filthy scoundrel. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed instantly, and she raised her fist as if to hit him, but Lin Yi dodged it with a smile. The two chased each other in the mall corridor, attracting the attention of passers-by. In the end, Lu Yao was exhausted and out of breath, and she failed to catch up with Lin Yi, so she stopped. She squatted on the ground, her cheeks as red as ripe apples, looking around and muttering. Where did the stinky Lin Yi go? Just as Lu Yao was about to take out her cell phone to ask where Lin Yi was, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. She looked up suddenly, and just as she was about to see who the other person was, she saw a Luckin shopping bag appear in front of her. Yes. Come and quench your thirst. At this moment, Lu Yao finally saw clearly that the person in front of her was Lin Yi. He was holding a shopping bag filled with iced American coffee and had a triumphant smile on his face. At this moment, my originally angry heart suddenly melted. Humph. You still have some conscience, but not much. Oh, if you say that to me, then I won't give you any drink. Having said that, Lin Yi took back the glass of iced American coffee. However, upon seeing this, Lu Yao quickly begged for mercy. No, no. Then if you scream nicely, I'll give it to you. You want to hear something nice? Lu Yao looked aggrieved. That depends on you. Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lu Yao pursed her lips. Then she suddenly showed an extremely charming expression. A sound full of temptation came out of his mouth. Brother, brother. The word brother made Lin Yi shiver. 5 words immediately emerged in my mind. Holy shit. So sexy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi showed an expression like a colonel. He said a word in an extremely exaggerated tone. Hey. After resting for a while, Lin Yi took Lu Yao to buy some small gadgets. Then the two of them carried their things and walked towards the underground garage of the mall. The underground parking lot was quiet at this time and the lights were dim. The crisp sound of Lu Yao's high heels echoed in the space. When the two were about to reach the place where their car was parked, Lu Yao felt a strong hand grab her waist and hug her. This sudden change made Lu Yao subconsciously want to scream out loud. However, before she could even scream, she felt a large, hot hand covering her mouth tightly. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yao saw Lin Yi making a gesture of silence at her. Shoo! Lu Yao widened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi with some surprise. She didn't understand why Lin Yi suddenly hugged her and didn't let her make any sound. At this moment, several question marks flashed in Lu Yao's mind. What is Lin Yi going to do? What is Lin Yi doing here? Lin Yi wants to fuck me here? At this time, Lin Yi naturally didn't know that Lu Yao's head was full of nonsense. Otherwise, he would probably be terrified. Linny saw Lu Yao's confusion, so he quickly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Don't talk, there are people there. The warm breath seemed to carry an electric current, rushing along Lu Yao's neck straight to her ears. In an instant, Lu Yao's delicate body trembled violently, and her earlobes instantly flushed red, like a sunset that was suddenly ignited. She subconsciously shrank her neck back. Look at that. Then Linny quietly pointed to a position 45 degrees in front of them with his hand. Lu Yao looked in the direction of Lin Yi's finger. However, the next second, Lu Yao's bright pupils suddenly contracted. The roots of her ears, which were already covered with red blush, suddenly became scorching hot, as if they wanted to burn the blush through. She subconsciously bit her lower lip to prevent herself from making any sound, for fear that she would alarm the people in the opposite car. Because in front of her, there was a black magotan, swaying nervously there. At this time, Linny gently patted Lu Yao's shoulders, whispering, "Let's get in the car quietly so as not to disturb them." So the two of them quietly returned to the car. However, neither Linny nor Lu Yao wanted to drive away immediately. Instead, he sat quietly in the car and looked at the rhythmic scenery across the street. For a moment, the air in the car seemed to become a little warm. Unconsciously, Lu Yao began to purse her lips and tighten her legs. At this time, Linny also felt his blood boiling. He couldn't help but look at Lu Yao, who was standing beside him. At this time, Lu Yao's pretty face was flushed, and her hands were placed between her legs a little awkwardly. However, Lu Yao did not notice that Linny was looking at her, but instead his eyes fell on the black magotan in the distance. Not long after, the black magotan stopped floating. Then the back door was slowly pushed open. A sturdy-looking man with a crew cut walked down. Then he sat in the driving seat. Soon, the magotan drove away quickly. At this time, Lu Yao also slowly withdrew her gaze. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw Linny staring at her with a burning gaze. That look was full of aggression. For a moment, it actually made her a little nervous. "I'm hungry." "Forehead?" Lu Yao subconsciously asked the question. But before she could react, she felt her red lips covered by warmth. "Woo woo." Lu Yao opened her eyes wide, reflecting Lin Yi's slightly closed eyelashes. A warm touch came from her lips, with an irresistible force. At this moment, her mind went blank. All the questions were crushed into tiny starlight by this sudden action and scattered in the disordered breathing. Lu Yao's stiff fingertips had grabbed Lin Yi's collar at some point, and the rapidly rising and falling chest beneath the fabric could be felt through the thin fabric, sending out the scorching heat. After a few seconds, Lu Yao closed her eyes slightly. My heart started to beat faster. My breathing also started to become heavy. However, just when she felt her heart was about to jump out, a burning sensation was imprinted on her chest. She couldn't help but let out a sound, a faint sound of pain. It lasted for a long time, until her face flushed and she had difficulty breathing. The restraint was released instantly. "Call!" she gasped, greedily absorbing the air. The chest was floating up and down. She didn't expect that Linny would kiss her at this time. And under the opponent's attack, she actually took the initiative to speak. Later, he took the initiative to cooperate with the other party. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a sense of shame in her heart. Could it be that I have been single for too long? Linny stared at Lu Yao with shining eyes. At this time, he was also breathing heavily, looking at Lu Yao's beautiful white and delicate face, feeling a little frightened. He didn't expect that this little goblin was actually sweet. Just now he had only two feelings. One is sweet, the other is soft. And it's so big that it can't be held in one hand. After a few seconds, Linny felt his heart burning. Then it was printed again. Lu Yao wanted to push the other person away, but she didn't know why. I just felt weak all over and couldn't use any strength. Suddenly, Lu Yao's legs suddenly came together. Eyes opened instantly. Her jade hand pressed tightly on Lin Yi's hand. "Don't want." We're still in the car. Chapter 29. Li Ro calls. However, the hot air from Lin Yi's breath made Lu Yao a little distracted. "Not here, please." There was a hint of pleading in Lu Yao's blurry eyes. At this moment, her cheeks were flushed with intoxicating red, like roses dyed by the sunset. There was a layer of mist on her moist eyes, and tiny drops of water condensed on her eyelashes. The delicate red lips bore traces of Lin Yi's repeated caressing, and the lips, wet with light, were slightly opened. It trembled slightly with its rapid breathing, like a frightened butterfly. She subconsciously grabbed Lin Yi's wrist that was inserted into her skirt, but her fingertips were soft and weak, and her fingertips unconsciously rubbed his hot skin, which was more like a silent invitation. Lin Yi, please, please. She murmured his name, the ending sound as soft as if it were soaked in honey. It has to be said that Lu Yao's little appearance now looked so tempting. At this moment, Lin Yi's heart was already burning with anger. I just want to kill the other person on the spot. But fortunately, he still maintained a bit of rationality at this moment. He forced his hands back on the steering wheel. Then a floor oil rushed out. 15 minutes later. The nearest 5-star hotel. After locking the door, Lin Yi then pulled the other person into his arms with all his strength. At this moment, Lu Yao only felt that she had crashed into a ball of blazing flames. For a moment, it seemed as if the air became thinner. The halo of the crystal chandelier reflected the ripples in her eyes, her disheveled hair and her misty eyelashes, like peonies wet by wind and rain. Lin Yi's rapid and hot breath sprayed on her red ears, completely enveloping her with irresistible force. She raised her face and met the dark currents surging in Lin Yi's eyes. Those eyes, which were usually calm, were now burning with a scorching fire, making her throat dry and her cheeks hot. However, the next second, a wet and hot touch swept over her, making her legs weak. She subconsciously wanted to find something to grab. Woo! Wait. Let me take a shower first. Lin Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window smoking a cigarette. He looked at the dimly lit night scene, his heart burning with joy. 3 days ago, he was still a loser with a monthly salary of only 5,000 yuan. His wife even followed someone else behind his back. However, now he has become a big brother who can give unlimited gifts to beautiful female anchors. Staying in a 5-star hotel that costs 8,888 yuan a night. Of course, there is also a former best friend waiting for his favor. All of this seems like a dream. Although it is very fantastic, it is extremely real. The street below grew wet. A burst of crackling raindrops fell on the huge glass like drums. The sound of running water came from the bathroom behind me. Lin Yi looked in the direction of the light and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stubbed out his cigarette. He walked towards the bathroom window with firm steps. He picked up a black remote control from the coffee table next to him. Then the hazy glass suddenly became bright. The next moment, a scream was heard from the bathroom. Ah! 15 minutes later. Lu Yao, wrapped in a bath towel, slowly walked out of the bathroom. The look she gave Lin Yi was filled with 3 parts of regret, 3 parts of shame, and 3 parts of emotion. Lin Yi waved to her. Motioned her to sit over there. Lu Yao did not refuse and walked slowly towards Lin Yi with lotus steps. As Lu Yaolian moved lightly, Lin Yi's heart was no longer calm. Even though he had just admired the green lotus in the water. But that can only be viewed from a distance and cannot be touched. Now he sniffed the faint fragrance in the air, and for a moment he felt a little ecstatic. The dish right now is what I want to eat most tonight. Take off your armor. 30th floor. In the wind and rain. The mage's Taoist name is Zhong Shintong. Pour Bodhi water. Pour it into the 2 petals of the red lotus. The great sage has the ability to reach the sky. The dragon fell into the quagmire. All sentient beings go to the west to seek Buddhist scriptures. Lin Yi and Lu Yao stood by the window, one in front and one behind. Looking at the mist on the horizon. The neon lights below kept flashing. Like the eyes of the night, blinking the prosperity and bustle of the city. The streets are bustling with traffic, and the car lights interweave into a flowing river of light, winding through the night. However, the sudden ringing of the phone interrupted the tranquility at the moment. Lu Yao leaned her hands on the French window and glanced at the phone beside her with hazy eyes. But the next second, her eyes widened. Who's calling? Lin Yi asked subconsciously. However, Lu Yao said this with some trepidation. It's Li Ro. When Lin Yi heard that it was Li Ro who called Lu Yao, a look of surprise first appeared on his face, but the next second, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes became brighter. He was breathing a little heavily at this moment. But he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Catch. Now. Although Lu Yao's voice was soft, it was filled with a hint of surprise. Right. Lin Yi said affirmatively. However, Lu Yao was under tremendous pressure at this time. She was somewhat reluctant to answer the call, but Lin Yi's firm tone made her dare not disobey. She didn't even know why Lin Yi asked her to answer the call. While she was resisting in her heart, she also had some expectations. Lu Yao answered the phone tremblingly. Hello? Yao Yao, what are you doing? Why did you answer my call just now? At this time, Li Ro's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lu Yao frowned. Then he said quickly. No, nothing. I was working, so I didn't hear anything. Working? What kind of work are you doing so late at night? Hey! What's wrong with your voice? Why is it so intermittent? Li Ro's words immediately made Lu Yao nervous. If it were in the past, Lu Yao might not be nervous at all, but it was different now, because the person standing behind her was Li Ro's ex-husband. If Li Ro knew this, it would really be. So Lu Yao quickly made up an excuse to explain. Maybe the signal is bad. I was doing yoga for a while and stretched my legs a bit. Now it hurts a little. You just don't know how to be more careful. Oh. By the way, are you going to Sanli Japanese barbecue with a guy tonight? Li Ro's words made Lu Yao's heart jump to her throat. She subconsciously turned around and glanced at Lin Yi. There was a hint of panic in his eyes. Hearing Lu Yao's exclamation, Li Ro hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Yao Yao. No, it's okay, I just bumped into it accidentally. You really are. Tell me quickly, who did you go to Sanli Japanese barbecue with tonight? Was it your new boyfriend? He. Li Ro's voice was filled with a hint of smug laughter, as if she had gotten something big. No, just an ordinary friend. TSK, I don't believe you. What ordinary friend would take you to such an expensive restaurant for dinner? Chapter 30 Favorability 70, Cashback increased by 10%. Really just an ordinary friend. Seeing that Lu Yao was unwilling to speak, Li Ro snorted somewhat dissatisfiedly. Humph. You're not even telling me the truth now. Do you think I don't know that a meal for 2 people at that restaurant costs at least 3,000 yuan? I don't believe that man has no interest in you. Listening to what Li Ro said, Lu Yao subconsciously turned around and glanced at Lin Yi. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, you really had plans for me. However, Lin Yi just smiled, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Ro, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to sleep soon. Go to sleep, seriously. After saying that, Li Ro hung up the phone first. See, the phone was hung up. At this time, Lu Yao no longer tried to hide it. She took a deep breath. He looked at Lin Yi with a hint of anger in his eyes. Lin Yi, why are you so Mayana? You should call me Baba now. You, brutal. Late at night, the rain stopped and the wind died down. Lin Yi leaned on the huge soft bed, smoking a cigarette. Lu Yao, who was standing aside, curled up beside Lin Yi like a kitten. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +5. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +5. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +3. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +3. Congratulations, host. You've successfully raised Lu Yao's favorability towards you to over 70. From now on, when you spend money with this person of the opposite sex, your cashback will be increased by an additional 10%. Listen to the system prompts in your mind. Lin Yi's heart, which had already entered the sage state, was boiling again. If Lu Yao beside him had not fallen asleep, he really wanted to pull him up and give him a good lesson. Sure enough, there is only one shortcut to a woman's inner world. To verify the strength of the system, Lin Yi started transferring money to Lu Yao directly. Each transfer was 15,000 yuan, and this was done 10 times in a row. Extra 10% cashback for each rebate. At this time, Lin Yi's personal property had reached 30,590.31 yuan. It has doubled compared to before. Fuck, this is faster than printing money. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi transferred another 150,000 yuan to Lu Yao. At this time, his personal property had reached 45,590.31 yuan. Looking at the balance on his bank card, Lin Yi's mouth seemed as hard to suppress as AK. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. I silently recited in my heart. Don't worry, there's still a long way to go. Maybe it's because it's too late, or maybe I've consumed too much energy tonight. Not long after, Lin Yi also fell asleep. The next morning, the alarm clock woke Lu Yao up. She opened her sleepy eyes. Turn off the alarm on your phone. She still had to go to work and Linny didn't have to go, so she didn't want to wake Linny up. Seeing the red number on WeChat, Lu Yao habitually clicked on it to take a look. However, the next moment, her eyes, which were originally a little confused, suddenly widened. It was like seeing a ghost. 1 2 3 4.5 10 11 13 15 10 for 15,000, 5 for 30,000. 300,000? Last night, Linny actually transferred 300,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Lu Yao read it again in disbelief. After she was sure that she was not dreaming, the surprise in her eyes became more and more intense. But what followed was a heart full of doubts. Even a little scared. If Linny had only transferred 20,000 or 30,000 yuan to her, she would probably have gladly accepted it. After all, the other party had already eaten up all of his dish yesterday. But a direct transfer of 300,000 is a bit scary. 300,000 is enough for a normal family to pay as a dowry for marrying a daughter-in-law. Could it be that Linny wants to marry me? At this moment, Lu Yao's mind was full of questions. However, just when she was struggling with whether to wake up Linny and ask him, the warm touch of a hand flowed through her heart. She couldn't help but hum in her throat subconsciously. Looking back, Linny had already opened his eyes. His hands were moving around in the quilt. What are you thinking about? You look so absorbed. Hearing Linny ask, Lu Yao also asked the doubts in her heart. Linny, did you forward this to me? As she spoke, Lu Yao showed Linny the chat interface on her phone. Yeah, who else could it be if not me? Besides, isn't it written here? As Linny spoke, he grabbed the other person's white and tender feet. I have to say, Lu Yao's feet are really beautiful. The size is not big, and the skin is smooth and looks crystal clear. Even the feet of some foot models on TikTok cannot compare to her beautiful feet. Feeling the warmth coming from her toes, Lu Yao felt as if an electric current was running through her body. She spoke while suppressing her discomfort. Wait a minute, Linny, you really spun this. Are you confused from sleeping? Isn't this the note you left for me? Or, you are not very conscious now, and you need me to give you an injection now. No, Linny, why did you transfer so much money to me? What? You don't want it? Hearing Linny ask this, Lu Yao immediately waved her hand. That's not the case. It's just that you suddenly transferred so much money to me, which made me feel a little unreal for a moment, and even a little nervous. Lu Yao looked timid at this moment, but Linny could see that she was quite happy that he transferred money to her. So he smiled and said, don't be nervous, this money is for you, and the source is all from formal channels, you can use it with confidence. Hearing Linny say this, Lu Yao's heart, which had been hanging in the air, suddenly settled down. However, Lu Yao didn't think that the other party would give her so much money for no reason. Even if I served him well yesterday, I shouldn't give him so much at once. 300,000 is enough to support a college student for a year. Even if they are some well-known internet celebrities or third-tier stars, playing with them once is enough. Although Lu Yao admitted that she was pretty, even as pretty as some internet celebrities, she didn't think she was made of gold. So she thought that since the other party transferred so much money to her at once, there must be something he wanted her to do. If the other party asked her to do something illegal, no matter how good the money was, Lu Yao would not dare to accept it. So she quickly asked the doubts in her mind. Linny, you gave me so much money, is there something you want me to do? I've got to tell you in advance, I can't help you with anything illegal. As she spoke, Lu Yao timidly retracted her feet. He looked at Linny with a nervous expression. Linny laughed out loud at Lu Yao's behavior. Ha ha ha. You guessed right, this money is indeed not given to you for free. Hearing Linny say this, Lu Yao's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, her guess was right. It was impossible for the other party to give her so much money for no reason. For a moment, Lu Yao's heart was lifted again. She was very scared because Linny asked her to do something illegal. Chapter 31 Monthly Salary of 300,000. Don't be nervous. Giving you money doesn't mean you're asking me to do anything illegal. Besides, do you think I'm someone who breaks the law? No. That's it, how could a good young man like me, full of justice and social integrity, do such shameful things? I can tell you that I will never reconcile myself with gambling and drugs in my life. Lu Yao, ah? Then why do you give me so much money? This is your salary. Salary? From today on, I officially hire you as my personal care expert, with a monthly salary of 300,000, plus bonuses and benefits. How about it? Lin Yi, are you kidding me? Of course not. The money has already been transferred to you. Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lu Yao swallowed unconsciously. So, what do I need to do? Of course you should do what you are supposed to do. For example, you did a great job nursing last night. After saying this, a meaningful smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips. At this moment, Lu Yao completely understood. The reason why Lin Yi transferred 300,000 yuan to himself was that he wanted to protect himself. Make yourself an obedient toy beside him. If you agree, then you can just cut off all relationships with the opposite sex from now on. I don't care what you were like in the past. But from now on, you can only belong to me. I, Lin Yi, don't want to be in the same boat with others. Of course, you can choose to refuse. I agree. Lu Yao agreed without thinking. Are you kidding? 300,000 a month. If she doesn't agree, she is a fool. After spending the past few days together, she had already developed a liking for Lin Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let Lin Yi succeed last night. But she knew that once she accepted the other party's request, then you can only be the other person's lover and it is impossible to become his/her official partner. At this moment, Lu Yao suddenly thought of her best friend Li Ro. As Lin Yi's ex-wife, the 300,000 yuan per month should have belonged to Li Ro. It's a pity that Li Ro, who has become Lin Yi's legal wife, has played a good hand badly. Until now, Li Ro still hasn't thought that Lin Yi is too poor and not worthy of her. Her divorce from Lin Yi was even more of an advantage for her. It's like losing the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Since you agree, why don't you come and sit over here? As he spoke, Lin Yi patted his thigh. Seeing this, Lu Yao smiled shyly and quickly crawled over like an obedient kitten. Yeah. Give me your feet. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +1. Half an hour later. Lu Yao covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. Are you still going to work today? If you don't want me to go, I won't go. Lu Yao answered while washing up. As long as Lin Yi wants, she is now 100% satisfied. ISNT, there is a saying that goes, it's not that I don't work overtime or respect my boss when I earn 3,000 yuan a month, but that your salary is too low. As long as your monthly salary is over 10,000 yuan, I will wash and dry your boss's underwear for you. What's more, Lin Yi now offers a monthly salary of 300,000 yuan. Even if she was asked to resign immediately, she would do it without hesitation. No, you should go to work as usual. I have things to do during the day. All right. To be honest, Lu Yao really wanted to take some time off to accompany Lin Yi. But looking at Lin Yi, it seemed like he had other things to do. After washing up, Lu Yao and Lin Yi left the hotel one after another. After returning home, Lin Yi started packing up the things he needed to move. Actually, he doesn't have much. Just some clothes, some toiletries, and a computer. As for the furniture and appliances here, they are all in the newly rented house, so he doesn't plan to take them. But even these things could hardly fit into a car. It seems that when I have more money in the future, I still have to buy a bigger car. Thinking of this, Lin Yi called Zhang Xinyue again. Ask if there are any customers who like your house. Seeing that Lin Yi was so eager to sell the house, Zhang Xinyue couldn't help but wonder if Lin Yi had run out of money after spending all his money on gifts for the female anchor. Now I want to sell the house quickly to cash out. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinyue began to despise Lin Yi again. But she still said patiently, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We've already posted the information about your property for sale online. I'm sure it won't be long before a suitable buyer inquires about the price." Ding. Zhang Xinyue's favorability 5. Lin Yi was a little confused. What's the matter? Just ask about the house yourself. Why are you lowering your favorability? For a moment, Lin Yi felt a little depressed. He originally thought that the favorability of this intermediary lady would be greatly improved, and he was ready to take her as one of his targets and develop her well. I didn't expect that the other party's favorability towards me has decreased instead of increased in the past 2 days. This is fucking outrageous. But the other party said early on that they would do their best to help sell the house. Lin Yi hung up the phone without saying anything else. Although he was a little depressed, Lin Yi still stopped by Lianjie Real Estate. He gave Zhang Xinyue a key to his house. and told her that if any customers wanted to see the house, they could go and see it themselves with the key. Then he drove his own Xiaobao to his new home. The charming residential area. It was completed 2 years ago and has complete community facilities. Although it is a bit far from the city center, it is very convenient to drive and it is very quiet here. After moving his things to his new home, Linny went to the hardware store and bought a new lock cylinder. Asked the installer to replace it. As for the original lock core and keys, Linny did not throw them away because he would have to return them to the landlord later. After doing all this, Linny called the cleaning lady to clean the house thoroughly. If it were in the past, Linny would definitely clean the room himself. Because he couldn't bear to do so. After all, the cleaning lady's hourly wage was 120 yuan. Even though no one had lived in the house before, it looked quite clean. But it took almost 2 hours to clean up. In the end, Linny gave the cleaning lady 204, which made the cleaning lady very happy. She even said that she would contact her again if she needed anything in the future. After finishing all this, it was already afternoon. Honey, what are you busy with? Have you eaten lunch? Do you miss me? It was followed by a selfie of Lu Yao wearing a nurse's uniform. She was not wearing a mask, her expression was charming, and her eyes looked extremely alluring. To describe it in one word, it is charm. Yes, it means charming and not slutty. There was no revealing clothing, no coquettish gestures, and no exaggerated expressions. But Lu Yao on the photo gives people an extremely attractive feeling. Seeing this, Linny couldn't help but smile. What a little goblin. She is so attractive even in such a formal nurse uniform. What if she were to wear a less formal nurse uniform? Oh shit, that would definitely smell really good. Chapter 32, Top Stewardess Li Jiasen. Little idiot, we've only been apart for half a day and you're already missing me. Hate it, I'm just concerned about whether you've had a good meal. To be honest, Lu Yao really missed Linny. This is of course due to money, but also because of what happened last night. After all, she has been single for 2 years. It's just like smoking. It's hard to quit at first, but after a while, you get used to it. However, when you quit smoking for 2 years and pick it up again, your addiction to smoking will be stronger than before you quit. This whole morning, Lu Yao's mind was filled with the scenes of the two of them being together last night and this morning with Linny. So much so that she, who had never given anyone a second injection since her internship, made a mistake today and gave them 2 injections. I haven't eaten yet. It's already late and you haven't eaten yet? Send me your address and I'll order it for you. Lu Yao said with a concerned tone. No, I still have something to do. I'll just go downstairs and grab a bite to eat. Okay then. But you must eat well. Only when you are full can you have the strength to work. Lu Yao's words made Linny slightly stunned. Then a strange look flashed in his eyes. He replied with a smile. Why do I feel like there's something else behind your words? No way. I just care about you. Listening to Lu Yao's explanation, Linny just laughed. He didn't believe that the other party was just concerned about him. You know, just last night. He had just witnessed what it meant to be like the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward, the great river flowing eastward, its waves washing away everything. Except at the beginning when Lu Yao just cried out in pain. Behind, haha. Okay, just for what you said, I have to eat well too. Well, my husband is so good. Moa. Okay, let's stop talking for now. I have to go give the patient an injection. After finishing his chat with Lu Yao, Linny did feel a little hungry. He packed up and prepared to go downstairs to find a nearby restaurant for a simple meal. However, when Linny just walked out of the elevator, the system prompt sounded in Linny's mind. Ding! A suitable consumer has been detected. Do you want to view the information? However, at this moment, Linny had no intention of checking the system panel. Because right across from him stood an extremely beautiful woman. She was wearing a navy blue, waist-hugging stewardess uniform, and the well-cut suit jacket outlined her graceful curves. The hidden buckle at the waist is slightly tightened, making the woman's slender waist look extremely slender, as if it can fill the palm of your hand with just one grip. The burgundy silk scarf at the collar was tied into an elegant bow, with the tail hanging down on the front of the white shirt, echoing the same colored piping on the cuffs of the uniform. It made her look so delicate. As for the part below the waist, it is a knee-length aligned skirt and a pair of slender calves wrapped in black matte stockings. The streamline of the calf is just like in the comics, 1 point more would be too much, 1 point less would be too little. However, just when Linny was watching intently, the other party moved to the left, obviously making way for Linny. Linny walked out of the elevator unconsciously. But the focus of his eyes was always on this woman. Oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, porcelain skin, and cherry lips. A light fragrance is inhaled into the lungs. At this moment, Linny suddenly became mature and independent. Seeing Linny walking out of the elevator, the girl hurriedly pulled her suitcase into the elevator and pressed the elevator door. As the elevator door closed, the girl slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Linny's burning gaze just now made her a little nervous. At the same time, she felt a little annoyed. Originally, she wore a mask the entire time she went to work or came home from get off work. But when she came back today, she felt particularly bored, especially since she was about to get home. So when she was downstairs, she happened to take off her mask and threw it into the trash can. Outside the elevator, Linny also calmed down at this time. But he didn't leave, but watched the elevator go up quietly. He wanted to see which floor this beautiful stewardess lived on. However, a surprising scene appeared. Because the elevator stopped at the 16th floor at this time. This building has a 2-unit layout per elevator. Linny lives in 1602 himself. Then the other party obviously lives in 1601. At this moment, the corners of Linny's mouth curled up into an arc that was harder to suppress than AK. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the system prompt in his mind just now. So he quickly checked the other party's message. Name, Michelle Reese. Age, 25. Height, 171 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Overall appearance, 92. AK 0. Status, healthy. Favorability, 10. Lee Jessen, not only does she have the same name as that celebrity, she actually looks about 3/4 like her. She's simply the best of the best. Forehead? Why is the favorability level -10 when we first meet? However, when Linny saw that the AK status was 0, he was surprised. 25 years old? Airline stewardess? He looks so good, but his AK is still 0? This is too unscientific. You have to know that in this society, even if you go to a university, you may not necessarily meet an original product. However, Linny actually met 2 of them in the past few days. One is Yu Menjiang, who is still in college, and the other is Lee Jessen, who I met in the elevator just now. This is really a lucky opportunity from God. Or maybe God saw that I was too pitiful in the past, so now he gave me 2 top quality products to compensate me. Otherwise, why didn't he have everything he wanted when he was with Lee Ro? In addition to working like a slave every day, he also tried his best to be Lee Ro's bootlicker. In the end, he was so tired that he got cancer and only had less than a year to live. But since divorcing Lee Ro, the system has arrived and lifespan can be extended. Even Lee Ro's best friend Lu Yao became his own. Now I have met 2 authentic and stunning beauties in succession. This is simply like being possessed by the Emperor of Luck, with so much good fortune. At this moment, Linny suddenly remembered the scene of him having his fortune told under the overpass a few days before his wedding. He still remembered that the old man said to him with a serious face, "Boy, this woman is your nemesis." Because of this, Linny had a quarrel with the old man. Now that I think about it, it was really his own fault. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. Thinking of this, Linny sighed. I silently apologized to the old man in my heart. "I'm sorry, sir. If I meet you again in the future, I will kowtow to you." Opening the unit door, Linny walked out of the community. I have to say that the facilities around this community are quite complete. There is a large supermarket not far from the community, and next to the supermarket there are several newly opened restaurants. What about casserole, cold noodles, spicy hot pot, barbecue, shabu shabu, and copper hot pot? There are even 2 Chinese restaurants that look quite large. Linny randomly picked a Yangbofu Malatang restaurant and walked in. Chapter 33: The Capricious Zhang Xinyue. It's past lunchtime at this time, so there aren't many people in the store. "Boss, give me a bowl of spicy hot pot." "Do you want to weigh it? Or do you want to grab it by hand?" There are many dishes to order, both meat and vegetarian, but the prices are a bit high. The hand-grab dish is 15 yuan a bowl, but only vegetarian dishes are available. However, most people still like to eat it with their hands, because that's how malatang was made in the past, and it can bring out the old flavor. Linny still remembers 5 years ago, when a bowl of spicy hot pot only cost 10 yuan. Of course, if you bring girls along, it will be much more expensive. You need to prepare at least an extra 100 yuan. Because at that time, the girl who ate spicy hot pot with you generally wouldn't run away. It's not like nowadays, don't even think about taking a girl to eat spicy hot pot for 15 yuan. Even if you take her out for a barbecue that costs 150 yuan, she may not go with you. Boss, just give me a bowl of hand-grabbed noodles. After ordering the food, Linny walked to the refrigerator and took out a bottle of chilled Hongbei. When it comes to drinks, he still likes this brand. Lin Ichi opened the bottle cap. With a hiss sound, the sound of bubbles mixed with the familiar sweet fragrance of lychees suddenly burst out. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cool and refreshing liquid slid down his throat, making him feel refreshed. Soon the spicy hot pot he ordered was ready. The rich aroma made Lin Yi's stomach growl. Then he started eating. I have to say, malatang is really delicious. After eating a lot of fish and meat for a few days, having a bowl of this is simply the best. However, just when Linny was working hard, his cell phone rang. When I looked at the caller ID, it was Zhang Xinyue. Without hesitation, Linny answered the call directly. Hello? The next words spoken by the other party made Linny smile. It turned out that someone had taken a fancy to Linny's house and wanted to meet and talk to him. Linny didn't expect that as soon as he delivered the key to the house in the morning, someone took a fancy to it in the afternoon. So they agreed to meet at Lianjia Real Estate in an hour. When Linny arrived at Lianjia Real Estate, the two customers were sitting in the reception room and the inner room drinking tea. Zhang Xinyue was chatting with them on the side. The buyers were a middle-aged couple, and judging by their dress, they seemed to be working class. Just now, Zhang Xinyue sent a WeChat message to Linny and told him that the couple had looked at several houses before, but didn't like any of them. Now that I have seen Linny's house, I think it is quite good. But the price feels a bit high. If Linny could lower the price a bit, they could place a reservation immediately today, and pay in full. As for Zhang Xinyue, the lowest price she has offered is 660,000. Linny understood that the reason why Zhang Xinyue quoted this price was obviously because of the promise he had made before. He only charges 650,000, and he will transfer the extra money to the other party. Seeing Linny coming, the middle-aged couple quickly stood up. He took the initiative to extend his hand and shook hands with Linny. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Su. Mr. Lin, we just saw your house. To be honest, my husband and I really like it. But I have a few questions. Listening to what the other party said, Linny knew that this middle-aged man was an honest person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told the landlord right away that I really liked the house. Linny still has a good impression of this kind of person. Ask any questions you have. Since you said you could ask anything, I'll ask. I see your house's renovations and appliances are pretty new. When was this installed? Linny didn't expect the other party to ask this. He responded casually. Well, this house was decorated 2 years ago for my wedding. As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Su and his lover opposite him showed a slight smile. But Zhang Xinyue on the side raised her eyebrows. She subconsciously glanced at Linny. At this moment, she felt even more contempt for Linny. How can this person be like this? He is already married, but he still watches Douyin and live broadcasts every day. The most important thing is that he gives gifts to those female anchors like crazy. He is simply a scumbag. Anyone who marries him will be unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Ding. Zhang Xinyue's favorability 10. What the hell? What's wrong with this woman? I didn't say anything, so why did she suddenly lose favor with me? This is so fucking capricious. Mr. Lin, I have another question. Your house is well decorated, and the furniture and appliances are all new. Why do you suddenly want to sell it? After these words were spoken, Linny almost couldn't do it. Do you need a reason to sell your house? Why would the other party ask such a question? In fact, what Linny didn't know was that people of this age all believed in feng shui. Although Lin Yi's house is located in an old community, its location is pretty good and it is also well decorated. Moreover, Linny just said that this was their wedding house. If there was no special reason, the other party should not have sold it suddenly. So the middle-aged man surnamed Su naturally had some doubts in his mind, wondering if the feng shui of the house was bad. For example, someone had died there. If someone has died here, he wouldn't dare to buy the house even if the price is cheap or the decoration is good. It's just that the middle-aged man surnamed Su was too honest. He didn't think that if someone really died in this house, how could Linny tell him the truth? Linny didn't know what the other party was thinking, but the other party asked. Of course he had to answer. I've had enough of living here. I don't want to live here anymore. I just got a new one from her 2 days ago and moved out today. Hearing Linny say this, Su Ming turned his gaze to Zhang Xinyue. Yes, Mr. Lin just completed the procedures with me yesterday. Linny didn't say that the house was rented, so Zhang Xinyue naturally wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Although she despised Linny in her heart, she still did not try to sabotage him, because this was her professional quality as an agent. These words seemed to give Su Ming a reassurance. After a moment, Su Ming asked the key question. Mr. Lin, I wonder if this price is negotiable. To be honest, we quite like your house. It's just that my husband and I are ordinary workers, and we bought this house to provide a wedding house for our children. After looking around, I think yours is the most suitable one, but at this price, could you please lower the price a little more? At the end of his words, there was a hint of pleading in Su Ming's eyes. And if Linny heard correctly, Su Ming used the word you in the last sentence. At this moment, Linny suddenly thought of his parents who were far away in the countryside. When they were buying a house for their marriage, did they also beg each other in such a humble manner in order to get the house cheaper? It is truly pitiful to see the love of parents in the world. Linny took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Mr. Su, if we're talking based on age, I should actually call you Uncle Su. Chapter 34. Please don't come to see me again in the future. I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand me. To be honest, the asking price for this house is really not high. 660,000 is indeed the reserve price. You must have looked at many houses. According to the decoration of my house, it can even be sold for 680,000. Hearing Linny say this, Su Ming and his wife sighed slightly in their hearts. They actually knew that the price of Linny's house was not high. But their idea is that if the house price can be lower, they can have more money to spend when their children get married. However, just when they felt there was no hope, Lin Yi's next words made them look surprised. Uncle Su, since you're buying a wedding house for your child, I'll give you a 20,000 yuan discount, making it 640,000 yuan. Lin Yi's words not only surprised Su Ming and his wife. Even Zhang Xinyue, who was standing beside her, had a look of surprise in her eyes. Lin Yi had said before that he would sell this house for a minimum of 650,000 yuan, not a penny less. Moreover, the couple was obviously very fond of Lin Yi's house. Even if Lin Yi did not lower the price, they would still pay for it. After all, in this area, Lin Yi's house is the one that best meets their requirements. But now Lin Yi directly gave the other party 20,000. What is going on? Could it be that Lin Yi felt sorry for the other person? At this time, Su Ming was so excited that he kept thanking him. On the side, Su Ming's wife was so excited that she almost cried. Some even put their hands together and bowed to Lin Yi. Fortunately, Lin Yi reacted quickly and stopped the other party directly. Okay, Uncle Su, if you think this price is okay, let's sign the contract. If you still think the price is not suitable, then I can't do anything about it. The reason why Lin Yi lowered the price for the other party was entirely because he thought of his parents. It's not entirely about pity for the other person. It's suitable, we want this house, let's sign the contract now. The next step was to sign the contract. With Zhang Xinyue as the intermediary, things went smoothly. Su Ming gave Lin Yi a deposit of 20,000 yuan. As for the remaining balance, it must be paid in one lump sum on the day the property title is transferred. As for the procedures before the transfer, they were all handled by Zhang Xinyue. After finishing this task, it was already afternoon. Lin Yi drove to the city hospital to pick up Lu Yao from get off work. As the saying goes, when a long drought comes, it will rain, but how can it be just 2 drops? Just now, Lu Yao sent a WeChat message to Lin Yi, asking him indirectly whether he had any plans for the evening. It's obvious that this little brat is addicted. Lin Yi originally wanted to rest for a night, but he couldn't refuse the other party's kindness. What's more, this little girl Lu Yao is really attractive. So I had no choice but to agree to pick her up at the city hospital. Lin Yi drove the car into the compound of the municipal hospital. He found a place close to the outpatient building and stopped. This would allow Lu Yao or he to spot the other person immediately. He casually took out the chewing gum in the car, took out a piece and put it in his mouth. Waiting quietly. Not long after, Lu Yao appeared. She was wearing a retro-style purple lace shirt. The plump figure makes the shirt look curvy. The slightly open neckline forms a smooth V-shaped line, just right to reveal the slender swan neck and the looming collarbone, revealing a low-key sexiness. The bottom of the shirt is casually tucked into high-waisted wide leg pants. The draping black fabric extends naturally along the leg lines, outlining a slender and straight silhouette. The trouser legs swing slightly when walking, like flowing ink-colored satin. On her feet were a pair of black high heels with red soles and side slits. The hollow design is the finishing touch. When people see it, they don't want to look away. Linny was about to open the car door and greet the other party. However, a brand new BMW 3 Series suddenly drove out from the corner next to him, then braked and stopped in front of Lu Yao. Then a man in a neat suit jumped out of the car holding a bouquet of red roses. Lu Yao! His voice was filled with deliberately amplified enthusiasm. I've been waiting for you here today. This bouquet of flowers is for you. As he spoke, the man handed over the bouquet of flowers in his hand. Lu Yao looked at the man in front of her and frowned involuntarily. This man's name is Yuan Hua. His family runs a restaurant and he has some money. A colleague saw that she was single and planned to bring the two of them together. So he secretly gave Lu Yao's WeChat to Yuan Hua. Although Yuan Hua's family conditions are much better than hers. But Yuan Hua always showed off to Lu Yao intentionally or unintentionally. Showing off how big his restaurant is and how good his business is. This made Lu Yao feel from the bottom of her heart that this person was very childish. I even feel very disgusted in my heart. In addition, her relationship with Lin Yi had progressed rapidly in the past few days, so she directly deleted Yuan Hua's WeChat. Who would have thought that this guy would actually drive directly to the city hospital to block her? I'm sorry, I don't like receiving gifts from strangers. Also, I already have a boyfriend, please don't come to see me anymore, I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand me. Lu Yao's voice was soft and her tone was calm, but it pierced Yuan Hua's heart like a scalpel. He originally thought that Lu Yao would happily accept it, but who would have thought that Lu Yao would directly refuse it without even looking at it? At this moment, he couldn't even remember the lines he had thought about countless times in his mind. Lu Yao glanced at the other person, turned around and wanted to leave. Because Lu Yao knew that Lin Yi had come to pick her up, and was in this parking lot. She didn't want Lin Yi to misunderstand that she was still close to other opposite sex. Seeing Lu Yao about to leave, Yuan Hua came to his senses and quickly reached out to stop Lu Yao. Lu Yao, listen to me. Hey, don't pull me. Lu Yao was so frightened that she quickly hid to the side. Lu Yao, listen to me. Just when Yuan Hua wanted to explain, a heavy voice came from behind him. Let go of your hand. Yuan Hua was frightened by the sudden sound behind him and shuddered. He subconsciously let go of his hand and turned to look behind him. He saw a man about 180 centimeters tall with exquisite short hair staring at him seriously. He subconsciously took a step back. Yuan Hua was just about to ask who the other person was. But then he saw Lu Yao quickly running behind the man, holding the other person's arm. And there was a look of joy on his face. Husband, you're here. Yeah. Who is he? Seeing Lin Yi asking the question, Lu Yao shrank her neck. A suitor, I'll take care of it. Lu Yao took a step forward as she spoke. Said to Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua, you've seen it too. I have a boyfriend. Please stop bothering me in the future, okay? Thank you. After saying that, Lu Yao pulled Lin Yi away. Yuan Hua stood there in a daze. He doesn't understand. Why was Lu Yao still single a few days ago, but suddenly has a boyfriend today? Chapter 35 Tips for Meeting Your Boyfriend. Yuan Hua looked at the two people's backs as they left, and felt a lump in his chest. However, when he saw Lu Yao and the man get into a Volkswagen Bora, he almost vomited blood. He looked at the newly picked up BMW 3 Series behind him, and then looked at the other person's broken Volkswagen Bora. For a moment, he didn't know where he lost. After getting in the car, Lu Yao looked at Lin Yi cautiously. She whispered, Husband, you are not angry, are you? Why should I be angry? Husband, we really have nothing to do with each other. I even deleted his WeChat. Who knew he would come to the hospital? Looking at Lu Yao trying her best to explain, Lin Yi just felt a little funny. Linny didn't say anything, but freed one hand and placed it on Lu Yao's thigh. Feel the silkiness of the fabric. I remember you were wearing a skirt when you left this morning. Yeah, the skirt I wore yesterday was too eye-catching, so I went home and changed into it. You know, I rarely wear skirts to work. Why? You like seeing me in a skirt. Lu Yao pursed her sexy lips and looked at Linny with a smile in her eyes. Of course, a skirt looks prettier and is more convenient. Of course, Lu Yao knew what Linny meant, and her pretty face immediately turned red with embarrassment. Hate it. I put this outfit on especially for you. Besides, there's a little surprise inside. Hearing Lu Yao say this, Linny immediately became interested and asked quickly. Oh? What's the surprise? Seeing Linny's interested look, Lu Yao showed a triumphant smile. She first gently moved Linny's hand away from her leg and then moved her loose trouser legs up. As the trouser legs moved up, the white calves were revealed. She stopped when she reached the base of her thighs. And said with a magnetic voice, "Honey, try again." While driving, Linny took the opportunity to glance at the other person and put his palm on him. As soon as he started, Linny's eyes lit up. A completely different feeling from before was rapidly transmitted to his brain along the neurons in his fingers. This material is good, thin and smooth. Top quality goods. How is it? Do you like it? There was a smile in the corner of Lu Yao's eyes, and she looked as if to say, I knew you liked this. Linny smiled unconsciously. Does he like it? Of course he likes it. This kind of outfit is simply men's favorite. It's so lethal. He looked at Lu Yao with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a check mark. And he spoke slowly in an appreciative tone. Wonderful. It's wonderful. As a reward. Looking at the corners of Linny's mouth that were harder to suppress than AK, Lu Yao felt a little proud. Humph. Stinky man, there are so many fashion guides on Douyin, but I can't get you. What's more, this coolest was a little tip she specially prepared for meeting Linny today. Then Lu Yao spoke with a hint of autumn in her eyes and drew out her tone. Then how do you want to reward me? Not only does she look attractive, but her voice is full of temptation. At this moment, Linny only felt his adrenaline surge instantly. If he hadn't tried so hard to restrain himself, he would have stepped on the accelerator into the fuel tank. Linny tilted his head with a wicked smile on his face. Of course I'll reward you handsomely. Ah, stop it. You're still driving. On the other side, Yuan Hua felt more and more suffocated the more he thought about it. He didn't understand where he had lost. He has a decent job, is rich and good-looking, his family is in business, and he drives the latest BMW 3 Series. The car the other person was driving was just a broken Volkswagen. Logically speaking, women should all like this type of look. The more Yuan Hua thought about it, the more upset he felt, and he decided to follow and see. When he saw the other person's Volkswagen Bora driving into the only Michelin 2-star restaurant in Jinghai, he was stunned. You should know that even a simple meal at a 2-star Michelin restaurant would cost over 1,000 yuan per person. The other party only drives a broken Volkswagen. How could he possibly come to such a high-end restaurant to eat? Could it be that he was showing off in front of Lu Yao? Yes, he must be a skinny donkey pulling hard shit, pretending to be poor, and trying to win Lu Yao's favor. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua seemed to have figured everything out. So he drove in as well. He wanted to witness with his own eyes the other party being slapped in the face for his pretense. Linny and Lu Yao just found a quiet place to sit down. Linny then saw Yuan Hua following closely behind. In fact, just now, Linny had already discovered that the other party was driving and following him from behind. This made Linny, who originally planned to go shopping in the mall and then have a bite to eat inside, decide to experience the only Michelin 2-star restaurant in Jinghai. He didn't know whether it tasted good or not, but the main thing was that it was expensive. According to the normal person's appetite, if you want to have a big meal in a hurry, you will have to spend at least 5,000 yuan. Those who spend 1 to 2,000, or 2 to 3,000 yuan on meals either don't order high-end ingredients, or they eat with an empty stomach. After all, the quantity is too small. Even if you order more than a dozen dishes, it will only be enough to whet your appetite after eating. In fact, most of the people who come here to eat are here for the environment and the style, and some come here to check in and take photos. As for those who come here purely for the taste of the food, there are some, but they are very few. The reason why Linny came here was to measure his muscles in front of this man named Yuan Hua, so that this young man would not be too ignorant of his own limitations. Seeing Lin Yi's eyes fixed on the door, Lu Yao couldn't help but turn her head to look. But when she saw Yuan Hua's figure, she frowned immediately. This person is really haunting. She didn't understand why the other party followed her here after she had already explained everything to him. Hubby, how about we change places? Change what? Isn't this better? Seeing Lin Yi's indifferent expression, Lu Yao didn't say anything more. But at this moment, she hated Yuan Hua even more. Waiter, take your order. The waiter who had been waiting beside him respectfully handed over the menu. Lin Yi casually glanced at the tablet in his hand, then handed it to Lu Yao. Yao Yao, come and have some. Perhaps because she knew that Lin Yi didn't like ordering food, Lu Yao didn't refuse this time and took it directly. And looked at it carefully. Their portions are too small, order more. Okay. To be honest, Lu Yao had never been to a Michelin restaurant. So she doesn't know which dishes are delicious. But Douyin is a very powerful platform, and many internet celebrities have checked in at this store. Just like those students who are still studying, they have never put the knowledge into practice, haven't they taken online classes late at night. Therefore, Lu Yao was not unfamiliar with the names of those dishes. Caviar with king crab, this dish is almost a must-order dish for internet celebrities. Although the price is expensive, everyone says it tastes good. Chapter 36 Snowflakes Fluttering. Then, Lu Yao ordered butter-fried blue dragon, kaiseki sashimi platter, charcoal grilled A5 wagyu beef, pan-fried foie gras, and Iberian ham. Of course, steak is also essential. She remembered watching a TV series with a male protagonist named Lu Yuan, and there was a dish called beef Wellington. This dish was very popular at that time. Many bloggers even went to Western restaurants to check out this dish, and there were even folk masters who replicated it. So today Lu Yao also ordered this beef Wellington. As for cold drinks, mousse, chocolate and other small desserts, Lu Yao also ordered some. At this time, Yuan Hua, who was sitting not far away, also started ordering food. In order to prove that he is stronger than Lin Yi, he also bit his teeth and ordered a sirloin steak and a dish of caviar with king crab. The cost of these two dishes together is close to 4,000 yuan. Yuan Hua didn't think that the other party would order a king crab worth more than 3,000 yuan like he did. In his mind, a loser like Lin Yi would just order some cheap steaks, Shanghai beef balls, or sweet and sour spare ribs with pecans. If he wanted to show off in front of Lu Yao, he would probably order a plate of pan-fried foie gras at most. She would definitely not order a dish like king crab that costs more than 3,000 yuan. After ordering the food, Yuan Hua leaned back in his chair comfortably. He even gave Lin Yi a very provocative look. This made Lin Yi feel a little funny. Not long after, the waiter pushed a food cart towards Lin Yi. Seeing this, Yuan Hua immediately sat up straight with a playful smile in his eyes. He wanted to see what strength the other party had to dare to compete with him for the woman. However, the next moment, his gaze changed from amusement to surprise, and finally to disbelief. Caviar with king crab, butter-fried blue dragon, kaiseki sashimi platter, charcoal grilled A5 wagyu beef, seared foie gras, Iberian ham, and Wellington steak. The more Yuan Hua looked at it, the more unbelievable it became. He even wondered if the waiter had served the wrong dishes to Lin Yi and the others. How could a person who drives a cheap ordinary restaurant order so many dishes made with high-end ingredients? All these dishes cost more than 10,000 yuan. Is this the other party's failure? Looking at Lin Yi and Lu Yao eating calmly, Yuan Hua just felt a little embarrassed on his face. Just now he was still muttering in his mind that the other party would not be willing to order caviar with king crab that costs more than 3,000 yuan. But in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. This feeling is like when I went to the toilet in middle school and peed more than a meter high, feeling so cool. As a result, a student next to him urinated more than 3 meters high, and the urine even reached the ceiling. Even the urine that fell down got all over his head. At this moment, Yuan Hua suddenly had an urge to get up and leave. But when I thought about the fact that I spent more than 3,000 yuan and ordered a plate of caviar with king crab, he felt that it would be a huge loss if he just left like that. In addition, he always had an illusion in his heart, thinking that Lin Yi was just pretending to be cool and had no ability to pay. So Yuan Hua did not leave. He wanted to wait until the end to see if Lin Yi had the money to pay the bill. From time to time, he looked up in the direction of Lin Yi and Lu Yao. But every time he saw Lu Yao pick up the dishes with a smile and feed them into Lin Yi's mouth with her own hands, his heart bleeds. Lin Yi and Lu Yao only spent an hour on this meal. But for Yuan Hua, time seemed to have passed as long as half a century. Seeing Linny walking towards the front desk to pay the bill, Yuan Hua suddenly became alert and his eyes widened. He even kept repeating in his mind, "No money, no money, no money." However, his idea was doomed to disappointment. Linny scanned the code and paid in a very casual manner. Even when leaving, he deliberately put his arm around Lu Yao's waist and glanced in his direction. That look was full of disdain. Faced with such a look, Yuan Hua felt like a clown in the other person's eyes, full of ridiculousness. The next moment, he felt a black screen before his eyes. Teacher Fei's famous songs came to my ears. Snowflake. Gentlemen? Sir, what's wrong with you? Call an ambulance. Linny naturally didn't know Yuan Hua's current situation. Even if he knew, he would just smile slightly and say in his heart, "Oh. This young man." After leaving the 2-star Michelin restaurant, Linny took Lu Yao to the nearby Vientiane shopping center. To be honest, Linny didn't really want to go shopping because he wasn't one who particularly liked shopping. Moreover, he had been taking Lu Yao shopping every time these days, which had made him a little bored. But there was no other way. In order to get cash back and increase his income, Linny had no choice but to take Lu Yao shopping. Otherwise, you can't transfer money at every turn. If things go on like that for a long time, it will not be conducive to direct emotional communication between two people. Lin's purpose is very clear, which is consumption. As long as Lu Yao can use it, he will buy it. The two had entered the shopping mall, and Linny headed towards the high-end women's area. This made Lu Yao very happy, because it meant that Linny was going to give her something again. The first stop was the skincare area. Women all love beauty, and Lu Yao could hardly walk when she saw all those bottles and jars. Linny didn't understand these things. Among these many brands, he only knew two, one was Chanel and the other was SK2. He only knew about SK2 because of the popularity of its facial treatment essence and Li Rose's insistence on buying it. As for girls, the high-end skincare brand should be La Prairie. At this time, at the La Prairie counter, a girl wearing a navy blue professional suit, with bright looks and elegant manners, was patiently introducing their skincare products. She has a delicate face and a professional and friendly smile. Every move she makes carries with it the elegant rhythm that is unique to a professional shopping guide. However, standing next to her was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old and was wearing a gray suit and holding a crocodile leather handbag under his arm. "Sir, this cream uses patented cell-activating technology and is effective in improving fine lines and enhancing firmness." Her slender fingers slid across the carvings on the bottle, and the faint scent of cedar mixed with the high-end fragrance of the cream wafted across her wrist. The middle-aged man stroked the crocodile leather handbag in his hand and seemed to be listening carefully to the girl's introduction. In fact, the eyes are constantly moving up and down the other person's body. My heart was already filled with confusion. "This set is nice, but do you have anything more expensive?" "Money is not a problem." The middle-aged man spoke in a very heroic tone. This made the girl opposite very happy, and she quickly turned around to get another product from their store. However, just as the girl turned around to get the product, the middle-aged man quickly took out his mobile phone and secretly took a picture of the girl's slender waistline revealed when she bent over. This scene happened to be seen by Linny and Lu Yao. "Uncle, just take a look at it, why are you taking pictures?" Chapter 37. Do you want to go in and eat the emperor's food? The sudden sound made the middle-aged man's fingers tremble, and the phone fell to the ground with a click. The middle-aged man subconsciously looked back. I saw Linny looking at him with a smile. When the middle-aged man found out that the other person was just a young man, he felt relieved instantly. "Young man, what nonsense are you talking about?" After saying that, he quickly bent down to pick up his phone. At this time, the shopping guide girl also turned around and looked at the two of them with suspicion. "Look, you scared me so much that I dropped my phone and it broke. I'm telling you, I just spent over 10,000 yuan on this phone. You can't leave if you don't compensate me with a new one today." Linny was amused by the other party's move. He didn't expect that after he caught the other party taking pictures of the girl, he still had the audacity to ask him to compensate him for his phone. He was really out of his mind. Lu Yao, who had been following Linny, was also amused by the anger. She said sarcastically, "You were secretly filming a girl, and we caught you there. You felt guilty and dropped your phone, but now you're blaming us. You're truly disgusting, you're just disgusting." Lu Yao's words directly stimulated the middle-aged man. He suddenly roared angrily. "What the hell did you say, you little bitch? After yelling, he even wanted to reach out and grab Lu Yao's collar. However, there was no way Lin Yi would let the other party succeed, so he stood directly in front of Lu Yao. What? You still want to do it? Looking at Lin Yi, who was half a head taller than him, the middle-aged man raised his hand, hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally put it back. Let me tell you, according to the Public Security Administration punishment law, secretly photographing women in public places will result in detention. Now you want to beat a woman in public, I can sue you for disturbing the peace. Do you want to go to jail and eat a piece of the emperor's food? Lin Yi's words immediately made the middle-aged man's face turn purple. I'm telling you, young man, stop spitting blood. What evidence do you have to accuse me of secretly filming? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yao raised her phone. To prevent you from denying it, I recorded the entire process of you secretly filming me. Do you want me to call the police directly and hand over this evidence to them? After saying that, Lu Yao deliberately raised her voice and shouted. Brothers and sisters passing by, come and take a look, this is the guy who's acting like a hooligan at the counter. Following Lu Yao's shout, many passers-by cast wait-and-see glances. At this moment, the pretty shopping guide girl finally realized what had happened and took a half-step back with a pale face. Immediately afterwards, the manager of the La Prairie counter rushed over, followed by 2 security guards. Our store has 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. The store manager called up the real-time footage, and the man's actions of secretly filming were clearly visible on the screen. Call the police now. The middle-aged man panicked, beads of sweat trickling down his hairline. Don't call the police. I was wrong. I'll delete it right away. His fingers were shaking as he frantically operated his phone, but Lin Yi grabbed his wrist. Deleting it is useless. Who knows if you have real-time cloud backup? As soon as these words were spoken, the middle-aged man's face changed. After learning what happened, several girls who were watching were immediately filled with indignation. This guy is too shameless. He's old and still doing this kind of thing. He should have some shame. He looks like a decent person dressed like a human, but I didn't expect him to be a pervert. He must be exposed. Let his wife and children see it. Faced with everyone's accusations, the middle-aged man picked up his mobile phone and ran out. The 2 security guards chased after him. At this time, the manager of the La Prairie counter walked up to Lin Yi with the shopping guide girl. Thank you so much for what you did today, sir. To show our appreciation, we'll give you a 30% discount on any product you purchase in our store today. The salesgirl next to him also gave him a grateful look. However, Lin Yi smiled slightly. You're welcome. We just happened to meet. I believe that if other people met us, they would also speak up for us. Okay, without further ado, tell us about your skincare products. Yes, sir. Then, the pretty shopping guide girl began to patiently introduce their skincare products to Lu Yao. Lin Yi sat on the sofa nearby. Checking the information in my mind. Name, Chen Yali. Age, 34. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 82. AK5. Status, normal already giving birth. Favorability, 20. Forehead? This should be the store manager. Name, Su Qing. Age, 24. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Overall appearance, 85. AK1. Status, healthy. Favorability, 30. Is this the authentic one? But the owner still looks charming. Sir, please drink some water. At this time, the store manager brought a bottle of soda water and placed it in front of Lin Yi. And started chatting with Lin Yi. What's your name, sir? Lin Yi took the soda water with a smile, unscrewed the cap and took a sip, then nodded to the store manager in thanks. Thank you. My last name is Lin. Mr. Lin's girlfriend is really beautiful. Ha ha. You're beautiful too. Mr. Lin, thank you for your praise. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Yao seemed to have encountered some difficulties. She ran over, grabbed Lin Yi's arm, and spoke softly. Honey, please come and help me, I can't decide. As he spoke, Lu Yao held up 2 gift boxes and asked Lin Yi to help him choose. Su Qing, who was standing by, also followed and patiently explained the advantages and effects of the 2 sets of skincare products. However, Lin Yi raised his hand and interrupted the other party. How much? Hello, sir. This limited edition 4-piece blue caviar gift box is 18,000 yuan after the discount. The other one is the Platinum Prestige series, which is 33,000 yuan after the discount. Su Qing's voice is very nice, warm and sweet. Gives people a feeling of spring breeze. Linny calculated in his mind that the two sets together cost a total of 51,000. The amount I have is just enough. So he said it very proudly. No matter what you choose, just take them all and that's it. When Lu Yao heard Linny say this, her heart immediately blossomed with joy. In fact, she wanted them all, but was too embarrassed to say it, so she asked Linny to help her make a decision. Since Linny was the main person paying for it, she naturally wanted to see Linny's opinion. However, what she didn't expect was that Linny actually said he wanted them all. Chen Yali and Su Qing on the side also showed surprise in their eyes. As a shop owner, Chen Yali has been working in La Prairie for 3 years. She had seen many generous customers, but there were very few who bought the 2 flagship series boxes at once without any sales promotion. The light from the La Prairie counter shone on Linny, casting a dazzling halo around him. The price of more than 50,000 seemed to be just an insignificant number in his mouth. Su Qing didn't expect that Linny would actually buy 2 sets of gift boxes at once. Chapter 38 Valentino and Victoria's Secret. Su Qing blinked in disbelief, she even thought she had heard it wrong. You know, just the day before yesterday, she gave a full half-hour introduction to a wealthy lady, but she only bought a basic set in the end. However, this young man, who looked about the same age as himself, simply asked the price and bought it directly and decisively. Their generosity and composure are no less than those of top VIP customers. She secretly looked at Lu Yao, whose face was filled with happiness, and her heart was full of envy. She was amazed at Lin Yi's strong financial resources, and was even more touched by his unreserved love for Lu Yao. At this moment, she even secretly thought in her heart, it would be great if there was a man who could treat her like this. I didn't expect that Mr. Lin is not only upright, but also very generous. Chen Yali's voice was half a degree higher than usual, and her professional smile was a little more flattering. We have a special promotion for free gifting when you place an order for these 2 series. You can get an extra travel size of the Platinum series. As she said this, she winked at Su Qing. Su Qing understood what he meant and quickly walked towards the storage room. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. Okay, let's issue the tickets. Then Linny stood up without any hesitation and scanned the code to pay. As the payment success was displayed on the mobile phone, Lin Yi's cashback also came. Transaction reminder, China Construction Bank, your account 520 deposited 56,100 yuan in Huaxia currency at 7:43 on May 24, leaving an available balance of 56,990.31 yuan. Huaxia currency. Mr. Lin, what's your phone number? I'd like to get you a membership card. Okay, 159,434 x times x times x. When Su Qing heard Linny say the phone number, her eyes curved even wider with a smile. Mr. Lin, this is your membership card, please keep it. Linny took the membership card casually. Then he looked at Su Qing meaningfully. Then he took Lu Yao away. Take care, sir and madam. Welcome to visit us next time. Okay, no need to send me off. After Linny and Lu Yao left, Su Qing silently added Lin Yi's mobile number and used Lin Yi's mobile phone number to search for Lin Yi's WeChat. At this moment, Lu Yao happily held Lin Yi's arm. The warm and soft touch made Lin Yi feel comfortable. Thank you, husband, for the reward I gave you tonight. What kind of reward is this? Isn't it? This is just a gift for you. I said I would reward you handsomely tonight, and I will reward you handsomely. Don't worry. When he said this, Lin Yi's pronunciation became a little heavier. Lu Yao was no novice, and now she understood the meaning of Lin Yi's words. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. She said coquettishly, hateful. Because Lu Yao's favorability exceeded 70. So the cashback amount is increased by an additional 10%. So Lin Yi is now more proactive in spending money on Lu Yao. When you go to the mall, you certainly won't just buy 2 boxes of skincare products and go back. Come on, I bought you 2 speed boots. Forehead? Before Lu Yao could react, Lin Yi pulled her into Valentino. The goal is clear, orange and nude. Try it on without asking the price. The shopping guide next to him was even about to introduce this pair of shoes, but Lin Yi raised his hand to interrupt him. He said, wrap it up. Yes, sir. Then, Lin Yi chose a pair of shallow-mouthed nude pink high heels for Lu Yao. And asked the waiter next to you to pack it up and issue the ticket. In fact, Lu Yao wanted to change the color of these two shoes, but Lin Yi thought the nude color looked better. The total consumption was 16,900 yuan. Finally, under the envious gaze of the shopping guide, Lin Yi and Lu Yao left with their shopping bags. I have the shoes. But there is still a set of battle clothes missing. In order to complete the equipment, Lin Yi set his sights on Victoria's Secret. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Yi's eyes lit up unconsciously. There is a wide variety of sexy pajamas in various materials and styles. Lin Yi stretched out his fingers and gently stroked them across a lace satin nightgown. He couldn't let go of the touch of her baby-like skin. It has to be said that things from big brands are just better. No wonder they can even put on a fashion show. Honey, do you think this looks good? As she spoke, Lu Yao blushed and took out a translucent, bean paste-colored gauze nightgown and gestured in front of herself. When Lin Yi saw it, he felt an urge to get angry. Purchase. Hearing Lin Yi's voice, Lu Yao smiled and took out a short purple lace suspender nightgown. What about this one? Purchase. 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 When Lin Yi and Lu Yao, carrying large and small shopping bags, returned to the first floor of the shopping mall and prepared to leave, Lu Yao suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Lu Yao in confusion. Husband, come here. As she spoke, Lu Yao stretched out her hand and pulled Lin Yi towards the mobile phone area. Soon the two arrived at the iPhone Experience store. To be honest, Lin Yi was a little surprised. He had just bought her a mobile phone 2 days ago, so why did she drag him here again? Does she want me to buy her a tablet? The employees of the iPhone Experience store saw the two people carrying a lot of things in. I immediately realized that this was a serious customer. It's not a customer group that comes simply to experience. Hello, welcome to the iPhone Experience store. How can I help you? Let's check our phones. As she spoke, Lu Yao pulled Lin Yi to the booth. Husband, choose one. Lin Yi looked at Lu Yao in surprise. My choice? Seeing Lin Yi asking the question, Lu Yao nodded heavily. Yeah, pick one and I'll give it to you. Lin Yi was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Yao dragged him here to give him a mobile phone. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little touched. His current mobile phone is a domestic mid-range phone, and he has been using it for 3 years. The volume buttons below are starting to become unresponsive. In fact, he had wanted to change it for a long time, but he just couldn't bear to do it. Because he was with Li Ro at that time, he always gave money to her, hoping to give her a better life, and he didn't mind suffering a little. Of course, Lin Yi also knew that the reason why Lu Yao wanted to give him a mobile phone was entirely because he transferred 300,000 yuan to her yesterday. And just now in this mall, he spent nearly 100,000 yuan on her. But on the other hand, there is nothing wrong with Lu Yao not wanting to buy herself a mobile phone. After all, the other person is just a lover that you keep. No matter whether the other party is trying to please you and gain more benefits from you. Or maybe she really thought he was good to her and wanted to give herself a mobile phone because she saw that her phone was old. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he really enjoys the feeling of being cared for now. Even if the other party has ulterior motives. What's more, wasn't he also tempted by Lu Yao's beauty and wanted to take her body? Especially now, Lu Yao's favorability towards him has reached 72. Even if Lu Yao didn't flatter him, he would still spend money on Lu Yao in order to make money from cashback. Besides, with a favorability rating of 72 points, who dares to say that Lu Yao is not sincere towards him now? Chapter 39 Li Wanwan gives enough emotional value. At this moment, Lin Yi smiled, and smiled happily. Husband, you should also choose 16 Pro Max. I want to use a couple's phone with you. In the end, Lin Yi also chose the 1TB 16 Pro Max. But the color he chose was black. It just so happens that the two of them have one black and one white, so they can be considered a couple's phone. After buying the mobile phone, the two came to the underground parking lot. Lu Yao suddenly and unconsciously recalled what happened last night. She glanced around, wanting to see if she could see someone dancing in a car again today. Lin Yi noticed that Lu Yao's eyes were scanning back and forth, as if she was looking for something. So I couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? What are you looking at? When Lin Yi suddenly asked this question, Lu Yao felt as if her thoughts had been exposed. For a moment, I felt a little shy. She quickly stuck out her tongue. No, I didn't see anything.
Seeing the other party's somewhat unnatural behavior, Linny smiled and didn't ask any more questions.
Then the two got in the car.
But after a while, Lu Yao discovered that Linny did not start the car, so she looked at him with a puzzled look. But as soon as Lu Yao turned her head, she found Linny staring at her with a wicked smile on his face. This made her shrink back subconsciously.
Hubby, why don't we go?
Looking at Lu Yao's timid eyes, Linny felt that she was a little cute. He leaned forward and put his face close to Lu Yao.
He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yao Yao, tell me what you were looking at just now? No, I didn't see anything. Really? But I feel like you want to see if there's anyone doing the same thing as those two people yesterday.
When these words came out, Lu Yao's eyes widened immediately. She didn't expect that Linny could guess her little thoughts. For a moment, an extreme feeling of shame came over me.
Lu Yao wanted to quibble. But the next second,
her sweet lips were enveloped by a warm touch.
Woo! Honey, I'm a little scared.
Don't worry, the place where I parked today was deliberately chosen to be in a blind spot for surveillance. After saying that, Linny placed his hand on Lu Yao's head and slowly pushed it down.
Woo! 20 minutes later, a Volkswagen Bora slowly drove out of the underground parking lot.
At this time, Lu Yao was drinking water and rubbing her face.
Husband, why don't you change your car? The space in this car is too small.
Especially the gear lever, it makes my chest hurt a little bit. Listening to Lu Yao's complaints, Linny suddenly felt that it was time to change the car. Not only is the space of this Bora too small, but since it is a manual transmission car, it is very inconvenient for the driver and the front passenger to interact.
Let's see. There should be a big car show here in a few days. We can go for a stroll then.
In order to make it convenient for Lu Yao to go to work tomorrow morning, Linny found a 5-star hotel close to the city hospital.
I asked for a presidential suite directly.
Because he had just gotten angry, Linny behaved very gentlemanly at this time. He leaned on the sofa, smoking slowly.
Lu Yao leaned in his arms. So the two of them watched the movie together.
As the movie played, the temperature in the house began to rise gradually. Lu Yao, who was originally wearing a shirt and wide leg pants, now changed into the lace semi-transparent nightgown she had just bought in the mall. But the little tips have been kept.
Does it look good? Lu Yao looked at Linny with longing eyes.
Linny, who had originally calmed down, began to get angry again.
He looked at Lu Yao's appearance at this moment. My throat is a little dry.
His eyes seemed to be burning with fire.
Nice.
Linny didn't expect that the small tips under the other party's wide leg pants were actually baby-sized.
Tell me, do you usually dress like this at work? How is that possible? I dress like this just to see you.
Hearing that Lu Yao dressed like this specifically to see him, Linny couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth.
What's up, husband? Don't you like me dressing like this for you? I like it, how could I not like it?
The hot air exhaled by Linny when he spoke blew on Lu Yao's ears, causing her to move around in his arms. Linny's Adam's apple rolled slightly, his eyes fixed on Lu Yao's watery eyes. He reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and gently stroked her hot cheek with his fingertips, his voice low and hoarse.
You smell so good today.
Lu Yao looked up at him, the corners of her eyes tinged with an intoxicating blush, and the rich fragrance lingering around her body became clearer as she got closer. Today the baby is not only fragrant, but also very sweet. As he spoke, a warm breath brushed past Linny's ears, causing his heart to tremble.
Really? Then let me try it.
Having said that, Linny printed it directly. The hotel room was filled with warm yellow lights, and the speakers were playing soothing music, creating a charming atmosphere. At this moment, Lu Yao's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were so blurred that they seemed to be drawing lines.
Ba. Where are you going? I'll go get my phone. What are you doing with your phone? People say the iPhone's camera function is a bit limited.
I want to see if it's really as powerful as netizens say.
Ah. Disgusting. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +2. Ding.
Favorability from Lu Yao +1. The next day, when Linny woke up, Lu Yao had already left and left him a message.
Honey, I have to go to work first. Remember to eat breakfast when you wake up. Love you.
Linny shook his neck, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box on the bedside table, and slowly lit it. He slept too late last night, which made him feel as if his whole body was hollowed out.
Hey! It seems that I have worked out well, otherwise it would be really hard for me to bear it.
Linny was smoking a cigarette while looking at the messages on WeChat.
Because I was busy working all night last night. So I don't have time to check WeChat. At this moment, the message sent by Lee Wonwon was displayed on his mobile phone interface.
Wonwon, brothery, what are you busy with? Wonwon, brothery, this is the dance studio where I take classes.
What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it?
Wonwon, there are many beautiful young ladies.
JPG, a row of young ladies wearing tight dance pants and stretching their legs.
Wonwon, brother, are you busy?
Why are you ignoring me?
Wonwon, good night, brothery.
Wonwon, good morning, brother. Followed by a sweet photo.
From last night until this morning, Wonwon sent Linny 7 or 8 messages. Whether you should say it or not, the other party will really give emotional value.
Linny tapped casually on the screen of his mobile phone. I was busy yesterday, working half the night. My back hurts from exhaustion. A few seconds after Linny sent this message, I received a reply from the other party.
Wonwon, thank you for your hard work, brother.
JPG, well behaved. Chapter 40, Rain and Dew.
Wonwon, brothery, did you just wake up?
Yes.
Linny replied casually.
Wonwon, then you must not have eaten yet. Tell me your address and I'll order breakfast for you. No, the hotel provides breakfast.
Wonwon, hotel?
JPG, curious.
Yes.
As he spoke, Linny directly recorded a short video and sent it to the other party.
However, when Lee Wonwon read the message sent by Linny, she was completely stunned.
Even a hint of doubt arose in my mind. Is this a hotel? Are you sure it's not his own mansion?
The luxurious decoration looks more beautiful than the mansions of those big internet celebrities on TikTok.
Wow! Bro, what kind of hotel is this? It's so big and beautiful. JPG shocked Omega. A faint smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips, and his fingertips slid quickly across the screen.
He wanted to show off and just say that this was the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. But when I think about it, this kind of blatant pretense is a bit too lousy.
But how can I impress a girl if I don't pretend to be cool? So he replied in a very provocative manner. It's okay.
I'm afraid the cheap ones are not clean.
These words really cheered up Lee Wonwon. Lee Wonwon watched the video over and over again.
Finally, 4 big words suddenly emerged in my mind.
Presidential suite.
Although Lee Wonwon has never stayed in a top-tier hotel, she has stayed in hotels that cost 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a night when she traveled with her classmates during the winter and summer vacations. Although the decoration of those hotels was already very good, there was still a big gap between their luxury and the one Linny sent.
The most important thing is that the room Linny sent is too big.
The living room in the video alone looks to be over 100 square meters. And just now she actually saw that there was a treadmill in one of the rooms.
Who would put a treadmill in a normal hotel room? So Lee Wonwon concluded that this should be the presidential suite.
However, just when Wonwon was thinking about how she should ask the other party to take a video for her, Linny sent another voice message at this time.
Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm a little hungry. I'll eat something first. This is followed by a video.
The video shows a woman in professional attire, who is gracefully bringing dishes from a food cart to the table. The video is not long, but one can see that there is a cheese lobster, a charcoal grilled steak, a serving of sea urchin steamed egg, a tray of steamed dumplings, a fruit platter, and a jug of fruit juice. Of course, there are some places where you can only see the plates but not the dishes themselves. Wonwon stared at the screen of her mobile phone, her fingers unconsciously enlarging the picture, her eyes wide open.
She couldn't help but ask herself, is this really just breakfast?
At this moment, the word rich was redefined in Wonwon's mind.
Okay, brothery.
Although Linny was hungry, he was not so hungry that he could not reply to Wonwon's message while eating. But he felt that he had already pretended to be 13.
If there are more, it might be too much. Another thing is to treat everyone equally.
Because Xiao Yu Menjing also sent him several messages.
Ended the chat with Lee Wonwon. Linny clicked on Xiao Yu's profile picture. I looked at the message sent by the other party. Xiao Yu, is my brother here? Do you want to watch my sister's live broadcast tonight? Is my brother busy with work? Why is he ignoring me? I feel wronged. Xiao Yuyu, brother, are you up yet? I ordered a stepmother skirt yesterday. JPG Shu.
Looking at the other party's message, Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly.
Although this little fish's favorability towards him is only 30 points. But the emotional value is very well given.
Once he gets it, it will probably provide him with a different kind of pleasure. In addition, the other party is still the original product. So Lin Yi also included her in the key target of attack.
I worked until midnight yesterday and just got up to have breakfast. As he spoke, Lin Yi took another video and sent it to Xiao Yuyu.
However, I don't know if Xiao Yuyu was in class or busy with something else, and she didn't reply immediately. Lin Yi was not in a hurry, so he started eating breakfast.
To be honest, he was a little hungry.
After all, the amount of exercise yesterday was quite a lot. While eating, Lin Yi searched for gyms near his home on his mobile phone. He plans to get a membership card and then find a coach to train properly. After all, I don't have to work now, and money is not a problem anymore. It's time to exercise properly so that you can have a good body with sufficient endurance.
You know, some top beauties cannot be obtained simply by spending money. Many top beauties come from very wealthy families.
They not only like money, but also like handsome faces and young and strong bodies.
After all, money is common to them. There are 3 fitness centers around the Qingqing Yijing community.
One of the gyms caught Lin Yi's attention.
It's called Beerus Gym.
That's right, it's what you think, the Beerus in Dragon Ball. This gym has only been open for less than half a year. It has received rave reviews on TikTok. The area covered is also very large, with upstairs and downstairs. It looks like it is more than 2,000 square meters.
Lin Yi decided to go there and take a look after dinner. After dinner, Lin Yi took a shower.
He wrapped himself in a bath towel and sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette.
Looking at the messages on the phone. Xiao Yuyu, brother, what did you do last night? You look so tired. JPG smirk.
I was in class just now, so I couldn't reply to your message in time.
JPG classroom. Wow. My brother's breakfast is so rich. JPG surprised. Looking at the message sent by Xiao Yuyu.
Lin Yi replied directly.
Are you still in college? Xiao Yuyu, yes, brother. I'm only a sophomore. Which university are you in? Are there many beautiful girls? Xiao Yuyu, hate it. Bro. Am I not pretty enough?
Xiao Yuyu did not respond directly to Lin Yi, because once she told him her university, the other party would most likely come to her.
At that time, I will receive him or not. Beautiful. Of course it's beautiful, but you can only see it and not touch it.
After the voice message came through, Lin Yi followed it with a smirk. As soon as I said this, the other party stopped replying to my message immediately. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry. A mature fisherman not only needs to learn how to place bait, but also needs to have great patience.
The reason why Lin Yi said this was to test Xiao Yuyu's reaction.
Asking about the other party's school first is to test the other party's defensiveness towards you. Judging from the other party's reply, it was obvious that he was deliberately changing the subject and didn't want to tell him.
I guess they were afraid that he would come secretly. Secondly, he asked Xiao Yuyu if there were many beautiful girls in the school, which further tarnished his image. Just create a lustful personality for yourself. Just like what Uncle Qian said, the more I smoke, the more stable my personality becomes. Chapter 41. If you can really give me the life I want, then what's wrong with being your canary?
Since he has such a shy personality, it is impossible for Lin Yi to just stay on one tree.
This is a further test of the other party's psychological activities.
If the other party shows strong disgust, then the favorability will definitely decrease. Even if the other party is still seducing and tempting you on the surface, once they get serious, they will probably disappear without a trace.
This kind of person is not easy to take down. Of course, the feedback given by Xiao Yuyu is still good. The favorability level did not drop, and she even asked him a question in return. Brother, am I not pretty enough?
Such a rhetorical question clearly shows that Xiao Yuyu is not disgusted with Lin Yi's personality, but Xiao Yuyu obviously does not want Lin Yi to come into contact with other beauties through her. Of course, this also indirectly shows that she needs an older brother like Lin Yi.
However, Lin Yi's subsequent words were a further test of Xiao Yuyu. You can see it but you can't touch it. It implies that Lin Yi wants to meet the other party. As for Xiao Yuyu, she didn't reply immediately, obviously she understood what he meant.
But the other party's favorability hasn't dropped, so it's obvious that he's weighing the pros and cons.
Since combining with Xiao Yuyu, they are all original products. So what if the other party is not a lesbian?
Then the other party is most likely the kind of person who is waiting for a good price. It's not that the other person doesn't want to fall in love, but that she hasn't met someone she would sacrifice herself for.
If this is true, then it would be much easier to deal with.
After all, Linny lacks everything now, but he has money to spend on beautiful women. Thinking of this, Linny said directly,
I'm going to go out now. When you start your live broadcast, tell me and I'll go and see it. After saying that, Linny directly exited the chat interface.
On the other end, Yu Menjing was looking down at her phone, deep in thought. That's right, in fact, she was just waiting for the right price as Linny guessed. Because her mother told her since she was a child.
Women want to live a good life. Or born in a castle.
Or find a good man. It is too difficult to live a life of superiority through your own efforts.
Many college students nowadays are unemployed right after graduation.
Even if some of them are doing well, they may get into some good companies or good units. Earn 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a month.
500,000 a year.
If she wants to buy a 100 square meter house in the city of Shanghai, she will need to save for 10 years without eating or drinking. Even if the annual salary reaches 1 million, it is already the peak for ordinary people. But this would require her to save for 5 years without eating or drinking.
But who can live without food and drink? What's more, it's not that easy to get $1 million annual salary. Don't be fooled by what people say on TikTok about earning $1 million a year and having a Ferrari per person. That's all bullshit.
In fact, for most young people, an annual income of 100,000 yuan is considered good. Even many young people only earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month. Because she saw these things clearly, she became more steadfast in her faith in the Tao. Keep yourself clean and don't let the love you had in school go to your head. The reason why she became an anchor was that she wanted to earn some living expenses through her own efforts.
The second purpose is to find the eldest brother.
In her daily life, she cannot come into contact with those real big guys. The only way to show yourself is through the internet. But after doing live streaming for a while, Yu Menjing found that being an anchor was not as profitable as everyone imagined. Don't be fooled by the fact that those big internet celebrities have millions or even tens of millions of fans.
There are teams and promoters behind them. If you want to get resources, you have to pay something.
Just like acting, whether you can play a good role depends not only on your acting skills, but also on your efforts.
Either you bring money into the group, or you bring yourself into the room. You think that because you have good acting skills and good looks, the director will choose you. Are you kidding me?
What this land lacks the least is hard work and beautiful women. So even though she has been a host for so long, there are actually not many big brothers who come to give her gifts.
Those who sent gifts all wanted her to show up out of nowhere. She knew these men's minds too well.
Moreover, these so-called big brothers are not as generous as Lin Yi. At least Lin Yi directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her so that she could buy clothes. As for finding a rich second-generation guy to date at school and marrying into a wealthy family in the future, Yu Menjing had thought about this idea before. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be a virgin. But with what happened to my classmates? She found that relying on those rich second generations to get ahead was nonsense.
None of those rich second generations are fools. It's okay to take you out for food, drinks, and entertainment, but you have to ask him to give you money. Just kidding, they just want to get something for free. Moreover, those young rich second generations are really extravagant in their playing. Some time ago, there was a girl who was dating a rich second generation man.
That girl is very beautiful, and her looks are even not worse than hers.
At the beginning, the rich second generation was very nice to her. But later, someone revealed that the rich second generation was a bit mentally abnormal and liked group sex.
And privately, they all liked to exchange girlfriends. In the end, it seemed that the girl was injured and stayed in the hospital for a long time.
After being discharged from the hospital, the girl broke up with the rich second generation. So Xiao Yuyu really doesn't like the rich second generation in school. Even felt a little nauseous. She didn't want to lose her wife and get sick again. Now that Lin Yi appeared, she was indeed a little moved. But she still wanted to observe for a while. After all, the strength Lin Yi showed now could not meet her requirements. However, the other party seemed to see through her thoughts.
Tell her to notify the other party when you are broadcasting live. This made Yu Menjing feel as if she had taken off her clothes and was standing in front of the other person. After a long while, Yu Menjing slowly exhaled.
If you can really give me the life I want, then what if I become your canary?
On the other side, Linny finished packing. Under the respectful gaze of the hotel staff, I left the hotel. You can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the depth of the ocean by its depth.
I never thought someone driving a Volkswagen Bara would stay in a presidential suite that costs 13,800 yuan a night. Oh my god, is this true?
Of course it's true.
I was the one who checked him in last night.
He was accompanied by a very beautiful woman, but she left this morning.
Oh, it would be great if my boyfriend could take me to stay in the presidential suite. Dream on. I'm leaving now.
Be careful when you're lazy and don't get caught by the manager again.
I understand, Sister Hui. Looking at Lin Yi's back as he left, the girl at the front desk couldn't help but reveal an envious look. 30 minutes later. Lin Yi drove to the Beerus gym. The glass door opened automatically, and cold air, mixed with the metallic smell of friction from the equipment, hit me in the face. Chapter 42. Mr. Lin, do you like female coaches?
The receptionist was a girl with a high ponytail. She was pretty and had a formal smile on her face.
Hello sir, is this your first time here? Lin Yi looked at the other person in surprise. How do you know it's my first time here? Hearing Lin Yi's question, the girl just smiled.
It is like this, sir. Although our gym has a lot of members now, I have been here since it opened, so I know many of the members by name. Also, I noticed you didn't bring anything with you, sir, so I concluded this was probably your first time here.
As expected, none of these girls working in sales are there for free. I could actually tell it was my first time here the moment I walked in. Yes, you are very good.
Lin Yi praised with a smile.
The girl smiled and waved. Please don't praise me like that. I feel embarrassed. Let me show you around our gym.
Okay. As he said that, Lin Yi followed the girl. I learned from the girl that her name was Lu Jing and she had been here since the shop opened.
He can be considered an old employee.
Mr. Lin, our Beerus is the largest gym in this area. Not only are the facilities complete and equipped with all kinds of equipment, but we also have an all-weather heated swimming pool and high-end bathrooms.
Look, this is the aerobic area.
The treadmills are all the latest models with heart rate monitoring functions. Walking to a treadmill, Lu Jing tucked her hair behind her ears and gently slid her fingertips across the treadmill control panel. Look, this speed adjustment has 10 levels to choose from, and it can also monitor your maximum oxygen uptake and heart rate in real time.
Lin Yi didn't say anything, just nodded.
Seeing that Lin Yi was not very interested, the girl quickly took Lin Yi to the equipment area.
This is the strength training area.
The dumbbells and barbells are all made of imported materials and are very comfortable to hold. She pointed at a few strong men lifting weights and said, "Look at them.
They've been members since we opened."
As she spoke, Lu Jing took 2 steps forward.
Mr. Lin, do you mainly want to build muscle or shape your body? Hearing Lu Jing's question, Lin Yi spoke slowly. Actually, I just want to improve my physical fitness.
You should tell me about the membership price and private training. Hearing Lin Yi say this, a hint of joy flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. You should know that once such a customer becomes a member, she will get a lot of commission.
So there is the yoga room, Pilates room, and badminton room upstairs.
Lu Jing simply showed Lin Yi around and then came to the reception area. After Lu Jing brought Lin Yi a bottle of soda water, she pulled over a chair and sat down next to Lin Yi. Although Lu Jing's appearance did not meet the system's requirements, her figure was still amazing. Lin Yi, who was sitting next to Lu Jing, could see the other's slender thighs wrapped in tight yoga pants by just lowering his head.
Maybe it's a sales trick.
The other party was actually moving towards him intentionally or unintentionally. Just now, Lin Yi happened to see a hint of round and white flesh under the other person's t-shirt from the collar. Mr. Lin, take a look at this price list for our membership. We have 3 types of memberships: multi-use, quarterly, and annual. A one-time pass costs 50 yuan, a quarterly pass costs 1,388 yuan, and an annual pass costs 2,888 yuan.
So if you like fitness, I think an annual pass is the best choice.
After saying that, Lu Jing raised her eyes and glanced at Lin Yi, trying to get his thoughts from his expression. However, Lin Yi remained expressionless. Please introduce me to your personal trainer.
Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lu Jing raised a professional smile.
Then she picked up a tablet and swiped quickly on it. Immediately afterwards, one profile picture after another appeared on the screen. Mr. Lin, these are all personal trainers in our gym, and these trainers have all been strictly selected by us. Everyone holds a National Fitness Coach qualification certificate, and many are retired athletes and sports school teachers. They have extensive experience in muscle building, fat loss, and fitness improvement. She turned the tablet towards Linny, and photos and profiles of several coaches flashed across the screen one after another. Like Coach Shang, who is from the Jinghai Sports Association, he is very good at equipment. It is very professional in terms of increasing strength and muscle plasticity. And this Coach Lee, he's a long-distance runner that the city brought over. He used to run long distances for our city. Quite a few of our members train with him. And this Coach Lee. Lin Yi's eyes swept across the photos. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind.
Ding!
A suitable consumer has been detected.
Do you want to view the information?
Lin Yi's eyes subconsciously swept around. However, at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in his eyes. I saw a girl wearing a bean paste colored ice silk sun protection suit on the upper body and a light pink sports vest underneath. Her hot body made the sports vest full of three-dimensional effect. Inside the translucent bean paste colored ice silk sunscreen suit, you can see the faintly visible vest line. Further down, there are long legs wrapped in a pair of tight black and gray yoga pants. Thick at the top and thin at the bottom, the standard wine glass legs look sexy and powerful at the same time.
Name, Feng Shunan. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Overall appearance, 87. AK1. Status, healthy. Favorability, 0. I saw that Lin Yi's eyes were always attracted by the girl who came in. A smile flashed in Lu Jing's eyes. Mr. Lin, do you like female coaches? Hearing Lu Jing speak, Lin Yi asked subconsciously. Is this woman also your coach?
Yes, Mr. Lin, her name is Feng Shunan, and she's our new female personal trainer.
She's been focusing on fitness and nutrition for several years. But I've got the card.
Call this personal trainer over.
I want to talk to her. This. Why? No?
No, it's just that Coach Feng only accepts female members here. As for male members, she hasn't accepted a single one yet.
Oh? Lin Yi looked at Lu Jing in surprise.
Mr. Lin, if you want a female personal trainer, I have a few here, please take a look. As she spoke, Lu Jing slid the tablet twice and adjusted it to the position of the female coach.
Zhang Min, Lu Yan, Wang Yan, Su Dong.
Lin Yi glanced casually at the screen. The photos of these female coaches all look good, but the system in my mind did not give any hints. Obviously these people's photos look beautiful, but they actually don't meet the system's requirements. I still think that coach just now is good. Lin Yi leaned back and expressed his thoughts.
Chapter 43 Feng Shunan, Coach Feng.
If he hadn't met this female personal trainer, Lin Yi might have just picked a coach who looked very professional. But now that I have encountered this situation, it would be unreasonable to choose someone else.
After all, the female coach named Feng Shunan is quite amazing in terms of appearance and figure.
If he didn't include the target, he would feel sorry for all the godfathers who saw this.
Mr. Lin, can I ask for you?
Okay, go ahead.
If possible, I'd like to talk to the coach in person. Okay, Mr. Lin.
After responding, Lu Jing quickly left the reception area. At this time, Feng Shunan was sitting in a yoga training room on the second floor, quietly waiting for her members today.
Sister Nan. Hearing someone calling him, Feng Shunan turned around to look.
When she saw that the person coming was Lu Jing, a kind smile appeared on her face.
It's Jingjing. Sister Nan, if you're not busy, I have something to tell you. Feng Shunan picked up his phone, checked the time, and then nodded.
Seeing this, a smile appeared on Lu Jing's face. Immediately afterwards, Lu Jing conveyed Lin Yi's meaning to Feng Shunan. After listening, Feng Shunan fell silent. According to her previous idea, it was to serve only female members. She would never serve male members.
But the overall environment is not good now.
Although the number of people doing fitness is still about the same as before, fewer and fewer people can afford personal trainers. Especially female members, many young female members practice for a period of time, but cannot persist and stop learning. There are also some young female members who are specifically looking for young and handsome male coaches. Moreover, her teaching method is one-on-one, so the price of private lessons is very expensive. For others who have one-to-many relationships, one member may only pay 1,888 yuan per month. But for a one-on-one session like hers, 2 hours would cost 888 yuan. So due to various reasons, she doesn't have many members left. In fact, Feng Shunan also knows that if a beautiful female coach like her wants to make money, she still needs to serve male members. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Shunan asked calmly,
"How old is this person? What does he look like?" "You mean Mr. Lin?"
"He looks about 25 or 26 years old, about the same age as us."
"He looks okay, a bit handsome."
What Lu Jing said was actually true. If you look closely, Linny is actually quite handsome.
There is a kind of sunshine that a normal man should have. It's just that after graduation, Linny joined a relatively formal company.
So the way I dress doesn't look very trendy like when I was in school. Now Lin Yi's dress and appearance are a bit like those of a person in the system, low-key, calm, energetic, and capable.
"Sister Nan, how about you go down and meet Mr. Lin?" Lu Jing asked tentatively.
To be honest, when Lin Yi just said that he wanted Feng Shunan to be his personal trainer, Lu Jing knew that the key to closing this deal still lay with Feng Shunan. As long as Feng Shunan is willing to accept male members, Lin Yi will most likely apply for a membership directly. Moreover, Lu Jing really wanted to make this deal happen. After all, as long as the other party applied for an annual card, she could get a portion of the commission. If Lin Yi also bought Feng Shuanan's private lessons, Lu Jing could also get a 5% commission from Feng Shuanan's private lessons. Based on 888, Lu Jing can get a commission of 44 yuan.
Looking at Lu Jing's expectant eyes. Consider the current economic downturn. Feng Shunan decided to go downstairs to take a look. If the person is not annoying, then she will provide services to him. If the other person looks uncomfortable, she will definitely not agree. "Okay, I'll go down and meet him then." Hearing Feng Shunan say this, Lu Jing smiled.
However, when Feng Shunan followed Lu Jing to the reception area downstairs, he did not see Lin Yi. Lu Jing asked a staff member at the front desk curiously,
Yan, did you see the big brother sitting here just now?" "Ha? You were here just now. Could it be that because you saw that I hadn't come down for a long time, you left?"
Seeing that the customer had left, Feng Shunan did not show any disappointment, but instead smiled at Lu Jing.
"Jing, I'll go up first." However, just when Lu Jing was about to speak,
at this time, the door of the gym opened. They originally thought that Lin Yi, who had left, walked in at this time.
Seeing Lin Yi coming back, Lu Jing immediately smiled brightly and went to greet him. "Mr. Lin, I thought you were gone."
"No, I just went to the door to smoke a cigarette." As he spoke, Lin Yi's gaze passed Lu Jing and fell on Feng Shunan. I have to say, Feng Shuanan's appearance is really good.
A standard oval face and willow-shaped eyebrows. As for her figure, it is even better. A 4-waist, vest line, and no extra fat on the body.
Especially the pair of beautiful legs wrapped in yoga pants, slender, straight and sexy.
It's so eye-catching that you can't take your eyes off it.
Of course, the most impressive thing is the mountain covered by the sports vest.
Round and firm. Judging by the visual, it should be at least D. I saw Lin Yi looking behind me. Lu Jing quickly introduced him to Lin Yi. "Mr. Lin, this is our Feng Shunan, Coach Feng.
You can consult her directly about any fitness issues." I heard Lu Jing introduce herself.
Feng Shunan also smiled slightly and nodded at Lin Yi.
By the way, while Lin Yi was looking at her, Feng Shunan was also looking at Lin Yi. It must be said that although Lin Yi is not as handsome as those pretty boys nowadays, he looks very handsome at first glance.
But Lin Yi is also very handsome, with tough facial features, and looks very masculine. Moreover, after what happened with Li Ro and the arrival of the system, Lin Yi's mentality underwent a huge change. The whole person looks calm, low-key and steady. In Feng Shuanan's eyes, such temperament is undoubtedly a plus. Following Lu Jing's initial introduction, Lin Yi and Feng Shunan found a seat and sat down. "Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Feng Shunan. Lu Jing just told me that you want me to be your personal trainer?" Seeing Feng Shunan ask the question first, Lin Yi also directly expressed his thoughts. "Yes, just now, Lu Jing took me on a tour of our gym and introduced me to some of our coaches. I also want to find a personal trainer, so I asked Lu Jing to contact you. So what aspects does Mr. Lin want to improve? Do you want to gain muscle or improve your body shape?"
"I don't need those toned muscles. My idea is very simple, that is to improve my physical fitness in an all-round way and make my body better and healthier.
Feng Shunan was slightly surprised when he heard Lin Yi's request. Because the other party's requirements are too simple. If you want to be healthy, all you have to do is do aerobic exercise and control your diet. As long as you don't exercise excessively, your body will improve if you stick to it for a period of time. For such requirements, all the coaches in their gym can provide good training plans. You can even say that you don't need to hire a private trainer. Chapter 44. Because I think you are the best looking among these coaches. Mr. Lin, there is nothing wrong with your request, but I would like to ask, with so many coaches in our gym, why did you choose me as your personal trainer? After all, my class fees aren't cheap in this gym. When these words were spoken, not only Lin Yi was stunned. Even Lu Jing, who was sitting next to him, felt her back tighten. Because this question is indeed a bit embarrassing. Lu Jing knew that Feng Shunan had never accepted male members before, but she didn't expect Feng Shunan to ask this. Asking this directly is equivalent to asking Lin Yi, do you let me be your personal trainer because I am pretty? If Lin Yi had felt disgusted because of this issue, the deal would probably have been cancelled. However, after being slightly surprised, Lin Yi curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a faint smile. Because I think you're the best looking of these coaches. Lin Yi's answer made Feng Shunan a little stunned. She thought of many possibilities, but she never thought of this answer. Lin Yi's answer was too frank. Fitness itself is a very boring thing. It's not easy to stick to it. If I have to work out in front of someone I don't like every day, then I'm just asking for trouble. Since we're all spending money, why not find the most beautiful one? This way, you can also improve your body and mind while training. Lin Yi's words left Feng Shunan speechless. Even in my heart, I feel that what the other person said makes some sense. Because she is that kind of person. The reason why she didn't accept male members before was because she had the same idea as Lin Yi. She was afraid that if a male student came, she would feel uncomfortable or annoying, and she would not be able to withdraw from the class. However, although Lin Yi also came for her beauty, he did not make her feel disgusted. On the contrary, I feel that the other party is quite real. Perhaps it was because of the calm aura of the other person, or maybe it was because Lin Yi's appearance attracted her. In any case, Feng Shunan did not reject Lin Yi in her heart. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Lin. I believe I am fully capable of meeting the training requirements you have put forward. Feng Shunan naturally had no reason to refuse a member whose training requirements were simple and whom he did not dislike. Hearing Feng Shunan say this, Lu Jing on the side was the happiest person. Because as long as Feng Shunan agrees, then the deal is basically secured. Okay, then just get a card. Okay, Mr. Lin. It is actually very convenient to apply for a card. Just leave your name, ID card, and phone number. Mr. Lin, how many lessons do you plan to book with Coach Feng's one-on-one private lessons? I want to buy a class first to experience it. Forehead. Hearing that Lin Yi only wanted to buy one lesson, Lu Jing suddenly came out of her excitement. Judging from Lin Yi's attitude before, it seemed that he had decided to choose Feng Shunan as his personal trainer. She didn't expect the other party to ask her to buy a class first to try it out. Feng Shunan, who was standing by, was a little surprised when he heard Lin Yi's words. After all, the other party thinks she is good-looking and actively wants me to be his personal trainer. However, even though I agreed, the other party did not rush to buy a lot of lessons at once. Instead, he wanted to take a class to experience it. Lin Yi's actions made Feng Shunan find him quite interesting. In fact, what they didn't know was that the reason why Lin Yi asked to try a class first was simply because he didn't want to spend too much money. Because now, whether Lin Yi applies for a card or buys a course, all the money he pays is transferred to the cashier at the front desk. That is the public account of their gym. Even though he got the card and bought the courses because of Feng Shunan. However, in this case, the system will not determine that he is spending money on the right consumer. Instead, they will judge that he is spending for himself and will not get a cashback on the money he spends. So after Lin Yi wanted to experience a class, he added Feng Shunan's WeChat and transferred money directly to Feng Shunan. After the system refunded the money, he said to Feng Shunan, "From now on, you will be my long-term personal trainer." In this way, the money is not spent and the work is done. As for what these two people think now, it doesn't matter. Lu Jing, who was standing by, felt a little disappointed, but as a mature salesperson, she was still very capable of controlling her emotions. After a brief moment of loss, she quickly adjusted her mindset and put on a professional smile. Okay, Mr. Lin, your annual pass is 2,888 yuan,
plus a trial class for 888 yuan, a total of 3,776 yuan.
There's a promotion going on right now, so I'll give you a fitness backpack and a sports water bottle as a gift.
Okay, thanks. After saying thank you, Linny directly scanned the code to pay.
Since Linny came directly from the hotel today, he didn't prepare anything.
So he didn't stay in the gym to experience Feng Shunan. No, it's about experiencing Feng Shunan's private lessons. After Linny and Feng Shunan left their contact information with each other,
we made an appointment to experience it tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, then we'll meet at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Looking at Ling Yi's leaving back, Lu Jing ran to Feng Shunan with a smile.
Sister Nan, since you accepted Mr. Lin's order today, can I recommend you to male members in the future?
Looking at Lu Jing's excited eyes, Feng Shunan shook his head.
Let it go. I don't know what will happen to this one. Seeing Feng Shuanan's refusal, Lu Jing pouted slightly in disappointment.
Well, Sister Nan, if you're willing to accept male members, I'm sure there will be a lot of members who will book your classes.
It's not as easy as you think.
Okay, my member is almost here, I'll go upstairs first.
How could Feng Shunan not have thought about Lu Jing's suggestion?
But once she agrees to recruit members, she will no longer be able to control who comes. Therefore, Feng Shunan thought it would be better to wait a while.
After leaving the gym, Linny went straight home.
When he walked out of the elevator, his eyes subconsciously looked towards the door opposite. My mind also unconsciously recalled the stunning girl I met when I went downstairs yesterday at noon. He remembered that the elevator stopped at the 16th floor. However, just when Linny was thinking about how to meet the other party by chance, with a click, the door opposite was suddenly opened.
Linny subconsciously looked inside. Michelle Reese was seen wearing loose beige pajamas.
The soft and skin-friendly fabric stuck to her body, outlining her graceful curves. Maybe the material of the pajamas is too soft and thin, or too loose. The open neckline revealed delicate collarbones and faint ravines. Her skin, as smooth as cream, shone softly under the warm yellow light of the corridor, which made Ling Yi's breath stop. She might have just woken up, and she looked a little lazy. Her long hair falls casually on her shoulders, with a few strands hanging on her chest, adding a touch of charm.
Chapter 45, When a beautiful girl is home alone, don't open the door easily.
Michelle Reese lowered her head and held a courier box, about to put it at the door, when she inadvertently raised her head and met Ling Yi's burning gaze. Michelle Reese's pupils suddenly contracted and her cheeks flushed instantly, like the sunset blown by the breeze. She subconsciously covered her chest, her eyes full of vigilance, and her voice was a little panicked.
Why is it you?
You, why are you here?
Lin Yi's Adam's apple rolled as he suppressed the surging emotions in his heart.
His voice was as dry as if it had been rubbed by sandpaper. I live across the street. The brief answer was deliberately cold, but his shuddering body revealed his inner unrest at the moment. He looked at Michelle Reese's loose long hair casually draped over her shoulders, with the falling hair half covering her flushed cheeks, and suddenly he had an urge to execute her on the spot. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. However, at this moment, Michelle Reese pursed her lips and took half a step back. His fingers had already quietly hooked onto the door handle. His eyes were full of vigilance and anxiety, like a frightened deer ready to escape at any time.
Oh.
Her voice was as light as a feather floating in the air, with a barely perceptible tremor. The light in the corridor flickered before her eyes, reflecting the panic flashing in her eyes. She tugged at her messy pajamas, trying to wrap herself more tightly, but it made her movements seem even stiffer.
Linny could see that Michelle Reese was so nervous that she couldn't move. He smiled slightly and took a small step forward.
However, this smile, in the eyes of Michelle Reese, was like that of a devil. Her hand holding the door handle trembled slightly, and a trace of horror and helplessness flashed in her eyes. At this moment, her mind went blank and she even forgot to close the door.
What do you want to do? Lin Yi's slender fingers gently rested on the edge of the door.
He lowered his eyes and stared at her, with complex emotions surging in his dark eyes. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was low and hoarse. Remember, when a beautiful girl is home alone, don't open the door easily. After saying that, Linny slowly closed the other party's security door. His action stunned Michelle Reese, who was inside the door.
What does it mean that it's not him? Isn't he planning something bad to me? Why did he close his door on his own initiative? And what did he mean by that sentence?
At this moment, Michelle Reese seemed to have crashed.
These questions kept flashing in my mind. Outside the door, Lindy took a deep breath, turned around, opened the door of his room and walked in quickly.
To be honest, Linny didn't want the other party to close the door, and he didn't want to close the door for the other party.
But there is nothing we can do.
If we wait a little longer, he may very well get a 3-year extension. As a person who has just obtained the system, he still has to work hard for the great national rejuvenation.
How can he fail here now?
But having said that, that little girl Michelle Reese has an amazing figure. The round places are round, and the white places are white. Linny sat on the sofa, took out a cigarette and slowly lit it. He took a deep breath to calm his turbulent heart.
In a rental house near Jinghai University.
Lee Wonwon was sitting on the edge of the bed holding her cell phone, as if she was thinking about something.
On the bed next to it was a JK uniform and a blue cheongsam.
Which outfit are you going to wear for the live broadcast later? I don't know whether Brothery likes cheongsam more or JK more. Also, should I tell Brothery before the live broadcast? Why don't you send a WeChat message to Brothery first? Thinking of this, Lee Wonwon picked up her mobile phone and took a picture of the clothes on the bed.
Brothery. Are you busy? Can you help me decide which of these two sets of clothes looks better? JPG bed photo.
At this time, Linny had just put out his cigarette and was about to order some takeout for himself.
Then I saw the message sent by Lee Wonwon. JK? Cheongsam? Let yourself choose? Is this going to be live soon? Before Linny could reply, Wonwon on the other end sent another photo.
This time it was a selfie of her own. A typical face of a Jiangnan girl. She was wearing a slim-fit t-shirt with Pikachu printed on it, and her big eyes made her look very cute. Brother, I'm going to do a live broadcast soon. What do you think I should wear? The soft voice made Lin Yi's heart tremble. The anger that had been suppressed was now showing signs of resurfacing.
Humph. These Thule guys are really not good people.
When you fall into my hands in the future, I will let you know what the 18+ ones are. Looking at the cigarette box next to him, Lin Yi lit another one. Both JK and Cheongsam are beautiful, but I think you look more charming in Cheongsam. After all, your appearance is more inclined towards classical beauty.
Really, Brothery? Wonwon asked in surprise.
Of course, I can't lie to you. I think you'd look really beautiful in ancient costumes. This is not Lin Yi talking nonsense here, but Lee Wonwon's delicate and beautiful appearance, coupled with her gentle and fragile temperament, really makes her suitable for wearing ancient costumes. Brother, after the broadcast ends, I will immediately go buy 2 sets of ancient costumes to wear for you. Seeing Lee Wonwon working hard to provide emotional value for himself, Lin Yi was very satisfied.
So I directly entered 50,000 on the transfer page on my phone.
There was a crisp ding sound. Lee Wonwon, who was originally looking at the phone screen with a smile on her face, suddenly froze. His eyes widened, his pupils dilated instantly, and the fingers holding the phone trembled slightly uncontrollably. She stared at the string of numbers on the screen with sharp eyes and counted them over and over again. When she was sure that she was not seeing things, her breathing stopped and she repeated with trembling lips.
1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 50,000?
She muttered to herself in disbelief, her voice trembling as if her throat was being strangled, and she stood there in a daze. Only the ripples on her chest rose and fell slightly, showing the excitement in her heart. Before Lee Wonwon could speak, Lin Yi's message popped up again.
Here's the money. Buy some good quality ancient costumes later.
Listening to Lin Yi's voice, Lee Wonwon swallowed unconsciously. She hurriedly grabbed the phone and slid her fingertips across the screen quickly. She wanted to reply but didn't know what to say for a moment.
Brothery, this is too much.
Lee Wonwon finally found her voice, but it was with a strong nasal tone.
Keep it. It's just a few dollars. Besides, you look beautiful in it and it makes me happy to see you.
Listening to Lin Yi's words, Lee Wonwon suddenly remembered the video Lin Yi sent her this morning. I thought of the luxurious presidential suite and the sumptuous breakfast.
Perhaps in Lin Yi's eyes, these 50,000 yuan are really not worth mentioning.
But it would take her several months of live streaming to earn this money.
If you ask her, does she want this money?
There is no doubt that this is what she was thinking in her heart. But she felt that the money was not easy to get.
There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chapter 46 Wonwon starts broadcasting.
From the first time Lin Yi went to her live broadcast room, he started to give Lee Wonwon gifts crazily. Every shot is a series of carnivals.
Now direct transfer.
If she said that Lin Yi had no interest in her, she wouldn't believe it herself. In today's society, no one except your parents will give you money for no reason. Even for those affectionate bootlickers, their ultimate goal is to take you down and keep you for themselves. What's more, those rich people are not fools, how could they not have some plans? She knew that once she accepted the money, she would not be able to refuse when the other party proposed to meet offline. Because once she refuses, the other party will completely blacklist her and will never give her a penny again. Some people may say, then don't swipe your card in the future, just collect the money this time first. But they don't know that this money is not so easy to get. Rich people are not only rich, but also generally powerful. If you take the money but don't do the job, or fail to meet the other party's expectations, either the other party will not care and will not bother with you. Once you start to calculate, you will be the one who suffers in the end, not the rich people. After a moment, Lee Wonwon seemed to have made up her mind and took a few deep breaths. Then he picked up the phone and replied. Thank you, Brother E. Long live Brother E. Once I buy the clothes, I will definitely wear them to show Brother E first. A cute emoticon followed closely behind. Ding. Lee Wonwon's favorability +5. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Linny smiled. Wonwon is much better than Xiao Yuyu. They both gave gifts, but he gave less to Wonwon than Xiao Yuyu. But Wonwon's favorability is already 50, while Xiao Yuyu is still hovering around 30. If Xiao Yuyu's appearance wasn't as high as 89, and it wasn't a rare original product, and if the other party wasn't very good at catering to him and providing him with emotional value, he wouldn't have wanted to bother with Xiao Yuyu. After all, it doesn't matter who he brushes for. Since Wonwon's favorability has reached 50 points, it shouldn't be a big problem for me to invite her now. However, for the sake of safety, Lin Yi thought he should wait a while. It is best to wait for the other party to come to you. Aren't you going to do a live broadcast soon? I'll go and help you gain some popularity then. When Lee Wonwon heard that Lin Yi was going to come to the live broadcast room to increase her popularity, she became even more excited. I thought that if the other party directly transferred 50,000 yuan to me, he would most likely take the opportunity to propose an offline meeting. But what she didn't expect was that Lin Yi didn't say anything, but instead went to her live broadcast room to show his support. After all, when the other party says that he wants to increase his popularity, it is definitely not just to show support, he must be giving him gifts. Thank you, Brother E. I'll go change my clothes and start the show right away. After saying that, Wonwon began to take off her clothes. 20 minutes later, Wonwon slowly fastened the last button of her cheongsam. The person in the mirror looked as white as snow against the crimson satin. The darkly embroidered magnolia appears faintly under the light, and the high slit reveals a section of the calf, which wonderfully combines classical charm with sexy style. She turned around in front of the mirror, her earrings swaying slightly, and her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hem of her cheongsam. This was a style she had specially customized at a high price, and the materials were also excellent. As she gently pressed the camera, the live broadcast officially begins. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Wonwon's live broadcast room. Lee Wonwon's sweet voice came through the microphone, with a standard smile on her face. Perhaps it was because of the system push, as soon as the live broadcast room opened, several familiar old fans came in one after another and greeted them on the public screen. Wonwon is so beautiful today. Here to support Wonwon again. Oh my god. The host is so beautiful today. Great, I'm following. Wonwon looks so beautiful today, this cheongsam is absolutely stunning. Looking at these comments, Lee Wonwon felt warm in her heart. She expressed her gratitude while chatting with everyone. Who is this anchor? Is he new? Such a beautiful anchor, why are there so few people in the live broadcast room? Did she just start the broadcast? A newcomer raised a question. Host, I want to see your high heels. Holy crap! Where did Master Yi come from? Why does he come in and want to see the host's shoes? Is there any need to ask? Of course it belongs to Buddha 3. Brother, don't criticize our FO-san. His region is clearly shown as Guangzhou. Isn't that a place? That's not true. Is there a link to the host's cheongsam? I want to buy one for my girlfriend. Is the anchor going to wear a cheongsam and dance today? Just as Wonwon was looking at the barrage and preparing to reply, a golden light suddenly exploded in the live broadcast room. The special effect words, Yifan Fengshan, entered the live broadcast room, flashing dazzlingly above the screen, accompanied by magnificent sound effects, and the entire live broadcast room seemed to be lit up. Wonwon's eyes lit up instantly, and her voice was filled with unconcealable joy. Welcome, Brother E.
Welcome, Brother E, to my live broadcast room.
As soon as the words fell, the unique special effects of the carnival gifts fell like dazzling meteors, gorgeous fireworks bloomed one after another in the virtual space, and the golden light rendered the live broadcast room like a dream palace.
Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 9. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 15. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 20. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 30.
The barrage of comments froze instantly, and 3 seconds later it was filled with overwhelming exclamations.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The big boss is coming. Oh my god! I just got 30 carnivals right away. What kind of magical operation is this? The boss's move is extraordinary. I'm completely defeated. The anchor is really getting on top of someone. I'm so jealous. 20 carnivals, how much does that cost? My annual salary isn't even that much.
The number of people online in the live broadcast room soared like a rocket, from just a few dozen to over 10,000 in an instant. Watching the popularity of his live broadcast room soar, Li Wenwen covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes full of excitement. Thank you, Brother E.
I love you.
She made a heart shape with her hands to the camera, her voice filled with undisguised excitement. Although Wenwen knew that Lin Yi was coming to watch her live broadcast and that he was coming to give her gifts, she didn't expect that Lin Yi would give her 20 carnivals as soon as he came in.
This is simply shocking. Holy crap! This guy is awesome. Big brother, please take me with you.
Boss, are you still in need of followers? I've been wandering for half my life, and I only regret not having found a wise leader.
If you don't abandon me, I'm willing to be your adoptive father. Boss, I want to take care of you in your old age.
Host, please show your special skills to Brother E.
Boss, please make the anchor dance. This anchor dances really well. This guy is really generous.
I saw him in Wenwen's live broadcast room a few days ago. He was also playing the carnival at that time.
Chapter 47, Marionette under the Cheongsam.
The new fans who came in were attracted by the generous rewards and started to make a fuss in the barrage.
Some people even speculated about Lin Yi's identity. Could this guy be the principal's secondary account? Maybe.
I don't think so, but I think he's also a top-tier second generation.
I think it might be an old man.
Yeah, looking at this guy's ID, he seems like someone who has experienced a lot.
Brother E, let me dance for you. Wenwen looked at the barrage and then asked Lin Yi. Okay, you can jump as you like.
Immediately afterwards, carnival special effects began to appear in the live broadcast room. Yifan Feng Shun gives away 10 carnivals.
Hiss.
Wenwen gasped when she saw this. No wonder Brother E said before that he would come to help her gain some popularity.
With that kind of effort, how could she not be popular? Fuck.
This guy just started the carnival when he had a disagreement.
I'm convinced. Is this something a human would do? Help. My phone is freezing because of the special effects.
The barrage scrolled crazily, and the screen was full of 666 and Big Brother ND. There were even a few passers-by who were dazzled by the special effects and couldn't open their eyes. They frantically typed on the public screen.
What's going on? Is this a fireworks show?
This isn't about increasing popularity, this is directly buying a trending search for the anchor.
Boss, please help me fly. I'm willing to be your live broadcast security.
Some spectators who were eager to watch the fun started to add fuel to the fire.
Sir, don't just watch. Dance now, or the boss's carnival will be wasted.
Host, please show off your skills. No, show off your talents.
The above person must have made a mistake. Dance, dance.
The host presents a piece of spring is not late. I want to see the pure land of ultimate bliss.
I want to see high heels. Where did Master Liquid come from? Get out of here. Watching many netizens give their opinions. Wenwen just smiled slightly. Following a prelude of Da. Electronic sound effects sounded.
In the live broadcast room, a familiar piece of music sounded. At this time, Li Wenwen, who was sitting on the chair, slowly stood up by holding the back of the chair. The red cheongsam rippled as she moved, the dark magnolia pattern flickered in the light and shadow, and her snow-white skin was faintly visible at the slit. She lowered her eyes to stare at the camera, her fingertips gently twisting the ends of her hair, looking like a puppet whose strings were about to be pulled. The moment the drum beats suddenly sounded, Wenwen's neck suddenly stiffened, her head turned mechanically, and her hands slowly raised in a strange yet elegant arc. Then the classic movement of stretching hands behind the back, bending legs, and lifting hips instantly appeared in the live broadcast room.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh my god.
What kind of magical operation is this?
Wearing a cheongsam and performing a marionette act?
This wave of cultural shock is killing me.
Help! Is there a hydraulic rod installed on her waist? Cheongsam with a string puppet? This anchor is quite something.
At this time, Linny also fell in love with it. He directly threw out 20 carnivals again. In the golden light, Wenwen's movements became more and more sexy and bold. She was seen bending over, sliding one hand slowly upwards from her ankle to the slit of her cheongsam.
The faintly visible lace edge flickers and disappears with the movement. Oh my god. This isn't a puppet, it's a captivating demon. Mom! I'm in love. My blood tank is empty. I have become a saint. Bold witch, I can tell at a glance that you are not human. If the anchor is a witch, I am willing to sacrifice myself to test the poison. Suggest a strict investigation of the anchor. This waste is definitely not something a human can have. What kind of magical live broadcast room is this? I can't move anymore after entering. It's over. My wife asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. High heels are still the best. Someone, take this master liquid out. Please stop posting comments, it's disturbing my screen time. The words in the barrage scrolled wildly, almost completely covering the screen. Until the music stopped, Wenwen stopped moving with a flushed face and heavy breathing. The barrage is still boiling. Nice dance. Linny gave praise at the right time. Yifen Feng Shun send out Carnival 5. Yifen Feng Shun send out Carnival 15. Yifen Feng Shun send out Carnival 20. Yifen Feng Shun send out Carnival 30. Wenwen was stunned when she saw that Linny had directly given her 30 carnivals this time. At this moment, she completely understood how rich and inhumane Linny was. However, it also indirectly proves that Linny really likes to dance like this. I also secretly made up my mind that I must watch more Korean girl groups and learn their dances in the future. So, after a brief moment of distraction, Wenwen hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, Brother E, for the carnival." People were also shouting in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Big Boss is awesome. Big Boss is awesome. +1. Big Boss is awesome. +99. At this time, the netizens also knew that this big guy named Yifen Fengshun was definitely a real big guy. If you want to eat meat, you have to provide some emotional value to the boss. If the boss is happy, he can brush it one more time, and the anchor can jump one more time. They can then lick it one more time. After resting for a few minutes, Wenwen danced another section of Spring Is Not Late. This made the viewers' blood boil again. Some netizens even took out the New Year's money they received and used it to buy gifts for Wenwen. Wenwen was so scared that she quickly said she appreciated the gesture. Of course, Linny was also very obsessed with it. There's even a feeling of an owl rising from the waist. In order to avoid feeling too uncomfortable, Linny could only reluctantly exit Wenwen's live broadcast room. But when he left, he gave the other party 10 carnivals in a row. After Linny came out, he did not go to look at other live broadcast rooms, but went to the balcony first and lit a cigarette for himself. He needs to slow down. After all, being in a full health state all the time is harmful to the body. On the other side, Yu Menjing, who was far away in Shanghai, was leaning on the sofa, holding an ice cream cone in her hand, and gently licked it with her tongue. Brother E is really powerful. He actually gave Sister Wenwen 100 carnivals. After Yu Menjing had her first PK match with Wenwen, she followed Wenwen. After all, Linny, the big boss, was the one who protected Wenwen at the beginning. So Yu Menjing wanted to observe carefully how Wenwen live broadcast and how she attracted a big shot like Linny. Not long after Wenwen started broadcasting today, Yu Menjing entered the live broadcast room using her secondary account. From Lin Yi's appearance, to Wenwen dancing the marionette in a cheongsam, to Lin Yi's crazy gift-giving, and finally to Lin Yi's departure. Yu Menjing was there the whole time. I have to say, Wenwen really has something. She has a pretty face and a nice figure. Especially after putting on the cheongsam, the dance of marionette was really pure and sexy. She was a little overwhelmed by what she saw. It's no wonder that those LSPs are so obsessed with Wenwen. Chapter 48: The Little Fish in the Tea.
Also in this live broadcast, Yu Menjing got a glimpse of Lin Yi's strength.
One carnival costs 3,000 yuan. 100 carnivals would be 300,000.
Don't be fooled by what people on TikTok say about everyone having a Ferrari and earning $1 million a year.
Actually, that's all bullshit.
It can now be said that 80% of families have savings of less than 300,000 yuan.
Some families have never earned so much money in their entire lives. There was a hot search a few days ago.
A 54-year-old man worked in a dishwasher factory for 6 years and saved 150,000 yuan to buy a house for his son's marriage. He died of heat stroke. He then stayed in the ICU for 12 days and spent 140,000 yuan. In the end, he died after failed rescue.
Don't say she had a miserable life.
She spent 140,000 yuan to stay in the ICU for 12 days. She worked for 6 years and only saved 150,000 yuan.
You can imagine how hard it is to make money nowadays. Perhaps some people will scoff and think this is an isolated phenomenon. But Yu Menjing knew that this was not uncommon. She has lived in relatively comfortable conditions since childhood and knows that her mother's annual salary is only 250,000 yuan. Such conditions are already the ceiling for ordinary families in their hometown.
But in the eyes of truly rich people, this money is just a daily meal. Just like Linny, he casually spent 300,000 yuan just for fun, to buy the girl's flattery, smile, and the praise and admiration of netizens.
Of course.
This also indirectly proves Lin Yi's strength. It is absolutely difficult to accumulate original capital and cross classes. The education her mother gave her since childhood made her want to live a better life and no longer worry about money. So she studied hard since she was young, and when she grew up she remained a virgin and refused all love relationships. The purpose is to use the best version of yourself to exchange for an opportunity to break through. Yu Menjing didn't know how much Linny was worth. But she wanted to take a gamble and see if the other party could help her fulfill her long-cherished wish.
She took a sip of water and took a deep breath.
Then she picked up the phone and spoke in her magnetic, mature voice.
Brother E, you're truly powerful. You actually gave Sister Wonwon so many gifts at once. I'm so envious.
Linny, who had just finished smoking and was about to go to bed for a nap, saw the message from Xiao Yu Menjing.
Suddenly my heart moved. Are you also in Wonwon's live broadcast room?
Yeah. I didn't expect Sister Wonwon to dance so well. I feel so sorry for her. Why are you so teary today?
What? Are you jealous? No way.
I'm just envious that Sister Wonwon has someone who loves her. Hearing this, Linny was very sure in his heart that Xiao Yu must be jealous. Although he had given Xiao Yu a lot of carnivals before and transferred 100,000 yuan to the other party. But none of them can compare to the 100 carnivals he gave Wonwon today.
The value of these 100 carnivals is 300,000.
After deducting the platform's commission, Wonwon finally received 150,000 yuan.
However, Wonwon's actual wealth was far more than the 150,000 commission.
Because of these 100 carnivals, Wonwon directly entered the top 3 of the hourly list. It even allowed her live broadcast room, which originally had only 100 or 200 people, to have over 10,000 people online. Not to mention how many gifts the more than 10,000 viewers in this live broadcast room can give to Wonwon. Just because Linny put her on the hourly list this time, her fans increased by several thousand.
These things will be our wealth in the future. Who wouldn't feel jealous after watching this?
Linny smiled and sent a reply to Xiao Yu.
Who said no one cares about you?
When you start live streaming, I'll go and add some popularity to you.
Really? Bro. Xiao Yu said in a tone of pretended surprise. When have I ever lied to you?
Hearing Linny say this, Xiao Yu felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. She said in a voice full of seduction. Then I'll wait for my brother tonight.
Xiao Yu's voice is really nice and has a different appeal to men.
After listening to this, Linny felt a tightness in his chest and an urge to tear something apart. You'd better say wait for me to watch your live broadcast tonight. Linny got out of the car and retorted to the other party, which made Xiao Yu giggle.
Brother! What do you want me to say? After hearing this, Linny became mature and independent. Damn! This little girl is so good.
If the system hadn't determined that she was an original product.
I thought she was from the H University song and dance troupe. But this contrast is really exciting. Linny took out his phone and replied. I want you to remove the radical 4. This time Xiao Yuyu didn't reply immediately. But 5 minutes later, I sent a message back to Linny. Brother, I'm not going to pay attention to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. A private photo of herself in a bathrobe was also attached. But she was wrapped tightly in a bathrobe and her face was not exposed. But the bulging appearance still allows people to know the magnificent beauty under the bathrobe. Fuck. Linny cursed inwardly and glanced at his phone aside. He picked up the Xuanhai gate and walked towards the balcony. On the other side, Xiao Yuyu Yumenjiang saw that Linny didn't reply to the message for a long time. His expression did not show disappointment, but instead the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a hint of smile. Stinky brother. Don't let me down at night. After whispering something, Yumenjiang walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of running water was heard from inside. The exhaustion of the past 2 nights did make Linny's body a little tired. Linny slept until 4 in the afternoon. Lu Yao sent a message saying that she got off work early today. Asked Linny if he wanted to go out for dinner with her. Originally, Linny didn't want to go. Because he promised Xiao Yuyu that he would go to her live broadcast room to support her in the evening. But when I think about it, Xiao Yuyu is so good at flirting. I guess tonight will be another thrilling battle. By then, I will definitely rise up in rebellion. If Lu Yao were here, she might be able to help me. In addition, Lu Yao's favorability has exceeded 70, so going out with her is like making money. So, Linny finally did not refuse, and made an appointment for the two to meet at the gate of Linny's community later and have dinner together. To be healthy, men rely on food and women rely on sleep. In order to make some money back, Linny finally chose a private restaurant specializing in venison. Fulu Pavilion. A private restaurant specializing in venison. The restaurant is not particularly large. But they are all private rooms and require reservations. Fortunately, there was still room in the box when Linny made the call. Okay. The two of us, yes, we can probably be there around 5:30. After simply packing up at the booked restaurant, Linny went downstairs. Since Lu Yao hasn't come yet, I can take a couple of laps as exercise. It must be said that the occupancy rate of the Qingqing Yijing community is quite high. After Linny went downstairs, he walked around the community. He found that many elderly people were walking in the community. Or they can play cards or chess in the pavilion. Others were strolling around pushing baby strollers. Maybe it's because everyone hasn't gotten off work yet at this time, so there are almost no young people. I saw 2 beautiful girls walking their dogs. However, the system did not prompt, and it was obvious that it did not meet the consumption standards, so Linny did not go forward to chat with him. About half an hour passed. Linny's phone rang. Hello? Linny just answered the phone. A woman's voice came from inside. Honey, I'm at the gate of the community. Which building is your home in? I'll drive in. Chapter 49. You're in for a treat tonight. The person who called was Lu Yao. She was driving her white Volkswagen Golf and parked it at the entrance of the community. He lowered the car window and looked inside the community. No need, I'm already at the gate of the community, I saw you. After saying that, Linny hung up the phone. At this time, Lu Yao also saw Linny's figure. He quickly stretched his hand out of the window and waved. As soon as she got in the car, Lu Yao asked, Honey, you have a room here too? She knew that Linny had lived in rooming community before. That was bought when Linny and Li Ro got married. In the past 2 years, Linny and Li Ro have been living there. She had never heard that Linny also had property here. Linny smiled. Well, I'll stay here for a while. Seeing that Linny was unwilling to say more, Lu Yao was tactful and did not ask any more questions. She herself is now Linny's personal nurse. Who knows, maybe there is also the little canary raised by Linny hidden in this charming artistic conception. Even if we see through each other but don't say it out loud, we can still be good friends. So Lu Yao just smiled slightly and didn't mention it anymore. Honey, what would you like to eat tonight? As she spoke, Lu Yao looked at Linny with her seductive eyes. The eyes were watery and full of thirst for beauty. Linny swallowed. I thought to myself, what a little devil. It's really itchy to watch. When I met her before, she gave me the impression of being a rather cold type. But after spending these few days together, I found that he is definitely a smoldering person.
Especially after the continuous development in the past 2 days, it feels like Lu Yao is more addicted than herself.
Linny tried hard to control the blood in his body and prevent it from flowing into his abdomen.
Then he said with a smile, "Little fairy, what do you want me to eat?" Lu Yao could naturally hear that there was something else behind Lin Yi's words. But she pretended not to understand.
"Well, that depends on what you like, dear. As long as you like it, I'm fine with it."
After saying this, Lu Yao gave Lin Yi a charming smile.
Lin Yi didn't expose it either.
He raised his arm and placed it on the center console armrest. His fingers were slightly lowered, gently drawing circles on the hem of Lu Yao's skirt.
Lu Yao wore a light pink silk dress today.
The material feels great to the touch.
"I'll take you to eat something different tonight." After saying that, Lin Yi took out his mobile phone and turned on the navigation. 5:25. Lu Yao shifted the car into P gear. "Fulu Pavilion? What kind of restaurant is this, dear?" Lu Yao asked curiously.
Lin Yi smiled without saying anything and walked towards the hotel first.
Lu Yao took 2 quick steps forward and took Lin Yi's arm. "Hello and welcome to Fulu Pavilion. We reserved a private room. What's your name, sir?" "My last name is Lin." "Okay, Mr. Lin, please go this way." Led by the receptionist, Lin Yi and Lu Yao walked towards the box. Pushing open the carved wooden door, a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with the fragrance of ink hits you in the face.
Lu Yao let go of Lin Yi's hand and slowly stepped into the box. The whole house is decorated in natural wood color, and an ink painting of deer running towards the moon hangs on the wall.
There is also an ancient guzheng placed in the corner. It looks full of elegance. This is so elegantly decorated.
Lu Yao reached out and gently stroked the edge of the ebony round table with a carved lotus pattern.
Bowls and plates with a blue and white lotus pattern were already placed on the table.
The bottom of each bowl was painted with a deer of different shapes. Lin Yi pulled out the carved armchair and motioned for her to sit down.
"Let's see what we want to eat first."
As soon as he finished speaking, a waitress in a light pink skirt came in with lotus steps and presented a gold embossed menu with both hands. When Lu Yao took it, her fingertips felt the uneven texture of the menu cover. She lowered her head to take a closer look and found that it was actually an embossed deerskin pattern.
It can be said that it is exquisite in every aspect.
When Lu Yao opened the menu, her pupils shrank suddenly. Jade deer tendon soup, pan-fried sika deer steak, deer antler health soup, cold deer ear salad, roast deer tongue jelly, hibiscus deer blood soup. All of the more than 20 dishes are related to deer.
The venison in the pictures is attractive in color and the presentation is exquisite and picturesque. Why is it all venison?
Lu Yao looked up suddenly, her eyes filled with shock, her fingertips unconsciously clenching the edge of the menu. When she looked at Lin Yi was sitting there with a faint smile on his face. At this moment, she suddenly seemed to think of something and couldn't help blushing. Seeing Lu Yao's surprised look, Lin Yi seemed to have expected this. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips.
He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "The venison here is truly exceptional. You're in for a treat tonight."
The waiter stepped forward at the right moment, flashing a standard 8-tooth smile. "Don't worry, our deer are all artificially raised, green and healthy."
Lu Yao couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with resentment.
But she knew the other meaning behind Lin Yi's words.
It was obvious that Lin Yi was going to give her a good beating tonight. Lu Yao looked at the dazzling array of dishes. "For a moment I didn't know which one to choose."
So she asked the waiter, "Please introduce me to your featured dishes."
Hearing Lu Yao's question, the waiter quickly came to her side and tapped the menu.
"If we're talking about specialties, the pan-fried sika deer steak is the most recommended. Our deer steaks are made from sika deer around 1.5 years old.
We marinate them in aged Huadiu wine for 3 hours, serve them with a secret sauce, and then grill them on a teppanyaki grill. The skin is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Many customers love this dish."
Lu Yao's throat moved slightly, and the waiter had already turned to the next page. "This emerald deer sinew soup is also our treasure. Deer tendon and deep sea scallop are simmered for 8 hours, and freshly picked Yunnan dendrobium is added. The soup is emerald green, soft and chewy, and is extremely nourishing and beautiful, making it very suitable for women. And this ginseng, antler, and deer tail soup." The waiter paused at this point, his eyes involuntarily sweeping over Lin Yi. "For this dish, we use the tail of a 3-year-old male deer, simmered slowly with wild ginseng and deer antler slices. The broth is thick and gelatinous, and it warms you up all over.
It's a gas station for men and a beauty salon for women.
After saying this, the waiter couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile.
At this moment, Lu Yao couldn't help but look at Lin Yi.
She found that Lin Yi was also looking at her with a smile at this time.
It was obvious that Lin Yi was very interested in this dish.
I want all these dishes, and then you can recommend me some refreshing ones.
Yes, ma'am, if you want something refreshing, we have crispy cold deer ears and drunken deer tongue. They are both prepared with a secret marinade, which is appetizing and refreshing. If you like spicy food, we also have spicy red oil tripe strips, which are crispy, tender and chewy, spicy but not too spicy, and very appetizing. Lu Yao felt that 6 dishes for 2 people was enough. So he said, okay, let's order as you said. I'll have one of each. Chapter 50, Are the effects really as good as some say? Okay ma'am, I've already taken your order. Would you like some drinks? What drinks are available? Lu Yao asked casually.
We have freshly squeezed fruit juice, corn juice, and homemade sour plum soup. If you too would like to drink, we also have our own ginseng and deer penis wine. It's made with ginseng from Changbai Mountain that's over 10 years old, along with male deer penis, antler, and deer blood.
It's incredibly nourishing.
As soon as the waiter finished speaking, Lin Yi tapped the table with his fingertips, and the celadon teacup made a clear sound.
He raised his eyebrows and looked at Lu Yao, with mischief hidden in his eyes. Is the effect really as good as some say? I'd like to try it. Lu Yao's face flushed instantly and she glared at him fiercely.
All we ordered tonight is venison, and now we want to drink deer penis wine.
What does Lin Yi want to do? Doesn't he want to go to work tomorrow?
The waiter at this time stood aside and smiled.
Don't worry, sir. We use genuine materials here. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Then what are you waiting for? Let's serve the food.
Lin Yi said with a smile.
Okay sir, please wait.
After saying that, the waiter smiled and left the box.
See the waiter leave. Lu Yao couldn't help but pout her lips. She leaned over to Lin Yi and whispered, Honey, are you going to play King Zhou from Investiture of the Gods tonight? Lin Yi put his arm around Lu Yao's slender waist and said with a smile. Why? Are you afraid you can't handle it?
Of course, you ordered so much venison and that deer penis wine, of course people are scared.
As she spoke, Lu Yao also revealed a worried look. But that's not what you said last night. Hate it. That person is not because. Why? Lin Yi smiled strangely. Because it's annoying. I won't say it anymore. Lu Yao blushed and turned her face to the other side. Not long after, the waiter knocked on the door of the private room with a food cart. Lu Yao quickly pushed Lin Yi away and sat further away.
But her heaving chest and flushed face made her look as if she was drunk.
Following Lin Yi's words. Enter. The waiter came in pushing the food cart. While the food was being served, Lu Yao got up and went to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Lu Yao took out a pack of tissues and wiped herself. I couldn't help but complain. Stinky man. Bad guy. When Lu Yao returned to the box, Lin Yi had already started eating. Hurry up. Sit down and try it. The pan-fried venison steak they make is pretty good. As he spoke, Lin Yi picked up a piece for Lu Yao. Lu Yao's eyes lit up immediately after tasting a piece. Then I joined the ranks of those who were eating. Lin Yi drank the meat and wine one mouthful at a time. I have to say, this ginseng and deer penis wine is really good. After taking the first bite, Lin Yi felt his lower abdomen begin to heat up and become warm. After drinking half a cup, Lin Yi felt that his entire back was clear. After drinking a whole cup, Lin Yi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that he could beat 10 people at a time. Lin Yi had a very happy meal. Before leaving, he packed 2 kilograms of ginseng and deer penis wine to drink at home later. After leaving, Lu Yao drove to the 5-star hotel where she and Lin Yi stayed last night. When the front desk clerk saw Lin Yi and Lu Yao, he was stunned. She didn't expect that the person who had just checked out of the presidential suite in the morning would come again. And I want the presidential suite. You know, the price of this presidential suite is 13,800 yuan per night. It's equivalent to more than 2 months' salary for her. However, the couple in front of us actually stayed there for 2 consecutive days. It's simply inhumane. But as a front desk customer service, it is the customer's freedom to book whatever room he wants. All she had to do was follow her instructions.
However, just when Linny was about to hug Lu Yao and go upstairs, suddenly, a system prompt sounded in my mind.
Ding.
A suitable consumer has been detected.
Do you want to view the information? Before Linny could check it out,
a beautiful woman in a short uniform skirt walked out of the elevator. At this moment, she was hugging a man who looked to be around 50 years old.
Name, Lu Yu. Age, 30. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall appearance, 81. AK38. Status, mild gynecological disease. Favorability, 0. Fuck. Did you meet a technician? Although it looks good, it's too dark. The four people passed each other.
The middle-aged man set his eyes on Lu Yao and looked at her secretly.
Obviously, he was attracted by Lu Yao's appearance.
But Lu Yao did ignore the other party directly.
In the past, this kind of man was the object of Lin Yi's envy, but now,
the other party can only envy him. It was not until Lin Yi hugged Lu Yao and entered the elevator that the middle-aged man secretly withdrew his gaze. But he slowed down, and after the elevator door closed, the middle-aged man stopped completely. He turned around and fixed his eyes on the display screen next to the elevator door. Because he wanted to see which floor the beautiful woman lived on, so he asked Lu Yu to get the information from the front desk. Of course, Lu Yu has done this kind of thing for him more than once. While being the mistress of this middle-aged man, she also helped him to get some young girls into the water. So when the middle-aged man stopped, Lu Yu next to him did not show a surprised expression, but instead curled the corners of his mouth and revealed a wise smile. However, when the elevator finally stopped at the top floor, both the middle-aged man and Lu Yu showed surprise in their eyes. You know, the presidential suite of this 5-star hotel is on the top floor.
Are all the young people so extravagant nowadays? Are you staying in the presidential suite for a date? The middle-aged man couldn't help muttering in his heart. Lu Yu, who was standing by, was first surprised, then showed ecstasy in his eyes. This young man is definitely a top-tier rich second generation.
If I can climb into his bed, I will definitely be able to rise to great heights in the future. Even if I can't fly into the sky, it's better than following this old man. He doesn't cost much money, but he doesn't have enough physical strength. The middle-aged man naturally didn't know that the woman next to him had already started to have evil intentions.
Honey, do you need me to go to the front desk to ask for?
Oh. Forget it. I'm too old now and don't like girls who are too young. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, Lu Yu still had a gentle smile on his face. But he sneered in his heart. Having been his mistress for 2 years, she knew everything that happened when he got stubborn. 2 days ago, she sent a 24-year-old college student to the other party. Now he actually says that he is too old and doesn't like girls who are too young.
In fact, isn't it just because the other party lives in a presidential suite at such a young age that they are afraid that he is a top rich second generation and they can't afford to offend him?
And it sounds so magnificent. Even a pig wouldn't believe this excuse. However, Lu Yu still held the other person's arm and spoke softly.
Good. Chapter 51. What you are eating is not food, what you are eating is human relationships and worldly wisdom.
Lin Yi naturally didn't know that the two people he had just met, one was thinking about him, and the other was thinking about the woman beside him.
Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care.
It's not that he is superstitious about his own charm, but that he believes in the charm of money. As long as he is willing to spend money, Lu Yao will never betray him.
Unless Lu Yao is a fool.
Give up this young and strong guy and replace him with an old man. When we reached the top of the building and the elevator opened, the hotel staff standing nearby bowed respectfully.
This is an exclusive treatment for the presidential suite. Each presidential suite is equipped with 4 professional butlers to serve the guests in the suite. Led by the service staff, Lin Yi entered the presidential suite. This time Lin Yi was not in a hurry. He patted Lu Yao's buttocks gently. Let her fill the bathtub.
He sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette and opening WeChat. Sure enough, there were several unread messages.
There are Wenwen's and Xiaoyu's.
He first glanced at Wenwen's.
Brother E.
Thank you so much for spending so much money today. I'll treat you to a meal when I have a day off. After seeing this message, Lin Yi immediately became alert. The anchor took the initiative to invite the top guy on the list to have dinner offline. It goes without saying what this means.
What you are eating is not food, what you are eating is human relationships and worldly wisdom.
I looked at the time the message was sent, it was 6:30 in the evening. It was just the time for Lu Yao and I to have dinner. I went to buy a gift for Wenwen at noon. It wasn't until now that she sent herself a message of thanks. Obviously, this was a decision that Wenwen made after a long period of psychological preparation and careful consideration. Linny naturally would not refuse something that was delivered to his doorstep. What's more, he has been waiting for this day. So Linny directly replied to the other party with a message. Okay. I'll take you to try some Japanese food then. Keep the remaining 50,000 yuan. Go buy yourself a cheongsam made of better material. Wear it, I'll love it. After saying this, a transfer of money followed. The amount written on it is 50,000. Finished sending this message. Linny directly switched to Xiao Yuyu's chat history. Xiao Yuyu, brother. I'm going to do a live broadcast soon. Don't forget to come and support your sister. Moa. This was followed by a selfie of Xiao Yuyu. In the photo, Yu Menjing is wearing a one-shoulder white dress. She tilted her head, bit her lower lip lightly, and her fluffy curly hair fell casually on her shoulders. There is a ribbon tied around the neck. It looks pure and sexy. Linny looked at the photos on his phone. I felt a surge of emotion in my heart. Hey! This girl really knows how to do it. Whether it is appearance, figure, or dressing style, they are all top-notch choices, especially in terms of seduction. It can even be said that she is gifted and can always make one's heart itch. The only thing is that my favorability hasn't increased, which is really frustrating. Linny did not reply to the other party. Instead, he slowly walked into the bathroom. At this moment, the bathroom was filled with rising steam, like a fairyland. Water vapor condensed into fine water droplets on the mirror surface, which slid down the glass and blurred the outline of the person in the mirror. A blurry figure was bending over and putting her hand into the bathtub to test the water temperature. The blurry figure is well proportioned, and because of the mist, it appears and disappears, with a unique hazy beauty. Linny couldn't help but hug Lu Yao's slender waist from behind. Linny's sudden attack made Lu Yao's body tense instantly, and her fingertips caused a series of ripples on the water surface. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise from his throat, and the ending tone was trembling slightly due to fear. Ah! She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but Linny held her tighter, her back pressed tightly against his hot chest. The warm breath brushed against her red ears, with the fresh citrus scent of shower gel mixed with the faint scent of cedar, which made her heart tremble. Before she could react, Linny had already turned her around. The moment their eyes met, the dark currents surging in Linny's eyes made her breath stop. But before she could speak, the scorching breath came down heavily. And with irresistible aggressiveness. Woo! At this moment, her heart melted instantly. The strength that he originally wanted to struggle gradually turned into weakness under the hot breath. The water in the bathtub was still bubbling with steam, and in the steaming mist, she could clearly feel the scorching temperature coming through the hem of her skirt. She gently hooked her hands around Linny's neck. I couldn't help but let out a shameful moan from my throat. After a while, soothing music started playing in the bathroom. Honey, let me rub your back. As soon as he finished speaking, Linny felt 2 warm balls falling on his back. Very smooth and soft. 40 minutes later. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +1. Ding. Favorability from Lu Yao +1. On the other side, Xiaoyu Yu Menjing was chatting with her fans in the live broadcast room. But she doesn't seem to be in good condition today. It seems like something is on his mind. Ha! Why hasn't Brother Cho come yet? Did something happen to him? At noon today, Linny took the initiative to say that he would come to support her live broadcast. But now she has also sent the message to Linny. The live broadcast has been going on for half an hour. Linny disappeared. There was no reply to the message and no one came to the live broadcast room. Is Linny not coming? Or is it that Sister Wenwen has made a surprise visit? That's why Brother E has not been contacted. Thinking of this, Xiao Yuyu suddenly felt a little annoyed. After all, Linny gave Wenwen 100 carnivals in one go today. Even if Linny asked to meet offline, Wenwen probably wouldn't refuse. So what Xiao Yuyu guessed is not impossible to happen. However, just when Xiao Yuyu was feeling conflicted and worried about gains and losses, a gorgeous golden special effect suddenly bloomed in the live broadcast room. Then a striking text appeared in the live broadcast room. Yifan Fengshan Giveaway Carnival 1.
Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 9. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 17. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 30. Watching the entire screen covered in golden special effects. Looking at the name that couldn't be more familiar.
At this moment Xiao Yuyu smiled. She smiled brightly.
She thought Linny would not come today.
But now the screen is full of golden special effects, proving that her guess was wrong. Xiao Yuyu suddenly stood up from her chair excitedly. That pure and lustful face showed the brightest smile of tonight's live broadcast so far. She stared at the camera with seductive eyes, her crystal clear eyes were like two pools of spring water.
Then put your hands on your chest and make a big heart gesture. Thanks to my brother E for the carnival.
At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also going crazy. Originally, there were just a few little hearts and a few small beers floating across the screen. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the screen was filled with a carnival. This sudden situation even gave them the illusion of traveling through time.
Holy crap! Who played the carnival? A big boss has arrived. Holy crap! Isn't this the guy who gave 1-1 gifts at noon?
I didn't expect him to come to Xiao Yuyu's place at night.
What's going on? Hisoka. Chapter 52 Lu Yao's sense of crisis. Please hug my rich thigh. The boss is here, everyone get out of the way.
I also want to be as generous as the big boss, but I still owe 2,500 on Huabei this month.
Ugh. I'm so jealous.
Lin Yi's frantic scrolling also made the viewers in the live broadcast room excited, and they started to scroll through the screen one after another. Some netizens who were looking for fun started to make trouble. Xiao Yuyu, hurry up and call me husband.
Xiao Yuyu, call me husband. +1. Xiao Yuyu, call me husband. +10. Xiao Yuyu, hurry up and call me husband, +66.
When Xiao Yuyu saw the screen full of husband, the tips of her ears instantly turned red. She grasped the hem of her skirt and spun around in place. The fluffy hem of her skirt lifted up, revealing a small part of her ankle. She stomped her feet like a frightened deer.
Why are you guys like this? You always say you're die-hard fans, but when Brother E comes, you all turn to him. It's not that we're on Big Brother's side, it's just that Big Brother has more rewards. It's not that we're on Big Brother's side, it's just that Big Brother has more rewards. +1. It's not that we side with Big Brother, it's just that Big Brother has more rewards. +20. Linny didn't say anything, just quietly browsing the carnival. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 10. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 30.
Watching Linny silently brush 30 carnivals.
The live broadcast room was completely boiling, with hundreds of comments refreshing per second. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This guy really attacks Huazi the moment he gets into a disagreement. It seems that the boss also wants you to scream. Xiao Yuyu, please call the boss quickly. We haven't heard any little fish cry. Can you hear this? Just came in, what's going on? It's so yellow, so bright.
1-1 must be pissed. She just collected 100 carnival items at noon, and now her sponsor is coming over next door in the evening.
Ha 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 ha. How do you know 1-1 would be so mad? Maybe 1-1 was watching the live broadcast in the boss's arms.
Xiao Yuyu bit her lip and her cheeks flushed.
You all want me to call Brother E hubby. Hurry up, host. Chow, like this one. Me too. Little fish, hurry up and scream. You don't want the boss to run off to another live stream room, do you?
This netizen from overseas, please be careful with your words.
Xiao Yuyu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but smile. Brother E, do you want others to call you? Linny didn't say anything, but kept clicking on the screen. Yifan Feng Shun send out Carnival 30. Holy crap! This guy is awesome. This boss really has his eye on Xiao Yuyu.
He's already cleared 90 carnivals in just a few minutes.
Yeah. I only gave 1-1 100 this morning. Hurry up, host, or the boss will run away.
That's right, if a big guy gives me 90 carnivals, let alone asking me to call him husband, I would also call him daddy, and I would do it without hesitation.
Boss, what do you think of me? I am quite pretty too.
What the above person said is correct, she is indeed quite pretty.
Get out of here. With this kind of looks, you still expect the boss to give you a gift?
Even if you call him ancestor, he will feel that there is no one to succeed him.
Ignore her, let the host call. That's the right thing to do. The host calls 1.
The host calls 1 plus 19.
The host calls 1 plus 66. Just when the viewers in the live broadcast room were making a fuss.
Lu Yao, wearing a set of purple lace pajamas, slowly walked to the bed,
leaning on Lin Yi's side.
When she saw the live broadcast on Lin Yi's screen, she was stunned at first.
Then she pursed her lips slightly and looked at Lin Yi with a resentful look. Husband, didn't I serve you well?
As she spoke, she placed her white, tender and smooth thighs on Lin Yi's body,
rubbing back and forth.
Looking at Lu Yao's tone that was obviously filled with jealousy. A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Yi's lips.
This little girl is quite interesting.
I'll let you two be sisters later.
Hearing Lin Yi say this, Lu Yao's eyes became even more resentful.
Her soft and boneless feet,
rubbing against Lin Yi intentionally or unintentionally. Alas! It seems that I have not served the king well.
At this moment, Lin Yi felt the softness and smoothness on his body, and the anger that had disappeared for a moment suddenly rose again.
Damn!
This little slut seems to be really jealous.
He actually dared to tease me.
However, just when Lin Yi was about to free up one hand to deal with Lu Yao,
Xiao Yuyu in the live broadcast room looked shy. Said to the camera, "Husband." The voice is charming and attractive.
This made Lu Yao, who was standing beside her, shudder.
I couldn't help but look at the phone screen.
At this time, the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments.
Fuck. This is the first time I heard a host yell like that.
The host's voice is so nice and alluring, but my wife has already gone to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife.
What should I do? I'm so anxious waiting online.
It turns out the anchor is so good at yelling.
Hey! I recorded the screen. I'm going to save it and listen to it secretly later. Brother, send me a copy. Me too.
For some reason, Lu Yao suddenly felt a sense of crisis in her heart. In fact, at the beginning, Lin Yi proposed to pay her 300,000 yuan per month for private care.
She knew that she would not be the only woman by Lin Yi's side in the future. It is even more impossible for him to be her only man.
Although she had prepared herself mentally, Lu Yao still felt sad at this moment.
Especially the anchor is very beautiful. The voice is so nice.
This made Lu Yao feel a sense of crisis, worrying that Lin Yi would no longer want her after he found someone else. At this time, Lin Yi did not notice Lu Yao's emotional changes. Instead, his eyes were fixed on the phone screen. Because just now, a prompt sound came from his mind.
Ding! Favorability from Menjing plus 10. Ding! Favorability from Menjing plus 7. Ding! Favorability from Menjing plus 5.
It turns out that money can make the world go round.
After 90 carnivals, Xiao Yuyu's favorability towards him actually increased by 22 points. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi threw out another 30 carnivals as a reward to the other party. Yifan Fengshan give away carnival 30.
Seeing that Lin Yi gave her another 30 carnivals just because she called him husband, Xiao Yuyu smiled even more brightly this time. Only more than 10 minutes had passed since Lin Yi entered the live broadcast room. Lin Yi gave her 120 carnivals.
This is more than what I brushed for Wunwun in the morning. Thank you, Brother Yi, for sending 30 carnivals.
Xiao Yuyu expressed her gratitude at the right time.
Lu Yao, who was standing by, naturally saw it as well.
She also saw in the comments section that Lin Yi had already given Xiao Yuyu 120 carnivals. Although Lu Yao is not a live streamer, she is familiar with the gifts for the carnival on Douyin. 1 carnival is 3,000, 10 carnivals are 30,000, and 100 carnivals are 300,000. Now Lin Yi actually gave the other party 120 carnivals in just over 10 minutes.
It was obvious that Lin Yi was really attracted to this little Yuyu. You know, Lin Yi only gave her 300,000 yuan in pocket money a month. At this moment, she felt really jealous. Chapter 53, I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy the boss every day. But Lu Yao was smart and she didn't show her unhappiness on her face. She knew that if she wanted to make a man happy, she couldn't give him the cold shoulder, especially at this time. If you want to conquer a man, especially a strong man, you must be soft.
As the saying goes, steel becomes soft even after being tempered 100 times. No matter how hard something is, once it is wrapped in softness, it will eventually soften over time.
Just when Linny was watching the live broadcast, Lu Yao quietly moved down from his chest, all the way to the navel.
In the live broadcast room, Xiao Yuyu's face flushed with excitement.
Because Linny gave her crazy rewards, she was directly put on the hourly list.
At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 10,000.
You know, although the evening is the prime time for live streaming, all the major anchors will also broadcast live during this time period.
Therefore, it is quite difficult to have more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room. In the past, there were only a few hundred people watching her live broadcasts, and at most over 1,000. The reason why her live broadcast room now has more than 10,000 viewers is entirely because Linny is crazy about giving her carnivals. It can be said that without Linny, it would be difficult for her to reach tens of thousands of people online for the live broadcast.
Brother E, Xiao Yuyu hasn't played a song for you today. Whatever you want to hear, Xiao Yuyu will play it for you. After these words were spoken, before Linny could say anything, the netizens became excited.
They began to make suggestions on the barrage.
In this situation, I think the host should sing a song called Love of a Lifetime. Isn't this the love story between the top guy on the list and Xiao Yuyu? According to what you said, we should play a song that night. Shouldn't the two people who should come to Chai Yun? Otherwise, if the boss hears this, will he still let her go? Why didn't anyone suggest playing it? My father is a bricklayer. Fork out. Why do I feel like this is the time to sing an IMO? What is IMO? Fuck. You don't even know this? Have you heard of Mr. Ho? If you haven't heard of Mr. Ho, you've probably heard of President Chen. If you don't even know Dean Chen, then you really need to learn a foreign language.
Why is the golden carnival effect gone, but I still feel like the livestream is all yellow?
Please remove the feeling.
Look at the suggestions from the viewers in the live broadcast room. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth curled up slightly. The imaginations of the netizens this time are really big.
They can talk about everything from what song to play to learning a foreign language.
However, just when Lin Yi was thinking about what song you should let Xiao Yuyu play, he suddenly felt a wet and soft wrapping sensation coming over him.
He couldn't help but look up. I saw that Lu Yao had run to below her belly button without knowing when.
Lying there, looking at himself with a pair of big watery eyes.
Startled. Hiss. Linny couldn't help but take a breath. Eating ice cream and practicing knot tying, what the hell?
At this moment, Linny suddenly had an idea and thought of what song to let Xiao Yuyu play. So he directly posted a message on the barrage.
Let's play Tokyo Hot.
As soon as Lin Yi's comment came out, Xiao Yuyu's expression froze for a moment, and then she looked at the camera in surprise. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused at first.
Several people even asked what song it was. Can anyone tell me what song the master chose? I have never heard of it. Yeah, boss, let us pick a passionate song. Yes, big man, please change the song. Change to change, you guys don't understand derivative. This song by the boss is the most passionate. The master is indeed a master.
I can only say that choosing this song is so lifelike.
Big Brother is awesome.
By the way, I've listened to this song at least 800 times, but I've never heard the full version.
Holy crap.
You must have a very high appreciation for art.
It's not that high, only about 30 or 40 tons.
Brother, we have the same hobbies, but I prefer the Caribbean.
If you say so, then I have to mention my Ip and Kato. Fuck. Hey fellow enthusiasts, let's chat privately. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Elementary school students, get out of here.
Brother, maybe you haven't heard of Tokyo Hot, but you must have heard of Dijot.
Nanny. Yo si. This is possible. Host plays quickly.
Host quick play plus 10. Host quick play plus 99. Looking at the screen full of the host's fast-paced music, Xiao Yuyu felt her head buzzing for a moment.
Come to think of it, she actually knew this song. She had learned it accidentally while watching a movie.
But now, to be honest, she is a little timid when asked to play it in front of thousands of people during a live broadcast.
Brother E, why do you let me play this? Although she was very shy, Xiao Yuyu really couldn't say no.
She took a deep breath and gently placed her white jade fingers on the piano. Then, the white jade fingers danced back and forth on the piano like elves. A familiar song filled the entire live broadcast room. Listening to the familiar melody,
Linny gently turned on the recording function.
Lu Yao raised her eyes and glanced at him. There is an indescribable charm in her eyes.
The host is awesome. From today on, I will be your die-hard fan.
I declare that the anchor has become a legend with this song.
I, Madara, recognize you.
The screen has been recorded. Please share. As the song ended, Linny gently closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he looked at Lu Yao. At this time, there was ice cream hanging on the corner of Lu Yao's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Linny saw Lu Yao's slender neck slowly move twice.
Yao Yao. Are you pregnant? Hearing Lin Yi's slightly surprised voice,
Lu Yao pursed her lips and nodded obediently. At this moment, Linny suddenly felt that some of the art in his memory began to take shape. He sat up straight, reached out and gently touched Lu Yao's face. Softly said, "Baby,
go rinse your mouth." Lu Yao nodded obediently.
Although she felt that the ice cream was salty, after Linny said the word baby, she felt that it was all worth it.
The originally salty ice cream also became sweet.
Linny looked at Lu Yao's graceful back and thought of how she had just been obedient and trying hard to please him.
For a moment, I actually felt sorry for the other person.
After deciding to exit Xiao Yuyu's live broadcast room, he must reward Lu Yao well. When the song ended, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 30,000.
It even attracted a new big brother.
At this moment, the big brother was frantically giving gifts to Xiao Yuyu.
It looks like the one he's in the photo is Xiao Yuyu. Have fun giveaway Carnival 30. Have fun giveaway Carnival 45. Have fun giveaway Carnival 60. Chapter 50 for the big boss who comes to grab the top spot. Holy crap! Here comes another big guy.
This song is really popular in Jingdong, and it is so popular that no one in the world can miss it.
Is this new boss trying to compete with Brother E for the top spot? Looks like I've already reached 70 in the carnival in just a short while.
At this time, Xiao Yuyu also saw that some big guys were giving her gifts.
This situation is undoubtedly a happy one.
Thank you for the carnival, big brother happy. Linny looked at the carnival screen that filled the live broadcast room, feeling a little depressed. Today I am here to show off my muscles to Xiao Yuyu so that she will submit to me.
But why the hell are you suddenly showing up to mess things up? Could it be that this guy also likes Xiao Yuyu?
Linny reached out and took out a Xian Heman cigarette from the cigarette box on the bedside table and lit it for himself. Then he started clicking on the gift column quickly.
Yifan Fengshan gives away Carnival 20. Yifan Fengshan give away Carnival 30. Yifan Fengshan gives away Carnival 66. Holy crap! Yi Lao has taken action. When Yi Lao takes action, the world is in his hands. Holy crap! Look, Yi Lao has cleared 200 carnivals. 200 carnivals, that's 60.
Damn, comparing yourself to others is a recipe for disaster. I haven't made even 60,000 yuan since I graduated from college.
I never thought someone could make 600,000 yuan in just one livestream. This is not 600,000, do they seem to be stopping?
That happiness was so much that I gained more than 100 carnivals. These two are truly the real big brothers.
I'm so envious. Don't say you're envious.
I bet 99% of the people in the live streaming room are envious. With these two big guys joining forces, the anchor is definitely going to be a big hit this time.
Brothers. This can't be a script. Hey! Don't say that. No way, is this a new trick? Linny doesn't care what these netizens think. Anyway, he can't let anyone steal his limelight today.
Since we are demonstrating our strength, we cannot back down when we encounter a small problem.
Anyway, he can give Xiao Yuyu unlimited rewards, so he is not afraid of anyone coming.
On the other side, Happy was frowning and staring at the phone screen.
He just happened to come across this anchor Xiao Yuyu.
And I immediately fell in love with Xiao Yuyu.
I thought about giving some gifts myself and see if I could get it.
He had done the same thing before when he asked other anchors to drop in. But he made a wrong decision today, which was to compete with Linny for the top spot. In his opinion, the other party had played 120 carnivals, which was not a small amount, but not too much either.
Just brush 200 of them yourself.
I guess the other party won't dare to fight with me. Even if the other party and I can reach 200 together, it doesn't matter if I can get a few dozen more.
But what he never expected was, he just gave Xiao Yuyu 100 carnivals.
Linny started to brush up fiercely. From the original 120 carnivals, the total number now has reached 200. Even the other party is still brushing. This suddenly gave him a bad feeling. After all, in his eyes, no matter how good the seafood Xiao Yuyu is, it is only worth 200 carnivals at most. So he began to slow down the pace of giving gifts. Even when he reached 138 carnivals, he stopped. But Linny did not stop. Instead, he directly increased the total number of carnivals to 300 in one go, and the number of masters was more than twice that of the opponent. This made Kuai Yiji stunned. I even cursed the other party in my heart for raising prices. 300 carnivals are equivalent to 900,000 yuan.
Wouldn't it be great if I could use all the 900,000 yuan to top up my card? Even if you look for a technician every day, it will take 2 years. Is it worth it for a host? Or did your family's money come from the wind?
Of course, if Linny knew this idea of having fun at this time, he would definitely laugh. Because his money can really be said to have come from the wind. At the same time, the fans in the live broadcast room were completely excited.
What's worse, they also wrote 4 big words, so terrifying. So many fans followed the team. So terrifying. Brother E, this is terrifying. Brother E, so terrifying. Plus 10. Brother E, so terrifying. Plus 35. Brother E, this is terrifying. Plus 99.
Looking at the barrage of comments flooding the live broadcast room, Xiao Yuyu was also dumbfounded, even though she knew that Linny was capable. But she didn't expect that because of Happy's intervention, Linny would directly brush 300 carnivals in one breath. You have to know that the overall environment has been bad in recent years, and the big brothers are no longer as crazy about giving gifts as before. Most of those who were sending out gifts were from guilds.
In order to create momentum and attract traffic, guilds spend huge amounts of money to promote anchors.
In addition, there are some businesses that want the anchor to advertise for them, or want the anchor to pay some attention to the list, and this will also be brushed. People like Linny and Happy, who have a simple purpose of just meeting the anchor offline, rarely give so many gifts at one time. Even people like them are considered to be disrupting market prices. If a small anchor like Xiao Yuyu, who has no guild, had not met Linny, she estimated that she would not receive 300 carnivals in a year of live streaming.
Being happy is also lonely.
Seeing that he couldn't beat Linny, he decisively cut his losses and left. But after he logged out, he still sent Xiao Yuyu a private message requesting to add her as a friend. In his heart, he felt that the 138 carnivals he had won were already good enough. Even if you can't drink the first batch, you should be able to eat the second batch. But what he didn't know was that Xiao Yuyu had never thought of eating at 2 tables. He watched it happily for a while, but was beaten by himself and left the live broadcast room. A smug smile appeared on Ling Yi's lips.
How can you touch the woman I like? Drink some water, dear. As she spoke, Lu Yao handed Linny a bottle of soda water.
Linny smiled and slowly uttered a word.
Hello?
Lu Yao was stunned at first, then smiled, with a hint of charm in her eyes.
My king, please drink some water.
As he spoke, he held the bottle of soda water to Ling Yi's mouth with both hands. However, Linny just looked at Lu Yao with a smile, but did not drink.
With your mouth. Forehead. The next moment, Lu Yao took a sip.
Then he moved closer. At this moment, Linny suddenly understood why it was still water.
However, if it is packed in different containers, the selling price will be different. Because the water in different containers tastes really different.
In the live broadcast room, because of Ling Yi's victory and happy departure, Linny is now very popular.
Many people even at him, asking if he would accept any followers.
There were even other newly created IDs that openly at him, saying that they could send private photos through their friends. In a short time, the number of fans of Linny's Douyin account exceeded 10,000.
The speed of increasing followers is even faster than Xiao Yuyu. Chapter 55, You played the song well today. I enjoyed it very much.
At this time, Xiao Yuyu watched Linny give out the gifts without saying anything for a long time.
So he took the initiative to speak. Brother E, is there any other song you want to hear? Xiao Yuyu will play it for you.
After listening to Tokyo Hot just now, Linny really doesn't want to listen to anything else. The most important thing is that he now has a hungry Lu Yao by his side. The other party just tried so hard to please me. No matter what he said, he would reward the other party generously.
So Linny said it directly on the public screen. No thanks. Today's song was great. I enjoyed it. I have something else to do. I'll log off now.
Xiao Yu didn't expect that Linny would leave so soon. Although she felt a little reluctant, she still said it with a smile.
Okay, brothery, if you want to listen to some music, just call me anytime.
Linny didn't say anything, but before leaving, he threw out 10 more carnivals.
After exiting Xiao Yu's live broadcast room, Linny put down his phone. He hugged Lu Yao, who was beside him. Xiao Wa. Tell me, you tried so hard to please me just now, did you want me to reward you handsomely?
At this moment, Lu Yao only felt a tightness in her chest, as if there was a huge pressure that made it difficult for her to breathe.
Two didn't. Yeah.
Lin Yi's mouth corners curled up slightly. The next moment, Lu Yao felt a burning sensation rising from her ankles.
No. It's itchy. Linny doesn't care about the other party.
Instead, he fixed his gaze on the 3-inch golden lotus.
Don't move.
At this time, Lu Yao's face had already turned red, her ears were burning, and her eyes were a little blurry as if she was drunk.
It also looks like freshly picked mulberry silk.
Linny slowly loosened his hand, the warmth of her skin still lingering on his fingertips. He turned and walked towards the bathroom, his footsteps particularly clear in the silent room. When he returned, he was holding a brand new bottle of L'Occitane body oil.
Get down, I'll help you relax.
After saying that, Linny directly unscrewed the lid,
slowly falling down.
The next moment, Lu Yao felt a cold touch sliding down her back.
An hour later, after stretching her muscles, Lu Yao lay drowsily in the bathtub. She really didn't want to move a finger now. Thinking back to just now.
Now she has really given everything she has to Linny.
Looking at her tired appearance, I felt a little sad for a moment.
Linny has never been to a foot massage parlor in his life. Originally, he just wanted to feel the joy of being stepped on.
But who knew later? Why?
With tenderness in his eyes, Linny slowly carried her to another bedroom.
As for the other rooms, forget it, I'll ask the cleaning lady to change it tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work today, Yao Yao. Please take a day off tomorrow and don't go to work. Perhaps because she stretched a painful spot, Lu Yao couldn't help but frown. He responded weakly. Good.
Linny helped her smooth her hair. Then he handed the other person's phone over.
Send me your bank card number.
Lu Yao was stunned at first, then seemed to understand something. He was originally in a lethargic state, but suddenly he seemed to be in high spirits. Without asking any more questions, he quickly sent his card number to Linny.
Okay, go to sleep.
Linny patted the other person lightly. Then he walked out silently. Coming to the living room, Linny sat on the sofa. He took a cigarette from the pack.
Light it slowly. Then he took a deep breath. Suck.
Leaning against the back of the sofa, I was recalling every detail of what happened just now in my mind.
I felt relaxed and happy for a moment. But not long after, Linny suddenly sighed. Oops. I forgot to turn on the video. After muttering something,
Linny picked up his phone and started transferring money to her according to the card number Lu Yao gave him. Now when he transferred money to Lu Yao, it was no longer just for cash back. But it was because Lu Yao had already given him everything.
It's definitely worth transferring money to her.
Linny transferred money to the other party 15 times in a row, totaling 1 million. At this time, his bank card balance, through cash back, increased from more than 60,000 yuan to 161,870.31 yuan. Linny put out the cigarette, took his cell phone and returned to the bedroom. At this moment, a ray of moonlight passed through the gauze curtain and fell on Lu Yao's curled toes. It is plated with a crystal silver edge. Her toes were curled up, appearing particularly small and delicate in the moonlight, like petals carved from white jade solidified by the moonlight, with a bit of the girl's cuteness. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and his eyes slowly moved up along the shiny ankle. The blanket that was originally draped over her body had slipped off her shoulders at some point, revealing her slender collarbone and snow-white skin. At this time, Lu Yao had already fallen asleep like a sleeping kitten. In her sleep, she dreamed of a strong arm holding her gently in his arms, feeling very warm. She slept so peacefully and sweetly.
The next day,
Lu Yao woke up from her sleep in a daze. What came into view was that extremely familiar face. Perhaps it was because she was sleeping in the same position that her legs felt numb. However, just as she was about to turn over and change her position. But suddenly there was a sharp pain. The intense pain made her frown and gasp.
Hiss. Humph.
A stinky man, a bad man, with no mercy for women at all. He also said something about giving me a massage and letting me relax.
Is that a real massage? Humph. I really believed your ghost. Looking at Lin Yi's face, Lu Yao couldn't help but complain in her heart.
Feeling the slight pain in her body, an idea suddenly came to her mind.
I don't know how to do it.
As soon as this thought came to mind, Lu Yao couldn't help but feel a little worried. I even started to blame myself, wondering why I agreed to it at that time.
You know, there is. As she thought about it, her mind was once again occupied by the memories of last night.
Although it was late yesterday, she was already a little confused.
But she still remembers it clearly because of the surge of dopamine and adrenaline in her body. Her entire nervous system was in a state of electric shock. It's so shameful.